Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Watkins Glen International and round 18 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. And Larry, looks like another beautiful day of racing here at Watkins Glen.
Oh, another wonderful day in the Finger Lakes area. I do love this place, and we get to get started right. We're here with little formula cars. First thing in the morning, that's my favorite.
I know it is, and obviously you racer, very well associated with these type cars as a multi-time national champion in SCCA solo racing in a kart. So let's do this, Larry, as our drivers are starting their pace lap. Let's get the action started here. This morning is the George Richardson Memorial Race. Born in July 1920 in Providence, Rhode Island, George Richardson was a charter member of the Glen Region, serving as secretary in 1959 and region executive in 1960 and 61. Unfortunately, George passed at the young age of 47 back in November of 1967, and this race was first run in 1969, won by Skip Barber and his Caldwell Formula Ford. And our winners here on Sunday last year at the Super Tour in Formula F, it was Dexter Suba out of Hollis, New Hampshire, with Ken Bukillion finishing second in Formula 6. James Weeda out of West Lafayette, Indiana, with Keith Jocelyn finishing second. And in Formula V, Alex Scaler out of Asbury, New Jersey, taking the win with Andrew Whitston finishing in second. And so as we've got our racers out on their pace lap, and we're going to have, much like yesterday, Larry, what we call a split start, where we have two pace cars. First group, the front group, will be our Formula 6 and Formula F racers. The rear group, which you're seeing now on your screen, are the Formula Vs, and they're behind a separate pace car. I'm going to run down the starting order for the Formula Vs first. Starting ninth, driving the number 13 Warmer, it is Trevor Miller. Mark Farnham is going to be starting eighth. He's driving the number 3 Protoform P2. He's out of Medina, Ohio. David Scaler is going to start seventh. He's driving the number 9 Vortec, with Ray Carmody starting sixth. Ray's driving the number 81 Mysterian. He's out of Horseheads, New York. Rick Shields starting fifth today. He's in the number 77 VDF, while Reacher Siebenaller will start fourth. He's in the number 72 Mysterian. Then we've got Brian Farnham out of Medina, Ohio. He starts third today. He's in the number 5 Silver Bullet, and your front row in Formula V starting second, driving the number 79 Scaler Mark 1 from Asbury, New Jersey. Last year's winner, Alex Scaler, and your pole sitter, driving the number 61 JK Technologies XP1 from Baltimore, Maryland, Jonathan Weisheit. All right, let's take a look now at Formula 6 and Formula F. Starting 11th, driving the number 47 Formula 6 QRE Invader from Alden, New York, Russell Straight Jr. Raymond Boyer starting 10th. He's in the number 32 Formula F Van Diemen RF92, with Robert Gross starting 9th. He's in the number 62 Formula F Piper. Robert Gray starting 8th in the number 15 Novacar J9. That's one of our Formula 6 machines, with Michael Dowden starting 7th. He's in the number 01 Formula F Migali. Then we've got Joe Parsons starting 6th. He's in the number 42 Formula F Spectrum. He's out of Easton, Pennsylvania, with Charles Foster starting 5th. He's in the number 27 Formula F Piper. Starting 4th, yesterday's winner in Formula 6, the driver of the number 55 Scorpion, is Keith Jocelyn. Starting 3rd, driving the number 8 Piper DFO5, that's a Formula F machine, it's Theodore Burns. And your front row today, driving the number 44 Formula 6 Ellis from Marlton, New Jersey, Jay Beckley. And your pole sitter today, with a qualifying time of 1:59.854 from Novi, Michigan, driving a Novacar Blade, it's Calvin Stewart.
Oh, this should be good. Cal's back in today. Yesterday's winner, of course, Jocelyn, and then Jay Beckley, who was so fast at the end of that race yesterday. That F6 group could be great, and we know what happens in Vs. And we've got a guest here with us today, I think, that knows a little bit about those Vs, don't we?
That may be the case, everybody. I want to welcome to the booth this morning as we get ready to start Trevor Carmody. Of course, he's got some family in the field here today. Good morning, Trevor.
How you guys doing?
Very, very good. We're glad to have Trevor with us. Trevor, always seemingly in the chat on YouTube with us. Good to have him up in the booth. And obviously, Trevor, a Formula V racer himself, and so knows quite a bit about the class here, as our front field with the Formula 6 and Formula Fs are winding their way out of the final corner, out of turn 11. Pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Cal Stewart. And starter is looking over the field. And there we go. Green flag is in the air. And once again, we're splitting out 3 and 4 wide here at the front of the field as they head down towards the 90. Cal Stewart setting up directly in the center of the track is the 55. Keith Jocelyn tries to make a run around the outside using all that extra curbing there. But Cal Stewart, our reigning national champion, he's got very good position there. Then we've got Jocelyn, then we've got Theodore Burns, and then Jay Beckley as our Formula Vs now get the green flag and make their run down into turn number 1. And we'll see if Alex Scaler can jump to the lead. Doesn't looks like he may have there. Larry, with
I think that's Whiteside.
Is that Whiteside in the 61 in the blue 61 machine who jumps into the lead, and then we've got Farnham in that orange number 5 machine. Alex Scaler there dropping back into third. He's in the green car, and then I believe we've got Roger Siebenauer. He's in the white 72.
Well, that's the 4 that we saw yesterday really check out, get off into their own pack. I think we also had in that same group, Rick Shields was in there as well. Well, let's see if they sort things out. You can see it already as they come through 1 and get up here to the bus stop. Nothing is even clear between them. They're about 5 wide going into the bus stop the first time.
They never left pace lap formation through all the way to the bus stop. That was impressive. 2 by 2 all the way through the S's. It was hard to tell who was where.
Indeed, and still all in a line here as they come out of the inner loop, start to make the run down the outer loop.
Scaler has a problem.
Yeah, Scaler, he got
dropped way back.
I wonder if he just was a little bit conservative going in there, knowing, hey, you know what, we don't need to be going 3 or 4 wide. He seems to be on pace here down through 6, so we'll give him a lap here, see if he leapfrogs back up there to the front 3.
Yeah, and go ahead, Trevor.
I was going to say, this is one of the most exciting places to race a V because it's such a power-hungry track, so you can be so aggressive, and it's so big and wide open, so you get these wild battles, and it gets a little uncomfortable sometimes trying to make sure you know everything that's going on around you because there's so many cars that may be drafting by at one time.
All right, so as our leaders in our front pack in Formula F and Formula 6 come across the line, it is Cal Stewart, your leader. Cal, of course, did not race yesterday, was honoring the Sabbath. And Keith Jocelyn, who was our winner yesterday, and that was something that we'll probably want to talk about here a little bit, Larry. Keith Jocelyn finishing with the win yesterday with Jay Beckley, who made up so much ground in just the last couple of laps, finishing second in Formula 6. He is currently 4th overall. He's got Theodore Burns there with him. Burns with about 10 car lengths right now in Beckley. They ran together for the majority of yesterday's race.
They did. There were moments in that race catching traffic where Beckley was maybe a little bit too gentlemanly, I think, in my opinion, that perhaps he could have been a little bit more aggressive, might have given himself a shot to catch Jocelyn at the end, because Jocelyn ran into some traffic issues at the end of that race. But at the end there, it was Beckley who was faster, lap time, much faster. In fact, that's why he started ahead of Jocelyn in this race, because he was so quick at the end of yesterday. But now again, I'm seeing here this morning, he's a bit conservative. I wonder if the car's a little loose here on the opening laps on cold tires, and he needs a lot of heat for that car to really be balanced.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't really start picking up the pace until about minute 15 or 16 in that 25-minute race yesterday. So, I think as long as he can keep close, and the margin of victory for Jocelyn yesterday, I think it was just a quarter of a second. Yeah. So, you think about it with the pace that Beckley had been running, if he had just one more lap, he might have had an opportunity there for the win. All right, so as we then check here, now our Formula V's coming through the inner loop for the second time, and it looks like one of our racers falling a little bit off the pace there right now, but when they completed lap number 1, it was Jonathan Weisheit, as you mentioned, then Brian Farnham, then Rick Shields in the red number 77, Siebenaller and Ray Carmody, and as you mentioned, Alex Scaler sitting back in 6th position. Now, yesterday early on, it was a pack of 5 in Formula V that were all very close, and I think probably the biggest surprise there is Brian Farnham, about a quarter of the way through the race. Yeah. Larry ended up spinning, coming through the chute over at turn 6, and he was able to, without the benefit of the draft, work his way all the way back up to the top 4.
Yeah, he had a really great recovery from the spin that we thought was going to set him back and never be able to pull back from. And about 6 laps later, he's leading the race, ends up, right there at the front. So unbelievable recovery for him. he's going to make sure that that doesn't happen again today. You're talking about Scaler having dropped back. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. He's now in 5th in that train. Scaler's doing just fine in this train. He doesn't need to be any further forward at this point with still half an hour to go or 12 laps. So whatever happened there at the opening lap, I think that might have just been him trying to be a little bit soft here at the start. No need to push the issue. Let's just kind of get through. He knows the end of this race is really what's going to define it.
Yeah, and here we got Brian taking out a nice lead, actually breaking up that group a little bit. Looks like we might have just a fight for third here towards the end.
Yeah, and we notice here as they come across the line, Trevor, we saw where Farnham actually made a move, even though he's got about 8, 9 car lengths, that he makes a move to the inside. Is that simply to try to break what little draft there may be for the cars behind and see if they actually follow him down the center? Or
Yeah, definitely. And if in those top 5 cars, the 3 of them, Jonathan's, Scaler's, and Brian's, if you go and look at these cars, it's really impressive that after a class that's 60 years old, that they're really bringing in new ideas and new technology and really a much more sophisticated rear suspension that's cleaning up the air that you're giving to the guy behind. Okay, so Brian's cars, Alex's car, and Weisscheidt's car are very hard to draft.
Really? Okay. I mean, 'cause that's the thing. You look at these cars, and you know, of course, the designs, the bodywork has changed a lot in, say, the last 30 years, I think. And they look, you know, rather aerodynamic. And it's not so much the bodywork itself, I guess, but also the layout of the suspension, that front suspension beam, and the way the arms come off the rear that are just not very amenable to keeping a slipstream behind you that just open up a big pocket.
Exactly, and if you look at Brian's car, we actually built a nose and side pods that match Mike Barrison's I think it was a AM1 or AM5, sorry.
Okay.
And he's done the undermount suspension, so you're closing off the tail, so you don't have those extra openings and stuff like that. So that's a big push behind. You know, there's an advantage to this new sophisticated suspension with actually getting away from the zero roll and being able to load the car differently in different tracks. Like when we were at VIR, you could really load the car because there's so many slow right-hand turns.
Right, which would then theoretically give you a little bit more mid-corner speed and hopefully a better exit out of the corners as well.
10 years ago, there was pretty much...
Oh, they got a car off.
Oh.
At 8.
Yeah, it looks like a car off coming out of turn 8. We'll get the number on that machine here in just a moment. We'll see if we can pick it up here as it comes through turn 8. If not, we should have a call.
It looks like Rick Shields there, the red one.
Yeah.
It might have been.
Yeah, that's the 77 of Rick Shields.
But what I was going to say, what's really interesting is 10 years ago, if you look at the back of the V's, they all had the basic same zero roll suspension. And now 5 of the cars in the lead pack all have different rear suspensions.
All right, getting word also from I want to thank Josh Ashby, who's giving his hand down on the pit lane right now, that the 44 machine of Jay Beckley, and actually there was just a call that came in from turnover by the bus stop chicane that the driver who we were talking did so well yesterday in his Formula 6 Ellis was off the pace coming through the bus stop. We'll see if he picks it up. And it looks like also, we just talked about Rick Shields spinning the car over at turn 8. He has just now brought his car down the pit lane. Looks like he's heading back to the paddock.
It's unfortunate. He had a great race yesterday. Ran right with that front back the entire day. And here we are just a couple laps in. He's already out. A minute ago, we were talking about Scaler and maybe kind of dropping back in the 3, 4, 5 pack. He took a huge opportunity to get the double draft down the back straight. He led that second pack through the inner loop. And now look at him. The front 3 are checking out and they are gone. The next group led by Siebenala right now. I have no chance to catch the front 3 unless there's a lot of battling and slowing up going on.
Yeah, that is a pretty monumental gap that they have now between our first group and then here this second group, which is just now making their way through the chute. And so, you know, you said that that the design was off of Michael Verison's machine. Of course, Verison's what Larry seven-time national champion.
I think it was 7. Was it in a row even?
Yeah, and then moved over to Continentals exactly. And a lot of smoke there out of the back of let's see. So I'm just wondering if that might have been the Beckley machine. I think sitting back and now in 4th position in Formula 5, that he may have gotten that thing back up and rolling, but we're seeing a lot of smoke off the back. Or is that Cal Stewart?
No, there's one other in the field, and I want to say it might be Robert Gray.
Gray? Okay.
It might be. His is also one of the white body work.
The white Nova cars, yeah. Yeah, that's why I continue to mix up gray with Cal Stewart's machine. Okay.
I think that's him.
And so for everybody, and I know we didn't talk about it up front, but the races today, and you can see it there right at the top of the timing pylon on the left-hand side of your screen. These are 15-lap or 35-minute races, whichever come first. And we are currently working lap number 5 for our drivers up front. And that last time by, Larry, Keith Jocelyn just reset a personal best and goes around Cal Stewart. Yes.
So maybe that was Stewart.
Yeah, so it might have been Cal Stewart with the smoke off the back, because looked as though, Gray is starting to close things down. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cal had an issue somewhere down there, either in the inner loop or somewhere down maybe in turn 5 or 6. And but he's now back on pace, I think, and he's got to work his way back around some traffic. So a huge opportunity for Jocelyn, yesterday's winner. Cal maybe having to work from behind, but it's a long race. 9 more laps is a lot of laps around this place. He's about 4 seconds back, so we'll have to see if he's able to make up ground. You can see them now coming down the back straight, and the 3 of them in a row: Jocelyn, and then your FF leader Burns, and then Stewart closing quickly. And we know Stewart's got great straight line speed, and that helps you around this place.
And I would say if we can hold this shot, well, okay. maybe not. I was going to say we should have coming into our view, I believe it was the battle for second in Formula F. This is Michael Dowden in his Migali and Charles Foster, the 01 and the 27. And they were racing in pretty close proximity yesterday as well, Larry. And I think we saw Foster make a pass about 3/4 of the way through the race to finish up second yesterday. But for the last 2 days, they have been at it here.
Yeah, they had an absolutely great race yesterday. That was a lot of fun right up until the end. It was kind of tough to keep an eye on them while we were watching the B race. It was also just amazing. But between Foster and Dowden, that was a really good one, and it looks like they've picked up right where they left off. And now they've got, of course, the Robert Gray in his F6 Nova car right there with him. And I think I see, is that Joe Parsons in the also there right with him? There's another car in that group very close to them. Maybe they've left that one behind. But yeah, right now you can see up front there, the 3 of these. That's Robert Gray in his Nova car. F6 technically, running third. But yeah, he's got a couple of Fs right there with him.
Yeah, exactly. And then Parsons and Gross just a little bit further behind. So we'll definitely continue to watch that race. So Trevor, at this point in the race, where we're about a third of the way through or thereabouts, what if you're sitting in that top 3 right now? What are you thinking other than, for a high-speed track like this, maybe jockeying and changing positions just to keep the momentum up?
Here they go now. It's keep the speed up, use the draft, leapfrog each other, but give room. And keep it clean. You guys, it's between you now.
Right.
You don't screw with it. And, there's a great race going on for 4th place. I just saw my dad was leading that group. But, those guys in that second pack were kind of spread out yesterday. So I'm glad to see that they're getting a good race and, getting to race with each other. He raced with Dave Scaler for years, and it's probably been 15 years since he's raced with the guy. So that's cool to see, too.
Yeah, and so here they are. Here's that second pack now making their way through. And that is, as you mentioned, Ray Carmody, Roger Siebenauer, or David Scaler, and Mark Farnham, it looks like, in that group as well.
Which 3 of those guys, their kids race these 2 now.
Yeah, we always talk, Larry, about how multi-generational racing in the SCCA, not just in racing, but throughout the SCCA, but in Formula V. We seem to see that.
It's a family thing, man. My dad started when he was 15 for $50. He could go up to Shannonville on a Wednesday and run all day. So he could race in Canada when he was 15. That's where he started. I was here at Watkins Glen my first time at 7 days old, and even my grandfather raced these and my dad's brother. So it's really a family affair.
So we've got the 3 young kids out in the front of this field right now, but the pack of 4 there for 3rd place, the average age there is a little higher than the front 3 would be, I assume. They're all
average age. I would say the average number of years racing, I think, is probably sitting in the 35 to 40 year range.
I know my dad and Roger were racing together in the 80s.
Yeah.
Jonathan Weishite, who's leading right now, was a bronze medal winner in the runoffs in 1978, I believe.
Okay. He's pulling that average age of the front three up significantly. So I know that Alex and Brian are both relative
20s.
to me. They're pretty young, both super fast. And they've actually got a lot of years in them because they started doing this so young. But yeah, the average age there a little less than the foursome coming up behind him. But look at them; they're racing like veterans, though. Like you said, Trevor, they're doing a great job of just kind of maximizing the speed, being respectful, giving each other a little bit of room while slipstreaming down this super fast track.
Well, I know we're young, but I was thinking about it today. My driver school was 10 years ago, and Brian and Alex were actually in the V's before I was. So yeah. I'd give them the veteran credential at this point. Maybe we'll just give Jonathan a double veteran.
So, Larry, it appears as though Calvin Stewart having more than just one lap's worth of problems, as he has now dropped back to sixth place overall. Robert Gray has gotten around him, and so move Robert Gray up into second in Formula 6. And obviously now we've got Dowden, we've got Foster in that battle for second in Formula F ahead of Cal Stewart as well. Cal running that last time by almost 15 seconds off of the 5 cars ahead of him, and the couple of cars behind him as well.
Yeah, is this Cal now just coming through 6?
Yeah, I believe that is Cal right there. Yes, going down into or coming through the toe of the boot.
That's what I can't figure out, because I know, like I said, you've got Robert Gray out as well in a white Nova
Well,
car.
actually, no. Actually, I guess you're right. Right. That was Gray with Dowden and Foster directly behind him. Cal Stewart there has got the gap, and then it's another 9 seconds or so, I think, back to Parsons.
Well, Cal wants to make it exciting. He usually does, and there he is. His excitement today is he's got to make up about 8 seconds on that in front of him or so, and then he's going to have to fight through it. So, and a lot of that pack there you can see are a bunch of E's having their own good race. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's carrying full speed.
No,
does Cal? It's disappointing for the reigning national champ to have a rough day here.
All right, let's okay. I was just gonna say, let's reset the field real quick. We'll break it down by class. Formula 6: Keith Jocelyn, Robert Gray, Cal Stewart, and of course we saw Jay Beckley retire on lap number 3. In Formula F, it's Theodore Burns. He now has almost a 30-second advantage over Michael Dowden and Charles Foster, and then another 12 seconds back to Parsons, who's running in 4th. And in V, as we've been watching here up at the front of the field, it's Jonathan Weishite, Brian Farnham, and Alex Scaler. And then another great fight going on about 18 seconds in arrears between Ray Carmody, that's Trevor's dad, Roger Siebenaller, Mark Farnham, and David Scaler. And and it's true here. I mean, we see at this track, Trevor, again, being a power track with these very long straightaways, and probably more so than the long straightaways, just for the most part, very high-speed corners with a lot of camber to allow you to keep that speed through them. We're seeing the effects of the draft here with these cars, probably more so than any other track that we've worked this year, maybe with the exception of the back straight at Sebring. I don't know.
VAR, actually, I hit some pretty good speeds once you get over the last crest of Madison Ave. Atlanta has... none of us participated in it, but Atlanta has a great one.
That's true.
But really here, it's constant,
everywhere,
and you don't really have any braking zones. Yeah. You only go down to 3rd gear coming back onto NASCAR.
That's what I was going to ask, how
going
often
into the
you
toe.
go. I was going to ask
so there's
how
only
often
2
you go
shift
into
points
3rd,
here. If you get bogged down going into the heel, sometimes it's worth it to grab 3rd in the heel. But yeah, it's a high speed place. You go all the way to the 100-foot marker going into the inner loop here.
Oh wow! And then it's pretty much a brush of the brakes. It's not really a.
It's almost just a heavy. They're still there.
Wow.
I didn't run because the runoffs aren't really my goal this year, and I don't have the power to compete here this weekend. It's only I can hear this track from my house actually.
All right, Larry, real quick, let's do this. We got about 15 minutes or about 5 laps left. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. And thanks to our partners and sponsors. But first, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from Watkins Glen. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we've got a special guest with us, Trevor Carmody. And Trevor, Larry, we've had a lot of changes since we went to take our break. We talked about the issues that Cal Stewart was having. His car is now pulled off and in the bus stop chicane. He's out of the car and over the wall. And now big changes at the front of Formula V, as well as it looks like Jonathan Weisheit has fallen off the back of Farnham and Scaler just a little bit.
Yeah, they have broken off, and the thing for those two to do now is push each other and be kind to each other and not bring him back into the fight, so it's only a two-guy fight.
Yeah, that's what it looked like they were doing as they went into the inner loop the last time by. As you just saw Scaler tucked in behind Farnham, just trying to make sure the two of them are one hole in the air and not two, and not give anything to Weisheit behind. But Weisheit, he's still within range. If we've got 3 laps to go here, it's not impossible for him to make this run. He needs probably a good run off of one, a good run to the inner loop. Maybe he can catch them. And if the front two at all go side by side anywhere, I think it could easily be a 3-car race.
Yeah, indeed. The other big change, Larry, and we saw this happen, is that Theodore Burns in his Piper has moved to the overall lead. He got around Keith Jocelyn there, and so Jocelyn, who was our overall winner yesterday, slots into second position.
Yeah, I think Burns really has a great pace, and Jocelyn probably recognized that, let him go by. And at one point, we even had the camera shot on Jocelyn's F6 in the shadows of the almost huge, seemingly huge Piper of the FF of Theodore Burns as they were drafting down the straightaway. And I think that was to give Burns a chance to have some good, fresh, clean air. Burns is leading FF now about 40 seconds. So neither he or Jocelyn right now are being challenged from behind. So they're just kind of playing together out there.
So Trevor, this is the point where we give you the ability to put in a free plug or two. Larry and I were talking yesterday. It seemed like a whole portion of the field was from Horseheads, New York, and turns out that Horseheads is a bit of a
It's a hot spot.
It's a
for
hot
sure.
spot for Formula V. Why don't you tell us a little bit about
So
what goes
you
on
have
there?
myself and my dad racing, and then Arnie Carball's local, and he does vintage as well. Arnie has 14 Vs right now, and his stepson has some Vs.
Okay.
Arnie does transmission rebuilding. We build parts here. My dad does a lot of car prep for Farnham, Philip Kowski. We've made parts for Jonathan Weisheit, a lot of these guys. And my dad helped build 110 Protoforms auto core sets here. So we still continue to produce the bodywork and other different custom stuff for Vs. There's always somebody else's V in my dad's garage.
Well, I tell you what, you keep talking like that, I'm going to be writing checks to you pretty soon. My son and I, who we autocrossed the shifter cart for the last number of years, and we've kind of tossed around the idea of going club racing. F6s obviously would be one transition like Cal Stewart did, but FVs are definitely an area that may be calling my name at some point. So you may hear from me at some point with a checkbook in hand.
It's, the racing is incredible, but the family group is incredible. And I've actually raced in other countries. I raced in the 55th of Australia birthday party, and I've raced in Brazil. And the friendliness of the V group is the same there. They pull you right in.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. That's what I'm all about. It's a race with the family, race hard, race fun, and crack a beer at the end of the day.
All right, so we are working the penultimate lap.
Oh, we got a big spin.
Yeah, two cars off at the off coming out of turn 10. Looks like two Vs, and let's try and pick up who they were.
This is 2 to go.
That's
And that was Farnham. Yeah, that was Farnham that went around, and was that also Weisheit then in the 61 car?
And there you can see Scaler all by himself now. So Farnham must have had an issue. I don't know if he and Scaler maybe got real close together and Farnham just got loose, and then Weisheit just had to spin to avoid being hit or something. But wow, that's going to change the nature of this race.
Considerable. So that opens things up with now a little bit under 2 laps remaining for Alex Scaler. Now the next time our overall leader Theodore Burns comes around and passes the start-finish line, he will be getting the white flag. And Larry, it also appears as though the local caution that had been up for Cal Stewart's Nova car has been retracted. So they're going into the bus stop, all green flag racing.
And you can see Cal actually standing there by the wall. Get the best view in the house. You know that view. You've called
Yes, I do.
from the tower right behind that. And he's got a great view, but I'm sure he's not thrilled about it.
Well, probably the best view right now is for Alex Scaler looking in his rearview mirrors and not seeing anybody.
I'm guessing Alex
quite
is paying attention to his rearview mirrors right now. I don't think he cares
take
about
a breath
it.
at that point. It's not often you get to drive the last lap comfortably.
Yeah. Gosselin slowed up a little bit in the last time by a 212 to Robert Gray's 205. So there's still 20 seconds between them, but kind of hoping for Jocelyn's sake he's not suffering the same fate.
Same issue, same thing as yesterday.
Yeah. Now, yesterday I think some of it was traffic related, but he certainly backed off in the final laps. Now, Jocelyn runs one of the snowmobile drivetrain, the 593 two-strokes, whereas the issues that happened to Cal, if it was powertrain, he's in one of the bike motor 600 Suzuki. So they're very different powertrains. Not likely the same issues, but for Jocelyn, let's hope he's still got a little bit of pep in his step there to get through this last lap.
I was reading last night Keith's Facebook banter after the race, and he had said that the temperature does start to affect his motor further in the race and change the power band throughout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as that pipe gets overheated and stuff, it definitely draws a little differently and starts to lag them. And you have the same thing often at the beginning of the race. A cold pipe, a cold motor won't pull like it needs to. So there's a very fine area where that temp's got to work. But here's look at this battle.
Yeah, this is the battle between Gross and Parsons. Gross in the 62, Parsons in the 42. And as we're going to see the white flag come out now for our leader here, Theodore Burns. So we are starting last lap here from Watkins Glen. But great fight going on right now. That is the battle for the last step on the podium in Formula F.
That's a good battle. I think the battle for fourth in FV is some guy named Carmody against Siebenhaler. Those two Mysterians are nose to tail as they came around one. There they are right there.
There they are right there coming up through the S's.
It's takes me back to watch as a little kid watching my dad chase Roger. He was one of the top guys in the Northeast for a long time. And it's really cool to see those two racing together again. And Dave Scaler right there. They all raced together a long time in the early 2000s in the era of the Mid-Ohio runoffs when it was there for 10 years. They're all very competitive guys in that point of time.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Miata. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
We'll see if Roger can run away with this in the last lap, but I have a feeling that Ray and David are going to give him a bit of a run here through the last turns through 7 and 8.
There's nobody that talks about the strategy, the race strategy more than my dad, and he's thinking right now, wait till the time, but it does look like they've got a bit of a gap on him. I don't know if he'll be able to close that coming into the heel without getting too aggressive.
The battle up there looks like through 9. There's a
coming through. I would say coming through 9, that battle in Formula F, that was in the battle in Formula F. That's between
Gross and Parsons.
Yeah, Gross and Parsons.
Yeah, as they go through 10 right now, while V leader is coming down to his finish.
Yeah, and they're locked in with just a couple of feet between them, and they're going to be getting their last lap in now for them. As our leader Burns just now coming out and across the line, and Theodore Burns, driver the number 8 Piper out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin, will take the win in Formula F. And there's that B battle for that was for 4th between Siebenauer, who finishes 4th, Carmody 5th, Scaler 6th.
There's Scaler actually out in the lead, so that would have been the other Scaler.
Right, David Scaler
in 6th.
Yes.
While Alex
I should be
continues
more
to lead.
specific. And so we've got our top 3 still fighting it out. So still have that fight between Brian Farnham and Jonathan Weisheit there entering the bus stop.
They were about a second and a half faster than Alex Scaler was in the last lap, but they're also still about 5 or 6 seconds back. Alex Scaler just has to have a good couple of corners here, but the battle for second is going to come down to that last corner. We saw yesterday the lead come down to the last corner. We know that Brian Farnham was one of those two. Looks like he and Jonathan Weisheit are going to have the same sort of finish here for second.
Yeah, and what we've seen, Trevor, is that run out of turn 11 and onto the front straight, it is long enough to be able to slingshot past the leader.
You can do it. You know, you don't got to be crazy going into there. Just get on them and be prepared to do it.
And look at this. Brian now is positioning himself to be behind Jonathan now as they came around 7 here for the last time.
All right, taking the win in Formula 6 is going to be Keith Jocelyn, with Robert Gray finishing about 8 seconds in arrears, finishing 3rd in Formula 6. Oh, well, it doesn't look like anybody wanted to finish 3rd. Cal Stewart will finish 3rd. Yeah. All right, here they come up through turn 9, probably the most difficult corner here. That's Alex Scaler, your Formula V leader, ahead.
Farnham well positioned to do what we saw happen yesterday, which is the draft pass for the win, or in this case, it'll be for second. Let's see if any little crafty veteran moves here for Weisheit to try and hold off the young Farnham.
All right, so Alex Scaler now coming to the line. He is going to be your winner for day number 2, the George Richardson Memorial Race for our small open wheel cars is going to be for the 2nd year in a row won by Alex Scaler, and coming across the line and finishing 2nd in Formula V, it is Jonathan Weisheit as he holds off Brian Farnham at the line. Margin, Trevor, Larry, 96 one-thousandths of a second.
Veteran move there for Weisheit to make sure that the run for Farnham wasn't strong enough to pass him for 2nd. That's great stuff.
All right, so again, your George Richardson Memorial Race winners: Theodore Burns in Formula F, Keith Jocelyn in Formula 6, and Alex Scaler in Formula V. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Miata, please come to the grid. Race group 2, Spec Miata, please come to the grid. All right, so Larry, before we take a break here, wanted to thank Trevor Carmody for coming up and joining us here in the booth. We really appreciate having your insight and wisdom, Trevor.
Yeah, maybe I'll catch up to you guys again at the runoffs. I don't think I'm going to make the June sprints, but I'll be watching.
That would be wonderful. We'd love to have you up here and definitely enjoy having you.
Pleasure meeting you guys, and thanks for having
I'll
me
come
up.
find you at Road America in October there, Trevor, and maybe with a checkbook in hand. We'll see.
Hey, just get a hold of me or find me on Facebook or wherever you want. We'll help you out. Like I said,
Cash, check, charge, Venmo, you name it.
We were one of the major contributors to the 60th birthday party last year, so we're in deep. We do it.
Yeah, awesome.
We sleep and eat it. You know, it's everything.
Awesome. Well, I'll definitely see you up there.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Very good. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with Spec Miata Racing from Watkins Glen International. You're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. And next up, well, you see him here, it's Spec Miata, Larry. And this is the Glen Trophy race this morning. First run in 1954 for larger production sports cars. The inaugural winner of the Glen Trophy race was Richard Perrin, driving a Jaguar XK120, just like my dad used to drive. And he won it here on the town's 4.6-mile street course layout. Run with few exceptions until 1977 when Murray Edwards won in his Corvette. This race was revived back in 2006. Last year's winner, Brian Henderson from the Washington, D.C. region out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Travis Wiley finished in second. And that means, Larry, we're going to have a brand new winner here today in the Glen Trophy race. We've got 22 Spec Miatas that set qualifying times over the weekend. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 22nd, driving the number 92 car, the Village Auto Works machine from Washingtonville, New York, Cody Connolly. Peter A.J. Tonelli is going to start 21st in the 117 car. He's in the Westboro Motors machine. Jesse Singer starting 20th in the number 19 car. He comes all the way from Miami, Florida. Chester, New York's David Nagler will start 19th. He's driving the number 67 Krug Speed machine. Then we've got Thorsten Becker. He starts 18th today, in the number 109 Flat Out Motorsports machine, while Charlie Campbell will start 17th. Charlie's in the number 98 Campbell Trucking machine. He's from Corey, Pennsylvania. Binghamton, New York's Domenico Luigi, or Dr. Dom as he likes to be called. He's going to start 16th today. He's in the number 46 MechSpecial.com machine. Seth Rowley starting 15th. He's in the number 88 Mazda Miata. He is from Colquhoun, Michigan. Is that correct, or is it Colquhoun, Michigan? Colquhoun. All right, there we go. Starting 14th, driving the number 13 Spec Miata from Miami, Florida, Alfredo Zidane. Seth Gentry starts 13th. Seth's in the number 20 machine. He's from Hanover, Maryland. Dexter Suba is in the number 90 Spec Miata. He's from Hollis, New Hampshire. Christian Sarnecki driving the number 44 machine. He starts 11th, assuming he can get that car up and running. He retired after just one lap yesterday. He's in the Stellar Custom Jewelry machine out of Plymouth, Massachusetts. Chris Chufo will start 10th today. He's in the number 34 Emerson Oil machine. Matthew Dirks will start 9th. He's in the 176 Mazda, the Dirks Motorsports machine from Johnstown, Colorado. Nick Leveroni will start 8th. He's in the number 198 Flat Out Motorsports machine, with Chris Allen starting 7th in the number 169 Mazda Miata. Peter Tonelli II will start 6th. He's in the number 18 Westboro Motors machine, with Sean Varwick starting 5th. He drives the number 02 Javelin Motorsports entry. Noah Harmon, he starts 4th today. He's in the number 99 machine. He's from Orlando, Florida. Starting 3rd, Frankie Barroso. Frankie is in the IAG Aero Group machine out of Miami Springs, Florida. And your front row today, starting 2nd, driving the number 0 Kessler Engineering Krug Speed Mazda Miata, is Sean Noonan, and your pole sitter today in the Krug Speed SCCA.com Mazda from Shelton, Connecticut. Yesterday's winner, Elvin Goulart.
I like how you can get Colquhoun, but Miami seems to stumble you. That's awesome.
Yeah, I know.
But here we are.
Welcome to Miami.
All right.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Look at how I love how Spec Miata start races. The pack is always so tight. They are perfectly lined up. Let's see if the starter agrees and see if they get a green and see if Goulart can lead them into turn 1.
All right, as the pace car on the pit lane, starters looking the field over, and as the engines rev up, green flag is in the air, and Larry, just like yesterday, 3 wide going down, to make that 4 wide, going down into turn 1 as Elvin Goulart tries to hold off the field, and he does. He's got Sean Noonan in the 0 car to his right as they all go so wide. And look at that, Goulart was like the only one to at least keep 2 wheels on the pavement there as they came through the field. Yesterday's race, we had Frankie Barroso finish 2nd, and Chris Chufo is a great start for Chufo, who started, I believe, in 9th yesterday, finished on the 3rd step of the podium. But look at this, Larry, as they come through the S's, still 3 and 4 wide mid-pack.
Is somebody want to tell them this is a long race? But hey, you know what? Why not? Lap 1, turns 1, 2, and 3. Let's just do it. And this is a lot of fun. Looks like Noonan had a bit of a nose ahead of Goulart. I don't even see Goulart in the shot now. He's been shuffled back so far. He's 5th.
Is now 5th. He was 3rd coming up to the bus stop, as looks like we might have had Varwig and possibly Tonelli move up a couple positions there at the front of the field. Sean, I think Chris Allen in that group as well, but yeah, Goulart now shuffled all the way back into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th position there, and still some of the field still running 2 and 3 wide. Looks like driver lost out quite a bit. Domenico Luigi, he's in that white, red, and yellow number 46 machine. Little throwback to James Goffrey's GT winning Nissans of years ago.
Yeah, I think that might be Barroso out in front. We'll have to wait and see what timing says when he comes on through. Chufo, you mentioned yesterday, was up near the front. Started today down outside the top 10. He's going to have a lot of work to get through this pack, but the way that lap 1 went, nothing is out of the question today.
No. You know, and we always talk about the change in strategies from a 25-minute race to a 35-minute race, and I think yesterday's races went about 11 laps, if I remember correctly. 11 laps for Spec Miata. We think that this one will probably run. Well, probably go and finish on laps rather than time, so 15 laps. Still an extra 4 laps here is a lot of extra mileage, Larry.
Yeah, it is. That means tire preservation really could come into play today, depending on how these guys decide to race. But the way they just raced lap 1, I don't think anyone's thinking tire preservation right now.
No, they may not be thinking any kind of preservation at the moment here.
Yeah.
As Frankie Barroso is your leader as we complete lap number 1. Noah Harmon, who started in 4th, he works his way up to 2nd. Sean Noonan 3rd. Then Elvin Goulart at the line makes up 1 position, gets around Sean Varwig, and is in 4th at the end of lap 1. As we've got multiple cars off, Larry, coming out of the 90, and looks like, well, they're just running around and doing donuts out there.
We'll have to. Well, that was interesting. Yeah, so it looks like there was some kind of a schmozzle there going into 1 here on this 2nd lap, and that.
Well, obviously, one of the machines there doing the crab walk.
Yeah, he's definitely got some issues.
It looks like the red car is trying to do a Sean Van Giesbergen impression from Portland yesterday. And then we've got 1 car that pulled off. We'll try and get the car numbers here in just a moment from race control.
Yeah, we'll get those in a second. But that didn't seem to affect the top 7, as you can see them right there. Lavaroni, the 7th in that train, it looks like. So Barroso, Harmon, right. Noonan, Goulart, Varwig, Tonelli, and Larry, we're going
to be going full course caution. Here.
So there must be some debris down there in 1 that we need to take a look at. Oh, so it sounds like one of the cars we had seen sort of exit stage left may have actually ended up blocking, and there you can see that one also. I think that's just a broken suspension or a tire down that's dragging badly. I'm hoping he's not dropping any fluid because he's continuing around the track. He would be good to turn right about now.
All right, one of the cars involved is the 88 machine of Seth Rowley.
Oh, the Coughlins, Seth Rowley.
Yes, I'll let you counsel, thank you. It looked as though the 46 of Lucci was involved there as well. We'll try and get the other cars here in just a moment, as there were 4 or 5 cars all involved with that, as the safety car now picks up our leader, Frankie Barroso. 1 driver who we don't think was involved in that incident, Larry, because we don't think he made the grid, Peter Tonelli, did not. That's the Peter Tonelli. That's the senior, the AJ car 117. He did not make yesterday's race either.
Yeah. Well, the other Peter Tonelli the second, is still in there, we believe, running up in the top 7. So it's a good start there for him. He was actually part of that breakaway pack here before this double yellow came out.
Okay, another car, 192, that was picked up.
That's 9-2 would be Cody.
Maybe 9-2 Cody Connolly.
Yeah, because I think the 192 is Nick Lavaroni, who we did see still in. He's in that Flat Out Motorsports running in 7th. Yeah.
All right, the 88 and the 109 now on the pit lane. So Thorsten Becker, another one of the drivers involved there.
It's Seth Rowley, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
It's the 88.
And I think the car that we saw doing the crab walk was the looks like the 109 car.
Well, let's see how long this takes, because I don't see too many cars down in turn 1 at least. I didn't see any services vehicles on that scene, so maybe they're just picking up another car somewhere on track or just doing a once-over, and maybe we can get back to green quickly.
All right, Larry, let's do this as we still have our emergency services teams over there and responding. And actually they're just now leaving the scene. So let's maybe stay here with the coverage rather than taking
just
the break.
In case
I have a feeling we're probably going to go back next lap. Yeah.
We just might. Let's hope that's the case. Then we can do a little break later on, because I think this restart, everybody's had their chance. Maybe the adrenaline has faded a little bit. We can get a little less exciting. But hey, I'll take all the excitement this morning. I'm just deciding if I need to have another coffee or something more soothing. These guys go again. I might be more soothing.
Should we bring John Weisberg's sponsor back up here? His distillery sponsor.
I do the folks at Mazda, see if they can get me a little bit here.
Maybe
settle me down.
Oh, a little morning bit of champagne. Throw a little orange juice in there. You'll be good to go.
A little sparkling wine with some OJ. We're good to go.
Yeah,
it's perfect for breakfast. Little breakfast mimosa. Go with your donuts from the local shop there in town.
Right.
Still craving.
Well, unfortunately, and somebody put in the chat that we're real good about commercialism here at the SCCA. I was like, didn't have the opportunity to stop in for breakfast at Toby's this year like we did last year. A great little.
That was so good.
Beautiful, wonderful breakfast. Yeah, wonderful bakery here in town.
All right, the other comment that I saw in the chat, Anna maybe just spot on. Greg, you jinxed him. You had said this race would go on laps if it's 15 laps, and it was about 3 seconds later, I think, that the yellow came out. So
thanks, Anna.
This one's on you.
Yeah, I know. Good
call, Anna.
It's all my fault. Hey, Irwin's with us. Hey, Irwin. I thought the Nürburgring 24 finished after like 6 hours yesterday. I didn't know it just finished.
Yeah. They only raced for 6 of the 24, I think, is the
exactly.
issue.
And producer Brett had said they just declared the end of the race a few minutes ago. So Irwin's who's joining us from the Netherlands. I want to thank you for coming out here today, or not coming out. We've got Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports, out from the West Coast. Thank you for waking up very early, Russ.
And if you know anyone that was watching the Nürburgring 24, and they're still craving more motorsports, have them click on over.
That's right.
We've got a whole day in front of us. We're only on race 2 out of 8.
And I'm going to say something, but I don't want to jinx the rest of the day.
Jinx it.
All right. Well, it looks as though we're going to be doing at least one more lap here under full course caution. So I guess we could have taken the break.
We could have. We didn't know. That's all right. We'll get to our chances here. We still got 13 laps. We got time.
Hey, Larry, Brian wants to know what you're drinking. I won't tell you which Brian, by the way.
I thought you're asking me if I know what I'm drinking.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Well, self-awareness is always a positive to have.
For those playing along at home with the drinking game, it was five times yesterday that Greg referred to me as Brian. So that's the bogey for today. Can he break the 5? It might be a new record for you, actually.
I think it's certainly in that short amount of time. Yes. If I can do that in a sprint race, imagine one of these longer feature races.
That's like once every 90 minutes.
I know. Oh my! Wait till Monday night. Anyway.
Yes. All right. So.
Yeah, let's go
we're
quickly.
Still kind of lined up. So you want to run through the order real quick?
Yeah, let's reset the field here real quick. Your leader, Frankie Barroso, out of Miami Springs, Florida. Noah Harmon out of Orlando, running second. Sean Noonan, Elvin Goulart, and I'll tell you, if those two get together and start working together, they were working in lockstep for a good portion of yesterday's race. They could push towards the front. Sean Farwig running in 5th. Peter Tonelli, the 2nd, 6th. Leveroni Sarnecki, who has a couple of majors wins so far this season. Matthew Dirks, Chris Allen, your top 10. And Larry, we have just gotten word from Race Control. We will be going back to green flag racing this time by.
Excellent.
All right, and lights should now be out on the safety car, letting the drivers behind know that we will be going green.
This will be an interesting restart. Yesterday, I think it was Sean Varwig that was pretty aggressive early in that race, really mixing it up. He's in the 5th spot there in that white and blue. just behind the pole sitter,
Goulart.
Elvin Goulart. Yeah. So let's see if Varwig gets aggressive here on this restart, tries to mix it up, and maybe try to force a breakaway in the top 4 or 5. It's going to be tough because Tonelli, Leveroni, and the group behind them are going to be just as anxious, but often the aggressor defines where the brakes are.
Right.
And then, as you mentioned yesterday, was a good finish for Chris Chufo, but he's down 11th right now. That's a lot of Miata to get past if he thinks he's going to
indeed. And by this point in the race, he had worked his way up to, I think, 6th. He was just slowly knocking off cars, but with this extended period of time here, a little bit off the pace. And well, look at this, right?
Just in case you were bored, guess what's coming?
Yeah, because typically, Larry, we have big storms come in here right after our last race of the day. When I checked the weather this morning, they were saying about 20% chance of precip in the early afternoon, and then things would clear up a little bit until like 6 or 7 o'clock. But yeah, that's a big line of storms coming our way.
It is. Well, let's hang on to our hats for that. I don't think that's going to affect this race, as there still only is 23 minutes left on the clock. But what is going to affect this is the lights are out, pace cars coming in, and Frankie Barroso is going to lead this group across the line when he sees the green flag.
All right, safety car now ducking down onto the pit lane, turning the field back over to Frankie Barroso in that red number 48 machine out of Miami Springs. And as the field comes onto the front straight, starter looks over the field and green flag is back in the air. And as we suspected, Larry, they're all going to spread out. And the question is will Barroso, who's still all the way drivers left, will he kind of get trapped out there over the curbing on no man's land, or can he use that to his advantage and carry a little more speed up to turn 2?
Oh, look at Noonan. He was able to get a bit of a push there from Goulart, and look at those two now.
There we go.
2. And then we talked about Varwig being aggressor. He's actually pushing right in line. I think he's behind Goulart pushing, and that has put Barroso back to 4th or 5th now.
Yeah, and there's a good chance that he could get caught out even more as he's stuck now to the outside, and a lot of cars lining up about 7 deep right underneath him. Yeah, and he drops now back to 5th.
Yeah, Leveroni, who's restarted in 7th, has gotten past what was the leader coming into the green flag. Leveroni to 5th now.
Whoa. Wow, and getting very loose mid-corner there through the bus stop is our new leader, Noonan. And I'll tell you, Larry, I guess give credit where credit's due. We had Josh Ashby down on the pit lane saying, watch Goulart and Noonan because they were going to be the ones.
Yeah, totally spot on. They hooked up before the flag even flew. They were ready for that restart in a big way. And Varwig did a great job of following them and actually being the 3rd pusher in that train to help. And that's right now your leaders, I think. It looks like Noonan, Goulart, and Varwig, 1, 2, 3. And as you had said, getting caught on that outside line may have been the mistake there for Barroso. He's let that train go up the inside. Exactly,
because unless you can carry the speed through and end up in the lead coming out of turn 2, as soon as you go up through the S's, if you're tracked there to the outside, basically everybody else is just going to line up behind the other line and go. As we've got Noonan now bringing the field through turn 8, and another portion of the track here where our drivers will open up that corner and use that pretty wide expanse of concrete at the exit, the wide expanse that they don't have coming here through off-camera turn 9. But as we've seen, this corner has been one that our Spec Miata drivers have navigated pretty well under speed here through the course of the weekend.
I think so.
And we'll see, we saw it early on in yesterday's race in the first couple of laps where Elvin Goulart had opened up, about a 6 or 7 car length advantage on the rest of the field. The field was able to draft back up to him. Right now, Noonan nor he have any kind of advantage like that, as we're looking at about 11, 12 cars deep here in that front line.
Yeah, so far no one breaking away, but still Noonan, Goulart, Varwig. It was Sarnecki who made the other big jump there on the restart lap. He was able to get around now in 4th with Leveroni, and then your leader at the yellow, Frankie Barroso, now down to 6th with Noah Harmon, Bradley Dirks, and then Peter Tilley the 2nd. Chris Allen rounding out the top 10. A little bit of movement still happening, but that front 5 now seems to be locked in. I don't think they're going to be changing here unless they see a breakaway.
Yeah, indeed. That last time by, Sarnecki reset fast lap at a 2:17 flat, almost 0.4 of a second faster than Noonan Goulart. Sarnecki, remember, started 11th and currently just sitting off the podium in that black with yellow numbered number 44.
Yeah, He's trying to stick to the back of Varwig. Leveroni and Barroso are hooked in pretty good. Barroso understanding the moment here, helping to push the former national champ Leveroni around a little bit. I think he won
Touring 4 back
Touring
in
4, you're right.
2019 at VIR.
Yeah, driving one of those twins, and he's been in this class for a while. Obviously, a big part of the flat-out motorsports, and so a lot of veteran experience here for Leveroni. He and Barroso really understanding the moment. Got to hook in together. Got to stick with that front five.
All right, as they come down that short, I don't want to call it a short chute, but come up and rise over the hill, coming into turn number 8. Another prime passing area there, and looks as though...
That's Barroso, I think, who made the move. Maybe Leveroni didn't get a great run off of 7. Barroso took the opportunity, but they got to watch that gap in front of them to the front 4, maybe growing.
That was the problem, is Barroso came down underneath Leveroni there going into turn 8. They lost a lot of momentum going side by side through the apex there. Again, the advantage here at the Glen is unless you drop completely out of the draft, there's the opportunity may take a couple of laps to pull back in. And Sarnecki dropping a right rear or the left rear wheel into the grass.
Was that Sarnecki or was it Coulthard? Somebody did.
I think that was Sarnecki on turn-in.
Yeah, I think.
Or maybe let's take a look here.
I think it was Goulart that just touched that grass, got a little bit sideways on entry, and now look at this. I think they'll be able to make that up. And look at the third place, Varwig and Sarnecki now side by side. That's going to slow both down through turn 1. Goulart gets a good exit. He'll be fine, but the battle for third is side by side.
Yeah, and you're right, because it looked like Goulart lost a little bit of ground to our leader Noonan as they came out of that final corner. And now as they go side by side up the hill.
Behind them.
Yeah. Everybody that was behind Sarnecki and Varwig, they are all pulling right back up to him. And here, Larry, now is where our 2 leaders start to move away.
Barroso dived right there between, I think it was between Sarnecki and Varwig. He had such a run with Leveroni pushing, he had to get in front. Now look at that, Leveroni looks like he's part of the trunk of Barroso as they go through the loop.
Yeah, he's literally right up to the main hoop of the cage on Barroso's car.
And that helped. Look at how much ground he's able to make up. He had the great run off of 1. He was not going to wait for Varwig and Sarnecki to figure out whatever they were doing. He dove between them, and Leveroni followed. And now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, essentially right together again.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And Spec Racer Ford drivers, we're going to try and move the schedule a little bit. If you could try to plan for a start at 9:45, that's about 5 minutes early. If you could start making your way up to the grid, we'd like to start your race at 9:45. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, this is your first call to the grid. So, Larry, let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners, and we'll be back in just a few moments with more Spec Miata action here from Watkins Glen.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. And Larry, and all of our viewers hopefully saw what it was going into the bus stop just a half a lap ago. Oh my gosh! As we still have Sean Noonan as your leader with Goulart, Leveroni, and Varwig, who just reset his personal best lap. He's got to be the most aggressive driver out here in the field today.
Oh, he was pushing it. He had a great run off of one again, like he's had a couple of times now. And this time he essentially, remember a couple laps ago, we had Barroso locked in with Leveroni. Well, Varwig essentially kind of shoved Barroso out of the way. He says, I'll take it from here. And now he's pushing Leveroni. And then behind him, you got Dirks and Barroso. Sorry for the dogs barking in the background. Even they're excited.
Who let the dogs out, Larry? Sean Varwig. And here they come again, 2x2, and that's Nick Leveroni, who's now being pushed up into the lead from that inside lane. Or is that? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's still pushing.
Yep. No, that is.
Oh, and that's Varwig in the dirt.
Varwig, yeah.
Oh, he's all over it. This is fantastic.
All right, and so Larry, I've heard a couple calls come in from our flag stations here about Frankie Barroso, who now finds himself back, I think, it may have just changed. He was back in 6th at the line. That's the 48 machine. And they're saying that the hood on that car is starting to flop around a little bit. Hopefully there's a safety catch there, but they're kind of worried that it might come up at some point. So we'll keep watching that.
That's him on the inside there, battling for 7th, I think, now. And yeah, so that could be an issue if a little air gets under that thing the wrong way. So we'll keep our eyes and let the flaggers also do the same. But up in the front now, they're with Leveroni and Varwig now getting that push from each other. That's just incredible that they were back, mid-pack here, or at least 6th and 7th or something like that when we started. And here they are now leading the way.
Mid the front, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. A little bit of aggression sometimes pays off. Not always. In this case, it seems to be working for Varwig.
All right, well, when our racers cross the finish line here, they will have 6 laps to go, or a little bit over 11, or probably right around 11 minutes. So this race here, probably owing to that full course caution, likely going to end on time, right, Anna Chrisman? Anna's a good friend of mine. So here as they come out of the final quarter, actually I want to say hi to Anna. She is the regional executive of the North Carolina region here as they come to the line, and your new leader, Nick Leveroni, with Sean Varwig, Matthew Dirks, Goulart, yesterday's winner in 4th, Christian Sarnecki 5th, Noonan, then Barroso. So in one lap, Larry, Sean Noonan goes from the lead back into gets shuffled back into 6th position.
Yeah, that's a huge drop. And Barroso, who was leading at the yellow flag, 5 laps ago, finds himself back there in 7th. Now they have seen they've checked out a little bit from the battles behind them of Harmon and Peter Tonelli second, Chris Allen, Chris Jufo. They're all now a couple of car lengths back. It's that front 7 now kind of defining things as they still continue to spread out here on the back straight. Is that 3 wide going into the inner loop now?
Hold on 1 second, Larry. Got to make a quick announcement. Attention in the paddock, would drivers of Spec Miata number 88 and Spec Miata number 109, that's the number 88 car, Seth Rowley, the number 109 car, Thorsten Becker, please report to the class ambassador at Tech. Seth Rowley, Thorsten Becker, drivers of the number 88 car and the 109 Spec Miata, please head to the class ambassador in Tech.
All right, so great still battle up front. The top 7, Barroso seems to be getting a little bit anxious. He's trying to make moves on Noonan in 6th, but I think patience right now, still with 9 minutes to go, is probably the best move. Things can change quickly, but you don't want to fall behind, and you can see that maybe happening because Barroso, Noonan, 6th and 7th have a big gap in front of them to Sarnecki and Goulart.
Now we have one driver running very wide there, coming out of turn 8, falling off that lead pack.
Sarnecki maybe getting impatient in 5th as well, behind Goulart. But again, right now, that's the best move, is to stay there. Try and keep that gap building to Noonan and Barroso, Harmon, Tonelli behind them. Right now, it's tough to pull out one of these spots. I suspect once we get to the back straight again, it's going to be 3 and 4 wide, as everyone's a little bit aggressive. This group's been anxious since the green flag started. And the aggressor right there is Varwig now popping to the inside of Leveroni, going into 1. And he's going to lead them into 1 with Goulart behind.
And there you go, jumping back there, Varwig and Elvin Goulart. Goulart just reset fast lap that last time by, and that's going to move Leveroni and now Dirks back into 3rd and 4th. Larry got a couple more quick announcements today. Attention in the paddock. Would the driver of the number 92 Spec Miata, that's Cody Connolly, please report to the class ambassador in tech. Cody Connolly, driver of the number 92 Spec Miata, please report to the class ambassador in tech. And then Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, race group number 3, please start heading to grid. We are going to try to start your race at 9:45. That's 5 minutes early today. So Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please start heading to the grid. We want to start your race 5 minutes early if possible. All right, Larry, let's get back to the action here in Spec Miata and look at that as now Goulart jumped into the lead.
Yeah, and that's because Varwig right now is having some trouble coming off of these corners. He just saw him sliding there through 6. He was sliding coming out of the inner loop, and that car looks loose. I'm starting to wonder if he's starting to drive the tires off of that thing with all the aggression that we've seen from him.
Yeah, and interesting because yesterday during the shorter race, we saw where Elvin Goulart had a pretty pronounced push in the car. He'd run off the front tires trying to keep up the pace early on. And so, what we're seeing now from our second place runner is just the opposite. The rear tires, that's definitely affecting his exit speed. And I guess he's got the advantage of still having. Oh!
And I want to say, is that Dirks or Sarnecki? One of the two of them just went real wide at 8, all the way to the grass even. They seem to have gotten back into it. But yeah, that white car there, I'm going to see if that is Dirks.
That's Dirks, I think, trying to come under Barroso coming through 9, but definitely had some issues there coming out of 8.
Yeah, and then so the front two continue to push now. They've swapped position in the last lap with Leveroni and Varwig.
And Sarnecki is now moved back up at the 4th position.
He's got Leveroni back there. So Goulart, Varwig, Leveroni, and Sarnecki, your top 4. Noonan, Barroso, and the rest all still just chasing with 6 minutes to go. Probably 3-ish laps, as they're running just over 2 minutes a lap.
And look at that, Larry. I think I would have had a 17X race by now, but they run all the way to the wall. Drivers left there, and
today no one's counting.
That's it. And we talked about some of the changes they made in the curbing over at the bus stop. They also made some changes to the curbing on the exit of turn number 1 to essentially warn the drivers that they're running out of room.
All right, so Sarnecki and Leveroni getting aggressive back there in that 3rd and 4th spot, and now it's Leveroni to the inside of Varwig, or the outside maybe now, and maybe back to the outside here, coming out of the loop. That's going to let Goulart open up just a little bit more, but Leveroni seems, yesterday he was so patient, like he was waiting for a moment that just never came at the end of the race. Today, he's maybe following the aggression of Varwig. Leveroni now trying to stay up in that front 3. And to my opinion, always, if you want to win these kind of races, I think you have to stay in the front 3. Look at the slide, though, for Varwig.
Yeah.
Goodness.
And Larry, I'm wondering, obviously these Spec Miatas, they don't have a lot of aero-based accoutrements on them. But if you also look at them, I don't know if it's necessarily the paint, but look at the right front of Varwig's car, and it looks like there's a little droop to the smile at the front of that Miata.
He had a little bit of that yesterday at the start of the race. I think that may have happened, and it seems to maybe be getting a little bit worse. But right now, he's just kind of rolling with it, and that may be a little bit of a drag on him as the. Is that Barroso running wide?
I think that was Frankie Barroso there running very wide along there with Matt Dirks in the 176 just ahead of him. And oddly enough, he was able to make the ground back up coming through turn 9. Matter of fact, a little tap of the brakes there going into 10.
Yeah, well, it's not the direction he wants to go. He doesn't want to be falling back, would like to be going forward, as they say, but he's got some aggressive drivers in front. Coulthard being the kind of the wise one out there, just sort of going with whatever gives him. Varwig, Leveroni have been aggressive. Sarnecki, again, more of the just kind of taking opportunities as they are. Now, right now, it's Sarnecki, and I think that's Noonan and Barroso, or Dirks, perhaps. I can't tell which one that is. Running in, that looks like Noonan, Dirks, and then Barroso.
All right, Larry, so with now just a touch under 4 minutes remaining in this race, I would suspect that our racers will get the white flag this next time by. And as a matter of fact, here comes the call from race control that is the case.
That's good news for Goulart, because he's got a bunch of car lengths. He's got guys who are aggressive in Varwig and Leveroni. Now that aggression between them might hurt them. And then I think that Sarnecki now underneath the back of Leveroni got around Varwig, who's got shuffled back now to 4th. And then Noonan trying to get around Varwig.
Yeah, made a real late lunge down to the inside. Just wasn't quite close enough to really affect it going into the bus stop there. And if anything, lost a little bit more ground to Varwig as they came out because of it.
Well, these kind of races, these shuffling and these draft races, my theory always is if you can stay in the top 3, you put yourself in a good position at the end of the race. You don't have to be leading any laps. You just got to be in the top 3. And watch Goulart. He did this yesterday. He's doing this today. Staying in it. He just is not going to get shuffled back. Early on, he got back to about 6 or so. Within a lap, he was right back up into the top 3. He's doing a fantastic job of staying there, just staying out of the fray as best he can. Now it's up to the Sarnecki, Leveroni, Varwig to try and work together for the next half a lap to 1 lap so they can have a chance at this thing before we see Checker. But Goulart, super smooth. It looks like he's got plenty of tire under him, whereas you watch Varwig and his tires look like they are gone.
Well, and here you go, Larry. Look at this now as Nick Leveroni takes a look underneath. Varwig tries to get around him going into turn number 9. And he gets it. Well, that wasn't Varwig he was underneath. He was trying to get along. Yeah, he was trying to get around Varwig, and Sarnecki does it as well. And Sarnecki and Leveroni now side by side going into turn 10.
They might have said it's not even worth trying to go for, unless they think they can get a push down the back straight. I don't know that they're going to catch Goulart. Goulart's got one more time around.
But it put both of them up into a podium space here. And as they come across the line to start the final lap, it is Elvin Goulart, Christian Sarnecki. Now, your second place racer, Nick Leveroni, 3rd, Sean Varwig, who has probably the most evil handling car of the top 6 or 7 there. He's running 4th. Sean Noonan and Matthew Dirks directly behind, and then Frankie Barroso. He's at the end of that train after being so strong early on.
Yeah, watch Leveroni and Sarnecki. Sarnecki got a decent run. Leveroni did as well. Leveroni's got a good run. He might even get a push from Varwig behind him. Leveroni might have the best shot at a second-place finish here if he can make the pass here, but Varwig's not pushing. He's doing it by himself. He's going to try and go around both of them.
Here we go, and we see there where Sarnecki, he's trying to defend to the inside and the outside as they go into the bus stop. Varwig gets around Nick Leveroni as they come out of the bus stop. So move Varwig now up into 3rd position, drop Leveroni back into 4th, then with Noonan and Dirks behind.
Yeah. Sarnecki on a really good one here. He was able to hold off the field. He got a good run through the inner loop. And look at this. He's actually closed up a couple car lengths to the leader here, Goulart. I don't know if he's going to have enough. Goulart's been so precise these last couple of corners every time by. But Sarnecki is definitely on a flyer. We had not talked about him much at all this race. He very quietly stayed in the top 5. And look at this, couple of corners to go. Maybe he's got a chance to win this thing.
Yeah, he's only within about a car length and a half now. We saw yesterday, Larry, that unlike Formula V, you probably need to start the pass a little bit earlier than turn 11 to draft past at the front straight, maybe a little the run to the check a little bit too short. He's right there.
Yeah, he's there. If he can somehow push Goulart to take a defensive line to 10 and 11, that would compromise his finish speed down the front straight. Maybe he can make that pass. He's going to have to really shove his nose out there to do it. And Goulart doing a great job of carrying the momentum, and Varwig's still there despite that car that looks evil. He's doing great.
Yeah, and Varwig off of the outside of the curbing and still missed the tire wall there by about an inch or so, which is all he needed. As our leaders come out of the final corner for the last time here today, and coming to the line, checkered flag in the air, and taking the win in Spec Miata for the 2nd day in a row, and winning the Glenn Memorial Trophy. probably the Glenn Trophy race. It is Elvin Goulart, Christian Sarnecki will finish second. Sean Varwig will take the final step on the podium. Nick Leveroni finishes fourth. Frankie Barroso fifth. Matt Dirks, Sean Noonan, Peter Tonelli the second will finish eighth. Noah Harmon, Chris Allen rounding out your top 10.
I tell you, the two, I wouldn't say least aggressive, but certainly not the most aggressive. Zarnecki and Goulart end up second and first, just hanging around, staying in the top 3 or 5, maybe preserved enough tires to have the precision at the end of the race and hold the others off. Great race for Goulart, Zarnecki. Varwig, the most fun to watch. That was awesome stuff. He was aggressive, and he ends up on the podium for it. Leveroni, Barroso, that was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely a blast. All right, Larry, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, race group 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. We're going to be trying to start your race at 9:45 today. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid now. All right, Larry, I definitely need a drink, and I don't think it's coffee this time. So let's take a little break. We'll be back in just a few moments. We've got Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, another exciting class, another talent-filled class here in the SCCA. Up next, you are watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Watkins Glen International.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Watkins Glen International and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. I've got Larry MacLeod with me. And Larry, next up, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and what a race yesterday. I know I probably just jinxed it, but I'm looking forward to today's Robert W. Stevens Memorial Race. Joining the Glen region in 1957 in its charter year, Bob Stevens was the activities director for the region in 1962 and 63, assuming the role of regional executive in 1964. The region received its first SCCA Regional Achievement Award the following year under Bob's leadership. And Bob then served the Glen region in many different roles as race chairman for club racing events, contest board chairman for more than 5 years, and as an assistant to race directors Cameron Argetsinger and Malcolm Curry for all the pro races that were held here. Bob helped found the New York State Road Racing Championship, that's the NYSRC, and in addition held many offices in the SCCA Northeast Division Council. Robert W. Stevens Memorial Race was first held in 1978 and won by Bob Richardson in Olola, completing the race with an average speed of 97 miles an hour. And in recent years, this race has been for Spec Racer Ford. Last year's winner, Denny Stripling out of McKinney, Texas, with Bobby Sack finishing second. And Larry, I'm going to start running down the order here, but I can tell you, yesterday's winner, Bobby Sack. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 33rd, driving the number 9, Spec Racer Ford, the Bolduc Maple Farms machine of Rocky Bolduc. Mike Fino will start 32nd. He's in the number 94 Eurotree machine, with Scott Ross starting 31st. He's in the 65 Alliance Autosport Spec Racer Ford. Mark Fickenshire will start 30th in the 81 car, with Chris Current starting 29th. He's in the number 01 Surf Shop machine. Craig Jansen will start 28th. He's in the number 181 car. He's out of Dallas, Texas, with Charles Pigeon starting 27th. Charles is driving the number 171 car. He represents Tyga Boats. Bill Watts will start 26th. He's in the number 66 Henry's Tire Service machine, with Brian Sullivan starting 5th. Brian's in the number 12 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Doug Garrison starting 24th in the number 10 car, with Chris Pluta starting 23rd. He drives the number 88 machine. Michael McGahern will start 22nd in the 113 car, while Brian Grigsby out of Austin, Texas, will start 21st driving the 71 machine. Greg Miller starting 20th. He's in the number 04 Subway Elite Autosports machine, while Judson Holt in the Lupe Tortilla number 188 car starts 19th. Theo Pepes is in the number 2 machine. He starts on 18th today. He's out of Clifton, New Jersey, while Patrick Stringer starts 17th. He's in the number 40 iRace.com machine out of Ballston Spa, New York. Craig Chase, he will start 16th. He's in the number 42 car. He's out of Darien, Connecticut, with Robert Reed starting 15th. Wasn't that the father of the Brady Bunch? Robert Reed starting 15th. He's in the number 03 car. He's out of Ithaca, New York. Michael Perotti will start 14th today. He's in the number 11 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the pole position fitness machine, with David Dickerson starting 13th. He's in the number 38 car. He starts 13th. Starting 12th, the number 97 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the Southeast Spec Racer of Todd Vanacore, with Bruce Myers starting 11th. He's in the 111 Briggs Belt System machine. Starting 10th, William Hendricks in the 101 BWS Racing machine. Jeffrey Lehner starting 9th in the 177 Johnstown Auto Parts machine. Lee McNish, he is in the number 22 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's out of Southbury, Connecticut, starting 8th. Starting 7th, Colin Clark in the number 23 Speedolite Racing machine. James Goffrey in the 68 car. He starts 6th. Justin Clardy starts 5th in the number 7 machine. Morgan Burkhardt starting 4th in the number 27 machine. Denny Stripling 3rd in the number 4. Bobby Sack, yesterday's winner, in the number 19 Elite Autosport machine. And your pole sitter today in the PCS number 123, Russ Turner.
All right, so watch those teammates again, as we always do. Russ Turner and Denny Stripling starting on the inside row. It is Stripling right now as they come off of turn 1, fighting for the spot there. I think that with Morgan Burkhardt, I think now is slipping up the inside of him to try and get to the 3rd spot, and he does. So it's Stripling 4th, Burkhardt 3rd, and then it looked like Russ Turner with Bobby Sack leading the way. Yeah,
exactly. And if you remember yesterday, Larry, Bobby Sack jumped out to split up both Russ Turner and Denny Stripling, the 2 teammates, on the opening lap. And now he's
not able to here.
No, he is not.
I think that's Burkhart.
It is Morgan Burkhart side by side with Russ Turner as they come out of the bus stop. Then you've got Bobby Sack directly behind the blue number 123 machine. And then there is Denny Stripling currently sitting back at fourth. That silver number 68 machine, that is James Goffrey. He is then running in fifth. He got around Colin Clark as Russ Turner, runs very wide going through the chute. I don't know if that was
tires.
Cold tires or cold brakes. And he's going to drop back a number of positions there. He's going to fall back into fifth position.
Yeah, maybe sixth. That's a rough corner, but he manages to keep it out of the grass and out of the other blue stuff, the other side of the grass. So he's going to continue, and we know he's one of the fastest in the field. He races at this track a lot. He's got a lot of track knowledge here. He'll be fine. He'll recover. Bobby doing what he needs to do out front, but it's Stripling now into second, Burkhart third. I think you got Goffrey then in the fourth spot in that silver entry. So let's see how that front four plays a little bit. Yesterday it was a little bit of feeling each other out while Bobby was pushing Russ Turner around. A little bit different today with Russ now back. It looks like eighth.
Yeah, he's fallen back and further now as they come out of turn 9. And then we've got 2 corners left to complete the first lap. Bobby Sack, your winner yesterday. He is your leader today. Stripling there about 4 car lengths behind. And so yesterday, Larry, we had Sack and we had Turner. They basically broke away from the rest of the field. It took about 2 laps before Stripling lost sight of the 2 leaders. And as Russ Turner led about half the race, they ended up swapping positions, and we saw that Turner just did not have the pace of the 19 car yesterday.
And everyone else maybe starting to realize that may happen today as Bobby just got an incredible run through turn 11 that Stripling did not get. So Stripling's got Burkhart Goffrey behind him and Colin Clark there. But Bobby, look at he opened up about 5 car lengths just on the front straight alone. That's incredible. Look at that gap already between them. And remember, coming off of turn 10, it was Stripling underneath the rear deck lid of Bobby. Bobby just nailed that corner. I wonder if Stripling had a bit of a slide again on cold tires. These tires do take a couple laps to come up, and Bobby seems perfectly comfortable with that. And then you can see the blue car now there. That's Russ Turner has leapfrogged a couple of cars. He's still back in, I think, 6th, but it's a long way to go to catch this front 5.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's 5th position. I think just ahead now of possibly ahead of Colin Clark and Lee McNish. Lee, as he's now, but you can see he's starting to move away from that second pack.
I think Clark is part of the front group there. He did get around McNish and Lehner, but he's got 5 now in front of them, so he can catch them. And look at the pace, though, that Russ Turner's put on. He's pulling away from that second pack, trying to catch up to the lead pack. He's kind of all alone, but boy, look at the pace he's putting in. He and Bobby Sack, clearly the 2 quickest by themselves in this field. Good for Bobby, although it looks like Stripling's able to close back up. Look at the gap already closing in now for Russ Turner, catching the back of Colin Clark.
All right, so Justin Clardy, who was scheduled to start in 5th position today, Larry, he was off the pace. He actually came down the pit lane here before the green flag ever came out. He is just now rejoining the action, and so he is going to be almost a full lap down as our leaders are coming out of the final corner to start lap number 3.
He's a guy that would love a full course caution. I don't know if he's going to get it or not, but doing that, coming down the pit lane on a green flag, that's always tough. Justin does a whole bunch of circle track racing up here in Michigan. The guy is just a wheelman, drives anything that someone will put him into, so he can wheel it with the best of them, but right now he's going to be down about 3/4 of a lap.
All right, just got word over at Station 8. That is the heel of the boot. Mike Fino in the number 94 car just spun over there. He has managed to gather things back up, and he has now continued. He was already running, I believe, somewhere around 31st in the field, and so he's going to drop. He may have somebody to work with there in Justin Clark.
Well, so Russ Turner the last time by almost a second faster than Bobby Sack's lap, and faster than even the group in front of him. He's done a great job. Now he's just trying to get around the 23 Colin Clark in front of him. Russ Turner is really moving right now. The front 4 know it. They know they've got to get moving before Russ gets up in the draft.
All right, and we've got one car now coming down the pit lane, Larry, and I believe that is the 94 machine of Fino, as he's now going to call it a day, or likely call it a day. A little early to tell. The Bobby Sack leader, Stripling, and Burkhart, your top 3.
And I don't think anyone's going to change from that because they know they got Russ Turner back there. And they would love to have the 23 Colin Clark act as a bit of a blocker to keep Russ back. But yeah, I think Bobby, Denny, Morgan, James up in the front four, they know exactly the scenario here. They've seen it all, and they don't want to step out and do anything awkward. Bobby's a good one to lead because he's very precise, hits his marks very well. Clearly has got good exit speed in all these corners. He's perfect to lead the front four. Well, let's just see how long it takes as Goffrey runs wide there off of 10. That'll help Russ Turner if he can get around Colin Clark. He'll have Goffrey then to sort of bridge the gap to the front three.
Yeah, indeed. And, and of course, Clark, I think, probably not going to put himself in a position to really block or hold off Russ Turner because any act to do so is just going to separate him from that lead pack. But once again, Russ Turner resets fast lap here. He is running almost 0.3 of a second faster than our leaders. Part of that was being able to draft up to Colin Clark.
But he's about to do the same thing, I think, as Clark is isn't close enough to Goffrey in fourth for Clark to be able to get his own draft. But Russ is probably going to use some of that, and you can see him already as they come onto that back straight. Look at Russ Turner in the blue just popping out now around Clark. Think he's going to pop? He is not. Actually, he's going to stay in behind Clark. Maybe he pushed him a little bit. Again, Russ, very smart, very wily to make sure opportunity is used them correctly.
And Larry, I'm looking a little bit further back here in this group coming through the bus stop now here as we were watching. And I think this was actually the battle for 11th with Patrick Stringer, Stringer, Reed, Perotti, and actually Bruce Myers, I think, was in that group as well. As the Reed had made a great move on Stringer coming out of turn 2 to go up through the S's. And then as they started to go into the bus stop, lost 2 positions. Perotti and Todd Vanacore got around him as well. So, but nice tight fighting, when it's not necessarily for a podium position here, right back in the mid-pack in Spec Racer 4.
Yeah, McNeish, Lehner kind of like at the front of that group. You're right about Stringer, Myers doing their thing there with Reed and Perotti. Heck of a group battling there, and you can see that there's the front 4 of that group, and another 4 plus the one in behind, I think might be Theo Peps might be the one. Yeah, he might be the one in 15th as Pepe's trying to keep up with Vanacore, who's running here in the Spec Ford race today. He's been double dipping in a couple of things. See him in the prototypes.
All right, as our leaders now coming onto the front straight, and Larry, big changes at the front of the field. Wow. There is Denny Stripling, your new leader, and Morgan Burkhardt second. Bobby Sack now slotting into third position. And just as we thought, when Goffrey had that little bobble a full lap ago, that has allowed Colin Clark and Russ Turner to pull up right back behind the number 68 machine. But there's a pretty good-sized gap from Goffrey up to Bobby Sack ahead.
And I bet you Russ Turner can see that gap now. The last time the gap wasn't as big between in front of him with Clark trying to catch up to Goffrey. This time with a bigger gap, Russ is probably thinking he needs to get through this.
Well, there you go. He pops to the inside.
Yep. And does he actually make the
No,
he does not make the run. He stays in behind, but it's a good run for Goffrey here, keeping up with Bobby Sack, who's the third of the train in front, and this full train of 6 is still together here up in the front.
Yeah, we saw there just on the exit of the bus stop, Goffrey able to really shallow out at the exit and pulled right up behind Bobby Sack. So that second pack now, it's now 1 pack of 6 instead of 2 packs of 3.
Yeah, so you got a pack of 6 up in the front, then you got another pack of what looks like 9, I think, from 7th down to 15. That group, that looks like a ton of fun too. You were saying it's not always the podium that's the best race. These guys running for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, all the way down to 15th. They're having a blast, and there you can see there's the battle for 9th. I think that's Hendricks and Myers, I believe, who are swapping positions in turn 7. As the lead pack goes through 8.
And again, Larry, we see we see Stripling open up a little bit of an advantage coming out of turn 8, but it appears as though the top 3, Stripling, Burkhardt, and also Sack, they get a much better run out of the toe of the boot, out of that very big elevation rise, turn 7. But then by the time they get up to turn 9, Goffrey makes up most of that difference.
Yeah. And everyone's got their strengths. They all have their own preferred setup. Again, these cars are identical. Right? Let's just face it. There's no real difference in parts in these cars. There's slight differences that they can make in their setup, and often it's for personal preferential feel. And what that does is mean is a corner like 9, which is the most unique corner on this track, a little off camber, it's the tightest, often can be the one that somebody's really well set up for, so they'll make up ground there, but then they'll get down to a faster corner, maybe around like the outer loop at 5, somebody's going to stick a little better than someone else. So interesting to watch those kinds of changes as these cars have their strengths and weaknesses. But then I'm still looking at these gaps. It looks like through 1, the front 3 guys are quicker than Goffrey in 4th, but you mentioned Goffrey so quick through 9.
Yeah. And we'll see here if Goffrey also makes up some. He was very good the last lap on the exit of the bus stop.
Well, there you can see is Goffrey now shuffles back to 6th as both Clark and Russ Turner are able to get around him going into the inner loop. And Russ now maybe feeling it's time to start making the moves and picking these guys up. It's going to be tough because this whole group, honestly, look at this group of front 6. These are the guys we'll be talking about in October at Road America at the run-ups. It's the same guys. These are, there's a few names missing that you would say are favorites to win, but certainly this group is all going to be in that top 10 at Road America.
All right, getting word from race control, William Hendricks, driver of the 101 machine, who we were just talking about, who was running, I think, in the 8th position. He was a little bit off the pace coming up to the bus stop, and they're covering him around the course now with white flags. So it looks like Hendricks' day likely now done. That would move, I think, Bruce Myers up into 8th position.
Yeah, it's tough there for Hendricks. He's having a great fight in the middle of that group there, that second pack. So that's unfortunate for him.
Oh, and he's trying to limp
slow
around to the bus stop just as our leaders are coming out of turn 9.
Is that him?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's the 101 car as he went down the short chute.
Yeah, maybe he cut through from, yeah, that is the 101. He must have cut from 5 down the
Across.
NASCAR back straight there.
Right.
Yeah. All right, well, he's out of the way. No harm, no foul. He'll be down the pit lane. There he goes. And the front 6 are still doing their thing. The front 3 trying to stick together. Colin Clark resets fastest lap at a 5.8. And he's in 4th right now, just ahead of Russ. Look at the different lines through 1. Some like to go out in the wide, we'll call it the Spec Miata line. Others tend to stay inside of that curbing. Everyone doesn't seem to like the curbing. I wonder if it's a little bit buckly and makes the car upset. So if you can get on the outside of it, maybe it's actually better, or staying inside. If Russ Turner tries to move, or he's just going to push. It looks like he's pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Right in line. Nobody stepping out this time around. A little bit of a little off there for Clark. You see the back end step out over the initial entry curve, does the same thing around the exit. Good recovery though. And the different lines sometimes down through here. Everyone's pretty good this time, but we've seen some ride a little higher than others. My opinion is getting down low there, you maximize that on camber feel and you get the car really stuck.
Well, and you can see here, and this is one of the things I love about our camera positions here today, and a lot of it, the way this track is with all the cameras normally will flatten out, take out elevation changes or what have you, but you can see the camber in so many of these corners. You can see it obviously going into turn 6 to shoot. You can see it there at the toe of the boot. You can see it here even at the heel of the boot, and how cars, if they get that turn in wrong and they don't get into that groove and get down to the apex, they kind of get spit out on the outside. And we just saw that from, it looked like I think it was actually Colin Clark for a moment there, how he ended up just pushing real wide as he never got the nose in, and we see there as he loses a little bit of ground as he came up the hill.
Yeah, they've got to watch it. You really hit that groove just right, or it could cost you one corner, and that's all it might take around here to lose draft in the pack. Just a quick shout out to a couple of guys watching in the chat. A couple of really good Spec Ford racers.
Oh my God.
One of them very good in virtual world. Of course, Steve Ray from Ray U Sports. He's in there. Hey, Steve, how's it going? And of course, Dave Ogburn, he can be right in the mix with this group. He was on the podium last year at the run-ups with one of the best post-race interviews ever. But Ogburn, of course, good buddies with Stripling and with Russ, and knows all these guys. Obviously, even with Bobby Sack, they're all pretty tight group. But yeah, great to see Ogburn and Steve Ray hanging out here with us here watching his race.
Yeah, man, Ogburn just off the run with his employer Goodyear Tires at the One Lap of America, where they did incredibly well in a Chevy Camaro. Exactly, took the overall win.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And Burkhardt now moving to the lead, gets around Bobby Sack, uses the draft coming out of the S's. And as they do, looks like Stripling now falling just a little bit off the back there. But Russ Turner now locked in right behind his teammate, Denny Stripling. Russ Turner now moving up into fourth place, dispatching Colin Clark.
Russ is so calculated, and now he and his buddy Denny, these two are hooked up together. They will be fast together, way faster together than they were by themselves separated. I see no issues here with Stripling and Russ Turner catching up to Bobby Sack and Morgan Burkhardt up in front too. This is going to be interesting. Russ, you just watched some total patience in this guy, right? He got shuffled back on the opening lap, turn 6. He was back in 8th. He didn't panic. He hasn't done anything crazy. Sometimes he makes the pass. Sometimes he just pushes to keep the pack together. And look what he's doing now. He's got his buddy right in line. And here we go. 8 laps to go, right where he wants to be.
Yeah, and so I think probably one of the biggest questions here early-ish on, as we're just about halfway through this 15-lap or 35-minute race, Larry, is how long can James Goffrey and Colin Clark hold on to the back of this pack, and can they continue to use that there? As I think they likely had Russ Turner kind of pushing them forward for the last couple laps.
If they're willing to work together a little bit, and I think maybe they are, looks like Goffrey may be pushing Clark a little bit down the front straight. They're going to have to do that to stay to the back.
Yeah.
Because that pair in front of them is a formidable pair. We saw them last year at this race push each other around this track and just check out from the field with Stripling and Russ Turner. If you put those two together again, they're going to be really fast. So you've got to watch Clark and Goffrey need to do the same behind them.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and SMX. If you could start heading to the grid, we want to, if we can, start your race about 5 minutes early at 10:40 a.m. Race group number 4, STL, STU, and SMX, please start heading to the grid. All right, Larry, let's take a quick break here. We're about halfway through this incredible Spec Racer Ford race. We'll be back in just a few moments and take you all the way to the checkered flag here from Watkins Glen.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
All right, and we're back here at Watkins Glen International, the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. He's Larry Lefty MacLeod. I'm Gregg Lefty Ginsberg. And we've got a new leader, Larry. It is Bobby Sack. We have a new second-place racer. It is Denny Stripling. And we have that is the 94. You remember when I said he came down the pit lane and it was too early to see if Vino would go and head back out? Well, he did. Oh. And now he's stopped once again. So we've got a local caution there over at the bus stop chicane. I'm sure that as we've got 6 laps to go.
We saw that in the F6 race. It was Cal Stewart who stopped there. Cal actually ended up getting out of the car, hopped the wall, and they pulled the yellow flag in once that happened. And that being our best passing point, but I hope that allows us to continue this. And this pack now coming up to that point in just a moment. And look at Stripling now pushing Bobby Sack around.
And Russ Turner gets around Morgan Burkhardt to move Burkhardt back in the 4th. And look at this push as Colin Clark and Goffrey push past Morgan Burkhardt to move Burkhardt back into 6th position. Burkhardt tries to push back and come back, and he's going to work side by side with Goffrey as they go down into the chute.
I love it how yesterday we were talking about Morgan Burkhardt, all the other drivers in the field are kind of putting him under their wing and bringing him in like he's one of the family. And here we are.
Now they're all gunning for him.
With 5 laps to go, they're like, all right, kids, time for you to work on your own. We're going to go right on by you, thanks. Yeah. Morgan, we're going to be fine. He'll work his way back up there, but he's learning how the veterans of Spec Ford operate. You know, you're good friends when you need to be, or mortal enemies when it's time.
When it's time, exactly. All right, so we still have the local caution there at the bus stop, and all of these other drivers having to adhere to that. And that is a little bit further back in the field. That is the 2 of Pepe's, and I think Robert Reed there as well.
Is that Pepe's the number 2 that was slow through the
Bolduc is in the number 2 car. That's our maple syrup guy. There's Bolduc.
Bolduc's in the 9.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you are correct. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that car right there. I think that's Pepe's, who is running up in the top 12.
Pepe's in the 2. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so 5 to go. Now you've got the front 3. Bobby Sack, Denny Stripling, Russ Turner. Russ Turner just with all that drafting and passing resets fastest lap of the race. 11 laps in at a 2:05.2. What did you say track record was here?
Track record in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, set by Sandy Satullo 2 years ago, 2:04.3.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet. And we're at Sandy this weekend. Big shout out to
well, that's the big question. So last year at this event, the Saturday sprint race, it was Denny Stripling and Russ Turner. And then on Sunday, it was Sandy Satullo and Bobby Sack that left kind of Stripling and Turner on the back foot there. All right, driver of the 94 car, Fino, over the wall.
4 to go. Now these front 3. And again, this could end up being the podium at the runoffs. That's how strong these front 3 are.
Indeed.
Russ Turner, defending champ in FE2. Is he 2-time defending champ in FE2?
He is.
He at least won last year. Yeah, I thought it was 2 years in a row. He was on the podium, finished 3rd in this class last year. Bobby Sack, 2-time national champ. He won once at Road America. He also won at Indy.
And I'm sorry, it was Franklin Futrell. I think
Futrell was the winner.
Was the winner, exactly? Yeah.
In
FE. Yes.
Spec 4, yeah.
Yeah, but they both run in FE2, so I was.
Yes, and I believe Russ had gotten them in the FE2.
FE2, that's right.
Yep, those guys. It's a Futrell, obviously one of the ones not here. Ogburn's not here. There's a whole list of others I'm probably going to miss, but these 3 are definitely we'll call it out of the top 6, and we'll let you fill in the other 3 names. But these 3 are some of the best you're going to see. So this last 3 laps is going to be quite the shootout. The question is, are they wise enough and are they clean-headed enough to keep it together enough to not let the next three, because that next three has got Clark, you've got Goffrey, you got Burkhardt. Do the front three mix it up enough to let them get in, or are they smart enough to not let that happen?
Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and Spec MX5. Please head to the grid. We'd like to start your race about 5 minutes early at 10:40 a.m. So we'd appreciate it if you could start heading to the grid now. All right, so Larry, and with Bobby Sack in the lead, of course, he took the win yesterday. Sack is on a heck of a streak right now. He, prior to this weekend, only has run two other stops on the Super Tour. 2 weeks ago, he swept the weekend at Mid-Ohio, and a little bit earlier this season, we saw him at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where he swept the weekend as well.
I love how you're just bold and willing to go ahead and put that potential commentator's jinx out there for him. I love it. Let's just face that jinx head on. I think it's great.
Better to do it now than on the last lap.
Well, let's see what happens here as they come through turn 7 here at the toe, head back towards the heel of the boot, the front three. No one's stepping out of line yet. You got to figure at some point that Russ Turner, Denny Stripling are going to want to push past Bobby at the same time. Bobby's going to do everything he can to maybe make that difficult for them, but 2 laps to go, it's got to happen. That to me is the move that just is waiting to be done. Now these moves are interesting too. I hung around a lot with these guys at the runoffs last year, and obviously with Stripling and with Russ Turner and with Dave Ogburn, sort of the threesome there that runs together a lot. And they talk about strategies of how to maximize the draft and the push between teammates. And one of the things they could do is if the 2 teammates are together, they come off of a corner, example, like turn 1, where you've got a long wide open throttle straight away afterward, it's almost better for the lead car to lift just a little at the apex to ensure the trailing partner actually engages and can push all the way down the straightaway. It's faster than if the lead car tries to just get their own run. I don't know. I think they're trying to do that there, but that's the faster way if you're trying to push together, is actually lock in at the apex. And there they go.
All right, Larry, we may have another local caution up at the bus stop the next time our leaders come up here. It sounds like we've got another car possibly pulled off over there, in addition to the one that was there previously.
Well, let's see if it's still there when they get there, because yes, there are 2.
Yeah, it's turning into a parking lot over there.
I don't see a flag waving though. No passes.
Yep, and I don't see the local caution out there. I guess they feel that what's one more car over there.
Well, yeah, they got 2 cars, both drivers. Now you can see them having a conversation over there on the left side of that. Yeah. But as it was, no changes in the front 3 yet. Nope. So the next time by will be 1 to go. 1 to go.
It'll be the white flag lap, exactly, as they are coming up on to the back of the number, as you mentioned, the number 9 of Rocky Bolduc. Interestingly enough, this is the car, the number 9 car, that Morgan Burkhardt took to the pole at the runoffs last year.
That car looks awfully familiar, and
yes,
Morgan's going to probably give him a little wave if Rocky lets him on by here in a second. All right, so there goes Rocky letting all the front 3, and then he pulls the other side, lets the other 3 go up the inside of him. All right, so here we go. It'll be 1 to go.
All right, Larry, and Larry, we're getting word that there's a car off also on the front half of the lap that may have impacted one of the walls here. I'm still trying to get word on exactly which corner that is. I'm not seeing it on our Flagtronic system. Oh, it's actually on the outside of the 90, turn 1.
Oh, this could really help out Bobby. This could be a rough turn 1. There's going to have to be a waving yellow down there.
That's right. All right, so as they come to the line, 1 lap remains. Bobby Sack is your leader. Denny Stripling second. Russ Turner third. Goffrey, Clark, and Burkhardt distant 4th, 5th, and 6th. They come into turn 1 with that local caution there. No passing attempts. And you kind of see that car over the top of the tire wall there on your right. But all those drivers make it through safely, and they're out of the danger zone as they come up the hill.
And there they go.
And
the teammates.
That's right. And so So Larry, Brian Belansky had Russ Turner on his podcast this past week, and he basically said that if he had the opportunity to push his teammate into the lead past Bobby Sack, he would do it. And I think that's exactly what happened, except Russ Turner now, with the opportunity to take the lead with a half of a lap remaining, he now jumps to the front with Denny Stripling second. Bobby Sack, your leader no more. He is in third.
It looked like Russ Turner had the opportunity to do both. First, he pushes Denny and passed Bobby, and then he passed him himself. Russ goes from third to first, and now the second place battle between Bobby and Denny is on. And I don't know that either one of them think that they are going to finish third in this thing. They both figure second is theirs, but
that's it, Larry. And as they come down into the toe of the boot, obviously there, Bobby Sack with a little bit better line as he gets into that cambered area. He can push Stripling up onto the and out of the groove where he has to make a much longer run.
The outside's a good place, though. The outside's a good place down this short chute, and you can see
there he goes,
Stripling the advantage.
All right, so here we go. 3 corners remain, and it is Charles Russell Turner, your leader. It is Denny Stripling, his teammate in the number 4 machine, second. Bobby Sack third. Sack running very wide, touches the wall coming out of turn number 9. Then we've got James Goffrey, Colin Clark, and Morgan Burkhardt. Burkhardt has moved up to 5th. He's gotten around Colin Clark, moved Clark back to 6th as our leaders come out of the final corner. And as they come to the line, taking the checkered flag and winning today the Robert Stevens Memorial Race, it is going to be Russ Turner out of Montpelier, Virginia. Denny Stripling finishing second. Bobby Sack last up on the podium in third, breaking that streak. James Goffrey, Morgan Burkhardt, Colin Clark rounds out the top 6. Now let's take a look at the battle for 7th as our racers come to the line. And it's going to be Todd Vanacore finishing 7th, Bruce Myers 8th, Lee McNish 9th, Robert Reed will round out the top 10 as they come to the line. Patrick Stringer, then Judson Holt, who we just saw, going to be 11th, 12th, and 13th. Craig Chase, Brian Grigsby will round out the top 15.
Oh, what a race. A great racer for Vanacore. And that second group was an awesome battle. He, Bruce Myers, McNish, Reed had a great battle. Vanacore taking that. But Russ Turner, the guy is ruthless. So calculated. Had the troubles on lap 1 where he slid wide in 6th, fell back to 8th, slowly picked his way, knew when to pass, knew when not to pass, knew when to make the move, and it goes from 3rd to the lead on the last lap. Brilliant stuff.
All right, Larry, let's make a final call to the grid. Hopefully we can catch Russ Turner's victory lap here around Watkins Glen, and then we'll be back. Attention in the paddock, Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, SMX drivers, please head to the grid. We're hoping to start your race at 10:40 a.m. this morning. All right, Larry, let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing from Watkins Glen International. You're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, round number 18 from Watkins Glen International. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He is Larry Lefty MacLeod, and we are now up to our final race before lunch. This is Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and SMX Spec MX5 Challenge. This is the Dix Cup in honor of Dix, New York, the township in which Watkins Glen International resides. Last year, our winners in Super Touring Light were Amy Mills, and in STU, Darren Treacle. SMX, of course, a brand new class. And should mention a new track record set therefore yesterday in SMX. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but we have, once again, much like our first race of the day, a split start. We're going to have our Super Touring cars behind the first pace car. We're going to have our SMX drivers behind the second pace car. Let's start with them. We had 18 SMX cars qualify, starting 18th out of Manson, Washington. In the number 17 car, it's Whitfield Gregg. David Chufo will start 17th. He's in the number 74 Emerson Oil Company machine. Jillian Fichter will start 16th. She's in the number 12. Adrian Comstock. Adrian's going to start 15th today. He's in the number 5 Modelo Living machine. David Pinterick in the number 57 SMX machine out of Canfield, Ohio. He starts 14th. Aiden Coleman will start 13th today. He's in the number 60 car. Chase McIntyre will start 12th today. Chase is in the number 13 Spec MX5 representing Kreider Racing. Then we've got Will Lucas in the number 134 machine out of Dahlonega, Georgia. He starts 11th. Jillian Fichter starting 10th in the number 71 Final Turn Motorsports machine. Michael Tosi starting 9th. He's in the number 1 SMX. Michael Tinnis will start 8th today. Michael is in the number 26 Michael Tinnis Racing SMX. And then starting 7th, Donald Squirick. Don is in the number 175 machine. He's out of Peachtree, Peachtree Corners, Georgia. Will Robinson will start 6th today, easy for me to say. He is driving the number 115 machine. He's from Wilson, Wyoming. Jarrett Jones starting 5th. He's in the number 86 machine. He's out of Atlanta, Georgia. That's a Stephen K. Jones CPA machine. Cam Eben will start 4th. He's in the number 55 Tight Squeeze Racing machine out of Appleton, Wisconsin. Noah Harmon will start 3rd. Noah's in the number 111 car. He's out of Orlando, Florida. Yesterday's winner, Camden Gruber, will start 2nd today. He's in the number 24 Planet Miata RP Performance machine. And your pole sitter today, Rafe Abdullahi, driving the number 98 Encrypture Mazda MX-5. Let's now look over at our Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under machine. Starting 10th, driving the number 109 STL Mazda Miata, the Flat Out Motorsports machine of Thorsten Becker. Peter Tonelli II will start 9th. He's driving the number 117 STL Mazda Miata, with Hugh McAfee starting 8th. He's driving the number 81 STL Mazda MX-5. Deacon Greenfield starting 7th. He's in the number 32 STL Honda CRX, the OG Racing Angry Sheep Motorsports machine, with Chris Childs starting 6th. He's in the number 7 STL Angry Sheep Motorsports Mazda Miata. Jim Schlechter will start 5th. He's in the number 75 STU Nissan 300ZX, the Alien Force Racing machine, with Craig McAfee starting 4th. He's in the number 68 STL Flat Out Motorsports Mazda MX-5. Starting 3rd in the number 16 STU Ridge Speed Racing BMW 325 is Matthew Rook. And your front row today, driving the number 3 Crook Speed Lotus Exige, David Brand. And your pole sitter, driving the number 70 STU Treacle Insurance Agency Angry Sheep Motorsports BMW 325, Darren Treacle. And the green flag is in the air, Larry, and Treacle jumping out once again today to a very early lead. He was our overall winner in yesterday's race, and like today, just got on the throttle here. Those STL cars gridded up right around him like McAfee, not able to carry that speed, but we're seeing here getting a very good jump is Chris Childs, who gets around Jim Schlechter. As our SMX racers now get the green flag. Yesterday's winner, Rafe Abdullah, or probably yesterday's racer winner, Camden Gruber, in that Planet Miata machine, starting from the outside. Rafe Abdullahi, who led most of yesterday's race in the Flat Out Motorsports machine, the 98 car, had to retire early with just a couple of laps remaining, but he's got that car back out there today, and he and Gruber side by side coming up through the S's.
Yeah, anyone tell them that the green flag is flown? They're still in formation, looking great, but no, they are full watt down the straightaway. And it looks like Gruber's going to get kind of put out to the side there as the train's down the inside. How far back will he go? A couple spots. He's in the third.
And so that now is going to move, I believe that's Noah Harmon in the yellow and white and blue number 111 car that moves up into second position. Gruber getting very loose coming out there, coming through the outer loop. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, a lot of loose, a lot of sliding. These cars will get thrown around. They use a lot of curb. This is usually some aggressive racing, but it's good quality stuff. We saw a lot of it yesterday. I think we're going to see a lot of it here. These guys never disappoint.
All right, as they come down under braking into the tow. Top four machines there. As we said, it is Abdullahi, it's Harmon, Cam Eben, and I think Jarrett Jones there as well, along with Camden Gruber, who, as you mentioned, got kind of caught out as our STL and STU racers. Number of drivers not making the grid in STL and STU here to start the day off. It is Darren Treacle up at the front, Craig McAfee, Chris Childs, Schlechter, Thorsten Becker. A couple racers not making the grid. I think Hugh McAfee also in the bright red Mazda MX-5, sitting right at the back of that field. We did not have Peter Tonelli II, Deacon Greenfield in his Honda CRX, Matthew Rook in his BMW, David Brand, who had some issues with the accessory belt on his Exige yesterday. He did not make the grid either today.
Yeah, and he had shown flashes of pretty good speed in that race yesterday as well before retiring that car. So that was unfortunate that happened yesterday. I was hoping that maybe we'd see him today. Does not look like it.
No, indeed. So Noah Harmon now completing lap number 1 as your leader as he got around Rafe Abdullahi. Camden Gruber moving back up into second position ahead of Abdullahi. Cam Eben now in fourth. Will Robinson fifth. Jarrett Jones sixth. And another race winner, Michael Tinnis, a little bit further back in the field in seventh position. Harmon with race wins. Camden Gruber, as we mentioned, coming off his first race win yesterday, and really looked like Abdullahi had a great chance of coming away with his first win yesterday until it all went for naught at the end of the race. Looked like he had a tire down.
Well, he'll be out for a little bit of revenge here this morning. So far, he's been patient. He knows that this is a long race. He was able to kind of stay right in this, letting the guys in front of him, Noah and Camden, kind of around him. That's fine. Rafe will take his time today, knowing it's not going to be like yesterday. He's not going to be walking away from this thing early. So showing some patience, maybe save some tire for the end. Already, though, that top six in SMX starting to pull away a little bit. I think that was the break somewhere around Jones and Tinnis. No surprise up there is Darren Treacle doing what he does in that 325 BMW. So McAfee doing everything he can, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, McAfee is your STL leader. There's probably about 100 horsepower difference between that BMW and the Mazda at this point. You see the second group that is coming out of there. That is Chris Childs and Jim Schlechter going side by side down into the 90. Childs an STL machine, Schlechter with, again, a little bit more horsepower in that Nissan 300ZX. He is running second to Treacle in STU. Had a good little fight going on lap number 1 between Hugh McAfee, that is Craig's father, in the other red Mazda MX-5, the number 81 car, and then Thorsten Becker in the 109 Mazda Miata, but McAfee's started to open that up a little bit here, and you can actually see, I think, Becker getting kind of swallowed up in that SMX field right there in that red Miata.
He's the NB second-gen Miata right now, getting swallowed up by a bunch of the NC MXs going on by him, and he's good. Let that field go on through. But that field is fast. As Harmon, Gruber, Abdullahi, even Robinson. That front train of 6 is really quick right now.
Yeah, and I believe that Becker's car, that is actually the same car he ran in Spec Miata a little bit earlier today. So he's down probably a good 50 horsepower from the SMX racers out there. That's a popular double dip to run a Spec Miata car in STL. Perfectly legal. Just change the letters on the side of the car. But it's a great way to get a lot more track time, and especially at places maybe you don't get to a lot. Yeah, you come up here,
he may be somewhat local from Massachusetts here, but a lot of folks that come across the country, you can enter twice. All the travel costs remain the same, and you can run your car in 2 different classes.
Indeed, and we're seeing Hugh McAfee in a truly STL build. They're letting a lot of the SMX machines through. You can tell the difference between the 2 McAfee cars. They do have wings on the rear end of the cars that the SMX cars are not allowed to run. So just a quick and easy way to differentiate there.
Before you get into the details of an NC Miata versus an NB Miata.
Right. Well, the new McAfee cars are NC Miatas.
Okay. Definitely similar to the Spec MX-5s. Yeah, look at this front group of 6, though, here in Spec MX. They're all just being oddly patient here in these opening laps. Maybe they're waiting for that break to grow a little bit between the 6th place of probably at this point, I think it's Jones, to the 7th place of Tosi and Tinnis behind.
All right, getting word, Larry, over at turn 7. So that was down at the toe of the boot. Getting together, Noah Harmon and Camden Gruber, who had been right up at the front of the field early on. They're going to drop back to 5th and 6th. We can see them lock nose to tail as they just came through that shot right there.
Well, that's still them leading the Spec MXs. So if they came together, they didn't slow down much.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm actually looking overall here where they dropped down a little bit. Yes, 5th and 6th overall, and still leading. But yeah, the call was nose to tail. As now Gruber takes a quick look to the outside. Driver's left as they come down into the bus stop. Wasn't really much room for him to go over there. Yeah, sorry about that. I was looking. It was 5th and 6th overall. Yeah. Rafe Abdullahi now running in 3rd position, right back behind him. Will Robinson out of Wyoming running in 4th with Cam Eben right there, and then Jarrett Jones. And then there's that little bit of a gap now back to our next group. That's Michael Tosi in the number 1 machine, Michael Tinnis, Chase McIntyre as well. And they are running 7th, 8th, and 9th. And actually, McIntyre there, I believe, in that next machine, that next red machine.
Yeah, he's the one kind of by himself, losing track a little bit of the Michaels in front of him. Michael Tosi, Michael Tinnis running 7th and 8th have started just pulling away from McIntyre, but even then, those 2 in 7th and 8th has trouble really keeping up with Jones at the back of the front 6. That front 6 is super fast right now. They're running 2:13s.
So I mentioned, Larry, that yesterday we had a track record set here in this race, and that track record was set by Rafe Abdullahi. He may not have taken the win, but this is the first time that SMX has ever raced here at Watkins Glen, so congratulations to him. He set the bar at 212.503, and some of our racers at the front of the field right now, Harmon and Gruber, Abdullahi again, they're getting pretty darn close already.
Yeah, Robinson at 4th just ran a 12.7, so just a couple tenths now off of what Abdullahi said yesterday. I see in the chat, Nicole Cooper-Cephalo is joining the chat, cheering on Mr. Camden Gruber, who's up there in the front too with that Planet Miata livery on that car.
He's got a little bit invested in this entry, I think.
A little bit.
And just look how much these cars, Larry, soak up going over the curbing here.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Speaking of soaking up, yeah, that was into the grass. I don't know which car that is. It's somewhere back in that 12, 13, 14 battle. I'll have to wait and get a call.
And that is the 60 machine, Larry, that just went around of Aiden Coleman out of Glenwood, Maryland. Aiden, who I saw much of last year running in the SSM class in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, taking his first stab. This is, I think, very first weekend in the SMX machine, and didn't work out well for him. Didn't work out well for him there.
Yeah, that's tough. They may have been trying to go side by side into the bus stop there, and luckily for him, I don't think there was any contact anywhere. He managed to spin to the inside, the nice soft grass in there, and keep going again. So that was good, but a lot of track position lost. That front group is just nose to tail still. No one's popping out. No one's making moves there. Very un-SMX-like.
Well, for now, Larry.
For now.
It's the calm before the storm.
Yes.
Maybe they sat on the wall and watched the Spec Racer Ford race for a while.
Yeah, which was very well calculated on all parties there. So maybe they're thinking, hey, we could do that. But you would think they would have been watching the Spec Miata race, which was less calculated, although the top two ended up being the ones that were the most patient. Perhaps they're learning their lesson from that. But these guys they're moving. They're still 212s up and down that front pack of 6.
All right, looks like in the STU race here, Jim Schleck in that number 75 Nissan had a little trouble getting into the groove over at the 90, Larry. Car pushed out. Didn't impact the wall over there, but lost probably a good 4 or 5 seconds trying to get the car back underneath him. He's back underway, as you can see in this area here. All clear. All right, now another push here, side by side, the battle for the lead in SMX. Harmon and Gruber, they're the front 2 cars. There's the Nissan right ahead, and they're going to be side by side going through the bus stop as Gruber has the point coming out. Abdullahi then in 3rd, and then Robinson, I believe, in the he's in that blue with red and white machine. He is sitting now back in 4th, and Cam Eben, Jarrett Jones.
Evan looked like he may have been trying to even get around, like he had a better run going into that bus stop. Unable to make the pass. He's still in behind Robinson there, but those two are still fighting quite a bit. But Gruber able to make that push pass there to get around Abalali, or get around, I should say,
Harmon.
Harmon, sorry. Yeah, Gruber getting around Harmon for the lead position, and they may just be swapping. This may be sort of like a flock of geese, and someone has to lead the pack. It really doesn't matter who it is at this stage, but apparently it's Gruber's turn.
Right. So Harmon has 1 win already this season on the Super Tour. He took the feature race at Virginia International Raceway after having finished 3rd the day earlier in the sprint race. And of course, Gruber now coming off a win as well. There was a period of time this season on the Super Tour, Larry, where we had no repeat winners. I think the first time that we had a repeat winner was when Justin Anaconis took the double wins at the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, the race that you called a couple weeks back.
Well, Gruber here may have just wanted fastest lap of the race. We'll see if he's able to do it or not in making that back straight pass on Harmon. We'll see what the lap times look like at 12:09. Not quite fastest lap, not quite lap record pace yet, but they are just right there, that 13.0s, the whole group of them, making it real tough on the battle for 7th with the Michael Tennis, Michael Tosi, who are just a couple of tenths slower than that front group, but they're trying. They do everything they can to stick with them.
And I want to let all of our viewers know this is going to be the last race of the morning. We're going to be taking a quick break for lunch, about an hour break for lunch, and then we'll come back with 4 more feature races this afternoon. We're going to be opening things up with our large open wheel cars and our prototype racers as well. So definitely want you to stick around with us. We'll let you know when we finish up here what time we're going to be restarting. It will most likely be a 1 p.m. start this afternoon for our second half of racing today.
Meanwhile, up in front, the STU overall race leader, Darren Trinkle, continues to turn. He has slowed his pace up a little bit, enough where Craig McAfee the STL leader, has actually closed the overall race lead down to just a couple seconds now. So Craig, on a really good pace. He's running 209s out there in his STL trimmed MX-5, having a pretty good run up in front, trying to hold off Chris Childs, who's about 20 seconds back. There's Treacle, and there's McAfee.
That last time by, McAfee running a 220 flat, Treacle at is that right? No, probably a 208.7, pardon me, versus a 207.6. So still, Treacle opening things up just a little bit. But
whatever happened to Treacle the previous lap, where he was down around a 212 or so, he seems to have taken off. He set his fastest trap speed and his fastest overall race fastest 3rd sector, and does that 207.6. essentially within 50 thou of the fastest lap of the race that he's already set. So he's back on pace, maybe a missed shift somewhere, something like that. But
That's what I was
McAfee on a great run here for Gregg. That car looks like it sucks up bumps really well, even better than the Spec MXs.
Yeah, and they have a spec shock package, obviously, there, but at least the SMX cars do. But you've got a little bit more flexibility in what you can use for STL, and it looks like that car is certainly dialed in. And I know he's been running this car at the Glen for years.
Yeah, he's looking very good, very, very tidy in that car. Very smooth, and that's a tough class when it comes to the runoffs. He's like he's getting dialed in right now for that. Hopefully we'll see him at Road America in a couple weeks for the sprints.
I would expect that we would. I'll tell you, I've seen him race here in the wet, and that car handles just as well in damp conditions as it does in the dry. I've seen him outrun a number of front-wheel drive machines here. Very, very well handling car. As we take a look here in that battle for the lead in SMX, it is still Camden Gruber with Noah Harmon, your top two. Abdullahi, Robinson, Evan, Jones, still part of that lead pack. A little bit further back, we have here Michael Tinnis. He is in that red with the black nose machine in the Michael Tinnis racing machine. Then Michael Tosi running under the Flat Out Motorsports banner right behind in the number 1 car.
Yeah, those two in 7th and 8th still trying to work together, but even in Jones, the 5th and 6th have actually lost a couple tenths to the front 4 now. So you'll see is the front 4, Gruber, Harmon, Abdullahi, Robinson, now a couple of car lengths ahead of even in Jones. There you can see that extra gap there between the 4th and 5th runners in that train. It shows you how hard it is to stick with that front 3 and 4. Those guys are hauling.
It is, and so Tinnis took a win at Road Atlanta, won the feature race at Road Atlanta, has a new motor in the car, and just does not seem to, hasn't had the pace of the cars up ahead real all weekend long. And this is a track that Michael Tinnis has been racing at for a good 12 years or so. So he certainly knows it very well, having grown up in New York City. We'll see if he can maybe push forward, but I think at this point those two cars kind of just stunted back there. Let's do this.
It's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, definitely. So let's do this, Larry. We're right about halfway through our 15-lap or 35-minute race. Let's take a quick break. We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors, and we'll bring them to the checkered flag here at Watkins Glen International. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody, and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and wow, did Michael Tennis just get incredibly
nice
loose
save.
coming through the bus stop. Yeah, definitely gathered that thing back up. He's still got Michael Tosi, who I'm sure his eyes got very wide in his visor there as they came through there. But our leader in SMX, still Noah Harmon. With Rafe Abdullahi, I think Harmon worked his way past, and Abdullahi worked his way past Cameron Gruber just as we were going to break. Will Robinson fourth, Jarrett Jones fifth.
That may be changing.
Yeah, that may change very, very soon. As you know, we said the calm before the storm, Larry, is Abdullahi now your new leader, as he has now gotten around Noah Harmon. In STU, Darren Treacle is your leader, only one other racer in the class. That is Jim Schlechter. He's a lap down. In STL, Craig McAfee, your leader. He's got a 35-second advantage on Chris Childs. Hugh McAfee, a lap down. Thorsten Becker, about another 10 seconds back from there. So basically just a bunch of single cars circulating around the track. Let's stick around with this SMX paddle.
This race is getting so good. It was like somebody hit the 5-lap switch, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, it's go time. As now you see Abdullahi. As you were reading down, say Abdullahi was still maybe back in third. Nope, he was already up to the front. And look at this. As Harmon now is going to go to the inside down the front straightaway, and he'll lead them through one. Probably won't be there when they get up to the interloop here shortly. As you can see now, Gruber's going to push Harmon. Abdullahi's going to be left on the outside by himself.
Right. So earlier, Larry, they were watching the Spec Race Ford race. Now I think they were watching the Formula V race here.
Could be.
As they're just leapfrogging.
We came back from break, and you were talking about tennis and that slide that he had through there. And during the break, you and I were talking about the tire rule for this class.
That's
and,
right.
Every session from qualifying on that is not a practice, they have to run the same tires the entire weekend. So what that means is these tires have some laps on them.
Exactly. So they had a 25-lap race, or maybe a 24-lap race for Abdullahi yesterday. They had a qualifying session on them, and then this race. And so things should be getting pretty spicy for these drivers right by the right towards the end of the race. They're all on a Spec Toyo tire.
I'm curious how Jarrett Jones and Cam Evans' tires are, because they just got brought back into this fray with Abdullahi, Harmon, and Gruber all playing up front. Robinson there as well, but it's allowed Even and Jones to catch up. Look at that, all six now together. Who's got the best tires? After all of the laps they've done between qualifying and yesterday and today, who's got a little bit of rubber under them to be able to stick to the ground a little bit better, maybe get a better run off of one, maybe hold off a challenger going through the heel and the toe? Good tires may help.
All right, a little bit further back in the pack, we're watching as this group here comes through. I believe that was Adrian Comstock, Julian Fichter, David Chufo, and Aiden Coleman a little bit further back from there. But still good fights throughout the field. Looking at Squirick in 10th. He's got Lucas and Dave Panterick, who's a national champion in GT1, and Jason Fichter, all locked nose to tail as well. I mean, you're seeing this all the way through the field. You just have these gaps as Noah Harmon now, your leader, leads Camden Gruber through turn 11.
We'll see how long that lasts.
That's right. We can see Harmon protecting a little bit to the inside there.
Just a bit. He wants that lead there. Maybe he feels confident in his exit speed and down the back straight. I don't know if I would have that confidence, but I'm glad to see that Noah's got it. Also want to note that Darren Treacle keeps resetting fastest lap of the race in his STU BMW 325. He's now down to a 206.1, and he's on a personal best, race best per sector. So Darren just flying around here right now.
That's it. He's about a second, or actually 2 seconds off of the track record that Matt Bohm set in his, or Kevin Bohm set in his Honda Civic back in 2018. But then I think that was right after the repave here, if I remember correctly. Here that turbocharged Honda Civic that he had. But now our 2 leaders, after there's a little bit of a bobble there, Larry, coming through the bus stop to open things up just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of bobble there, I think, for Abdullahi. Robinson tried to go underneath and put them side by side for a second. Now this is allowing Harmon and Gruber to step away just a bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough to walk away. And then in the back, you see Eben getting on the outside of Jones around 6. Abdullahi had the speed yesterday to step out in front before his race ended prematurely. He needs that raw speed now to catch back up to that front 2.
All right, 3 laps to go, or actually, I guess closer to 2 and a quarter laps to go, Larry, here as our leaders making their way through the heel of the boot. Well, we'll have to check, because it's not where SMX is. It's obviously where Darren Treacle is. And Treacle looks like he's just coming into turn 1 now, or just left turn 1. Still about 2.5 laps, yeah.
Yeah,
and 3 laps
be
for
3
these
to go
guys.
For these guys, yeah.
Yeah.
Which means more racing for us to watch, because these guys are fantastic. This is quite a show here. Abdullahi now has got his pace on. He's closed up a couple of car lengths, not quite there yet to the front 2, but down this front straight, he'll get a good run. Yeah, look at that. He's getting a good run here. And then if he gets a good run off of 1, we can see all 3 of them together going through the bus stop next time through.
And now is the time. It looks like Gruber and Harmon think, well, this is the time to try and run away and get Abdullahi and Abdullahi, as well as Will Robinson, out of the picture here, making a two-horse race, 2 Mazda race for the win.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to do, because I think Abdullahi and Robinson both now realize they've got 2 laps here to kind of work together. They're going to get up there, I think. Interesting comments in the chat here about how wide turn 1 is. I mean, you watch the NASCAR race here; they know how wide that is, and
yeah, exactly.
Apparently, they're not too worried about track limits there.
It's about 35 Mazdas wide there. and unfortunately, they all want to use the exact same space.
Yep. All right, well, it does look like Abdullahi continues to just close in bit by bit on the front 2. He picked up just a little bit there.
All right, I am getting word, Larry, that next time Darren Treacle crosses the start-finish line, he will get the white flag. I'll try and pick him up here in a few moments.
Should be now, I think. All right, so he's just starting his second to go lap. He's got to go around and get on it, but he's still flying out there, even though he's not being pressured by anybody, but he's just laying down some great laps. So he's off to a good one, but I'm still watching Abdullahi trying to pull Robinson with him to catch up to the front 2, as they'll go 2 to go here next time across the stripe. Abdullahi, very smooth.
But all the corrections that Harmon had to dial in coming to turn 9 there. He got a lot of initial push into the corner, and then it looked like as he tried to straighten things out, the rear end stepped out on him as well. And I'm sure that's something that Camden Gruber sees. But look at Rafe Abdullahi. He has now made up a lot of ground in the last lap, Larry. And as they come to the line, Abdullahi, as they're now working lap number, what is this?
2 to go.
14, starting lap number 14 here. Abdullahi, that last time by, was right about the same lap time. He was actually 0.2 faster than both Harmon and Gruber.
Yeah, Gruber can feel that pressure for sure. He knows it's back there. He's being very careful now with Harmon in front of him. Even if with Harmon may have some tire issues at the back of that car, look at the push Gruber in that Planet Miata car is doing to Harmon. Just going to push him this time through. And then he gets him a little bit of gap as they go through the bus stop. Big slide there for Abdullahi.
All right, there you go. There's Darren Treacle, our overall leader, leading STU. He gets the white flag, 1 to go, and he has almost a full lap advantage right now over Jim Schlechter in STU. As we've got a local caution now, it sounds like at one of our corners. I'll try and get some information on that in just a moment, as our leaders in SMX now making the run down to the toe of the boot. And it is Harmon in that white number 111, Camden Gruber, Rafe Abdullahi, your top three. And there you go. Look at that car off driver's left.
There's a little bit of there's an opening in the rail down there that they're stopped, but that still is a tough spot. And if there's going to be a waving yellow, they'll have to just make sure that they're cautious going through that on the last lap, which they should be entering shortly.
And right now, Larry, it's looking like a 3-car fight for the lead. A little bit further back, Will Robinson in the 115 car. And he's not out of the conversation yet. He's about a car length and a half, maybe behind our top three. He may be able to draft up to him as they get to the 90.
Yeah, just watching Harmon now to see the control. This is the corner we saw him slide a lot on the previous time by. This time he's trying to be cautious, trying not to slide too much. Abdullahi's quick. I'm starting to wonder if Gruber may be just preserving something for this last lap. Now they're getting the white. No one, I don't think, wants the lead coming out of one. Maybe Harmon wants to. Don't know. Gruber, I'm sure, is happy to be sitting in this second spot. Maybe hoping Abdullahi will give him a push.
Well, yeah, exactly. And Abdullahi's there right on the back of Camden Gruber. So we'll see here, and it may be our third and second place drivers trying to push past Harmon. And, look, Will Robinson, he's right there now, too, to really confuse the situation.
Gruber looks like he's pushing Harmon. He may be just pushing him enough just to open up a little bit of gap to Abdullahi, and then maybe he'll pop at some point. Look at the defensive line for Harmon down the back straight.
All four of them staying to the inside now. Popping out is Abdullahi as they go down into the bus stop.
That wasn't Abdullahi. That was Robinson.
That was Robinson getting around Abdullahi now, moving up into third and very loose.
Yeah, great run there for Robinson to get around Abdullahi. And it allowed the front two to sort of step away a little bit. Abdullahi, I don't think he expected that. Harmon, though, with those tires, the car is still sliding a lot more than it seems the guys behind him are.
Yes.
Does he have enough for about 4 more corners?
Well, Larry, if you present the door going through a corner, it might cause the driver behind to check up. And look at that now. As Harmon has opened a bit of a gap to Gruber's. They come through the toe of the boot and start to come down the sole. Who has more sole?
No, he's going to go defensive. Harmon at the front doesn't need to too much. He's got a car length or so buffer to Gruber. Gruber, though, has got one more move here in him, I think. He's going to have to probably maybe try and push Harmon offline a little bit. He's not being pressured by Abdullahi or Robinson, so it's Gruber with the only one with a chance here to take this thing away from Harmon.
All right, Larry, checkered flag is out on Darren Treacle, our STU winner. Craig McCaffrey taking the win in STL. Chris Childs finishing second there. Here we are in SMX, though, where Noah Harmon leads the field through the final corner. Camden Gruber directly behind. Can Gruber pop out and draft past? And as they come to the line, there's the try. Gruber to the inside, but no, it's going to be Noah Harmon by 82 1,000ths of a second, taking the win here in SMX today. Congratulations to him. He is your winner in SMX for the Dix Cup. Your winner in STU, Darren Treacle. Your winner in STL, Craig McCaffrey. In STL, finishing second is going to be Chris Childs. Hugh McCaffrey will finish in third. A lap down, Thorsten Becker will finish fourth. In STU, it's Darren Treacle with Jim Schleck the second.
Great racing there. Great job for Will Robinson taking the opportunity in the last lap to get himself up on the podium, to get around Rafe Abdullahi, who I think was our pole sitter in this race. Awesome racing. Yeah, that front group was so just calculated. They executed. Harmon able to hold off the pack there to get his win. Beautiful stuff.
All right, finishing fifth in SMX, Cam Eben. Jarrett Jones will finish sixth. Michael Tinnis seventh. Michael Tosi eighth. Chase McIntyre ninth. And Will Lucas will round out the top 10. All right, so Larry, that is our last race before lunch. We're going to take a little break here. Our scheduled return time is 1 p.m. And if that changes, we will definitely put it in the chat here for all of you. And we'll hopefully put it up on the screen as well. But we're going to be back in, we got a long lunch, Larry. Kind of makes up for yesterday. Got about an hour and a half. So, maybe we'll go out and get a steak or something.
Good idea.
A lupe tortilla? What? All right, everybody. Everybody enjoy lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern time here from Watkins Glen International for our last feature races of the day in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts, parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. It's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's round number 18, and welcome back, everybody, from lunch. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and on track now, Larry, for their feature race for the Seneca Cup race are our large open wheel cars and prototype racers. This race named after the Seneca Indian tribe that lived in the area. The first race was held in 1949 with George Weaver winning in a 1936 Grand Prix Maserati with an average speed of just over, and this is flying, something I can't normally do in my Integra Type S, 66 miles an hour. Previous winners here last year, John MacLeod from Roswell, Georgia in Prototype 1, Larry Howard in his Formula Atlantic Swift 016, Hunter Tapman in Formula Continental in his Van Diemen, and Charles Russ Turner in his Formula Enterprises 2 machine. Let's run down the starting order for this race, Larry, and much like a couple of the races we had earlier, we're going to have two separate groups. We've got our prototypes and Formula Atlantic drivers behind the first pace car, and now coming into view behind the second pace car, Formula Enterprises 2 and Formula Continental. Let's start with them. Starting 16th, driving the number 46 Formula Continental Van Diemen, it's Douglas Rocco. William Hoops is going to start 15th. He's in the number 41 Formula Continental Van Diemen RF99. Then we've got Brian Yates starting 14th. He's in the number 145 FE2. Russell Straight Jr. will start 13th. He's in the number 91 FE2 machine, with Glenn Cordova in the number 141 Formula Continental Van Diemen RF99, starting 12th. Don Betterly, also in Formula Continental, driving a 2012 RFR, will start 11th, with Chris Fahan starting 10th. He is driving the number 39 Formula Continental Van Diemen RF2000. He is your Formula Continental pole sitter. All the rest of the cars in this group, FE2. Starting 24th, driving the number 67 machine, it's Jonathan Weishite. James Reagan is driving the 0 car. He starts 23rd. Amy Hollowell will start 7th, driving the number 37 car, with Marshall Stocker starting 2nd. He drives the number 2. Sam Harrington will start 5th in the number 33 car, with Steve Whitston in the 08 starting 4th. Dexter Suba 3rd in the 77 machine. Your outside pole sitter in FE2, Jason Conzo, driving the number 4 car, and your pole sitter, Russ Turner, driving the number 32 machine. He's out of Montpelier, Virginia. Now let's move over to Formula Atlantic and Prototype 1, where Jeremy Hill will start 15th. He's in the 00 Swift 014A. Paulie Gatto will start 14th. He's in the number 99 JDR F1000. Steve Hamilton, also in an F1 JDR, will start 13th in the 93 car. Charles Livingston will start 12th. He's also in a JDR. He drives the number 38 car. Then we've got Matt Gendron. He is driving the number 82 Prototype 1 Elan DPO2, the Downing Atlantic Peach. He starts 11th. Tim Pierce starts 10th. He is in the number 81 Formula Atlantic JDR. And then we've got Todd Parks. He is in the Critter CSR1. That's the number 21 car. He starts 9th. Starting 8th, driving the number 3 Formula Atlantic Ralt RT41, Mark Sherwood. Then we've got Bruce Hamilton. Hamilton is in the 06 Formula Atlantic Swift 014. That's a Mazda powered machine. John MacLeod starting 6th. He's in the number 7. MacLeod is going to start a little bit further up. We've got starting 5th, Rod Rice in his Prototype 1 Elan. Then John MacLeod in the number 68 Prototype 1 Elan, and the following 3 drivers all in Elans as well. Matthew Romer from Lake Havasu City, he starts 3rd. Todd Vanacore in the number 19 machine, he's your reigning national champion. He starts 2nd, and your pole sitter, Chip Romer, Larry, as the green flag flies.
And I'm not sure all of them are here. In fact, I don't know that I see either Romer in this field up front. It does look like it's Vanacore leading MacLeod down into 1.
Yeah, indeed. And so yesterday, Vanacore had to start from the very back of the pack. Today, he starts from the very front. MacLeod, who raced Formula Atlantic yesterday in his Elan DPO2, as our Formula Enterprise 2 racers and Formula Continental racers take the green flag. They start, and I think very much like the front of our P1 field, I don't think we've got our pole sitter, Russ Turner. It looks like Jason Conzo, who started off from the pole there today, Brian.
It's definitely,
Larry.
Yep, there you go. That's your second time today. It is definitely Conzo leading the FE2s. I do not see Russ Turner. He had such an exciting race there in Spec Fords to take the win. Maybe he decided he would just take the afternoon off. Disappointing on that, because he's such a great racer, and this field really is so good anyhow. But, Conzo, Winston, Suba, we'll see what they can do now. fighting it up a rung there. And where has Konza fallen to? Is he now back to third?
Yeah, that gold car.
We've got one off.
One car that went wide, one that went off, one that's in the gravel. We'll try and get some car numbers here in a second for you.
Yeah, kind of waiting to see sectors tripping here. I see 3 that haven't. Suba, Whitehite, and Hallowell have not tripped the first sector.
Yeah,
yet,
and I think that was Jonathan Weishite in the 67 machine. That was the last one out of the bus stop. Does that look like? Yeah, that is the 67 of Weishite. He was the one that was off in the curbing on the outside. We'll try and get the other car numbers here for you in just a moment. And we have a car off now over by turn 8 now over at the, and there we go. We've got the driver getting out of the car on the outside of the heel of the boot, and red flag conditions here. So, here on track, that should bring all of our racers to a stop.
Yeah, the services are going to get there quickly in 8. We got that on our camera shot here. Can't really see much of the distance other than there is a driver standing next to a car. Can't see much else. And these 2 are stopping because of the red flag condition.
Yeah, it looks like getting word that the machine that's over at turn 8 was actually on fire. And red flag in SCCA road racing, as opposed to what you see in Formula 1, is not for cars to return to the pits, but for them to come to an immediate, safe, and controlled stop. And we saw a number of drivers go through there, and we even see a couple still moving. That we want to get the drivers as close to flag stands as possible so that they can get, information and when to move or what have you. But we also want to have all the track open so that our emergency services vehicles can respond. And you see there, we've got a number of racers over by at the top of the S's there. Over by turn 3.
See, just like you said, they're waiting there at the flagger stand, just like the group here on the front straight, kind of waiting just past pit in. Probably also they can yell over the wall at their crews if they need to be able to hear anything, as well as the workers working down on pit lane can give them some instruction. So very likely just the fire down there. The driver was out. At least the driver we could see was out. So we'll just kind of wait and hear more from race control.
Exactly. And so only a small portion of the field, Larry, crossed the start-finish line, and I think we just saw them all sitting up by turn 3. Todd Vanacourt, John MacLeod, Rod Rice, all in Prototype 1, Todd Parks and Matt Gendron in Prototype 1. Then the Formula Atlantics of Bruce Hamilton, Matthew Gendron, and Charles Livingston. They're the only ones to complete the first lap. What will follow this red flag condition is a black flag to bring all the drivers back onto the pit lane. And again, we're waiting for information from race control. Most likely, we'll see them gridded up back in the order of the original start. But at the moment here, the clock, I believe, we'll check. It was our understanding that on red flag conditions on the Super Tour, we would stop the clock, but we'll get some clarification on that. In the meantime, let's do this, Larry. Let's take our break early this session, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more clarity when we come back. You are watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be back in just a minute.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for Podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody, in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod. And Larry, we're still under red flag conditions here at Watkins Glen. I believe that they are going to be sending the safety car up towards turn 3, turn 4. We saw those the cars up at coming up through the S's. Those are the only racers to have completed the first lap. And that's Vanacorn, MacLeod, Rod Rice, Parks, Gendron, Hamilton, Pierce, and Livingston. And the word we got was a lot of the drivers up there had actually shut the engines down on their machines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. These don't like to sit still very much.
Yeah.
They like air moving across radiators.
Yep. And so the red flags now are going to be withdrawn. Red flag, is going to be withdrawn. These drivers going to be following the safety car onto the pit lane, and that's the information that we have from there. Now, I did, and I want to just clarify a little bit. I said that under a red flag, the clock would normally stop. That is an option that our race control team has in a situation like this, where it may take a little while to get everything restarted. And so all of our drivers, they are now under a full course caution, and they'll be catching up with that group that we had on the front straight. They will now be heading across the stripe and catching up to the safety car here, as it looks like most of the field there that was up by turn 3 and turn 4, they've got their engines fired back up.
Yeah, that's good. They were able to restart on their own, but you can see there some oil dry going down. Of course, the crew here at the Glen, very quick, very well trained, and it didn't sound like it was a ton of length. It looks like you can almost see the start of it.
They said about 50 feet. Yeah, exactly.
That's really good recognition by whoever that driver is, if we haven't figured that out yet, to know that there's something and to get offline quickly.
All right, so Larry, I think I've got a little bit more clarity on which car that is over there, and we believe that it is the 93 of Steve Hamilton, the Formula Atlantic JDR F1000 out of Incline Village, Nevada. The only driver to have taken the start, but not to have completed a single lap.
Yeah, as it looks like that pack that was there right at pit in has been released to catch up to the safety car. So yeah, that would put everybody else now past the timing stripe.
Exactly. So they'll down the pit lane, and we'll go from there. Again, we're going to leave up to race control here. So, again, I think the field would be reset to the first lap to the original grid, and that's what we are getting now from race control. That will be going back to the original grid.
Does that mean we'll get a redo of the split start as well?
I do not know. I believe it would likely be a single file restart, but we'll see here.
Okay.
I'm starting to have flashbacks of the Formula One race just a few weeks ago.
Yeah. But we'll let them sort that out. If it is back to the original order, that would swap what appears to be Steve Whitson ahead of Jason Conzo at the front of the FE2 field. So that would reverse back if we have to go to the original starting grid. We'll let race control sort all that fun stuff out, and we just get to talk about it.
Exactly. And so Jason Conzo would be somewhat like like our favorite Ferrari driver.
Carlos Sainz.
Carlos Sainz, yeah. Seeing so many parallels this weekend. Oh. So yeah, as you can see there, about 50 feet before the flag station at turn 8, good amount of oil laid down. And you can see they've put it down all the way into the to the overrun there on the outside of the curbing, following out to where that race car was. And the report was that the car was on fire at the time. And that's why the driver got out as quickly as he could, in a pretty bad spot there. But safety car now bringing Todd Vanacore and the rest of the field through here, and and this has been an odd set of opening laps for Todd Vanacore, that's for sure, Larry. As yesterday, my understanding is that Vanacore may not have had his car ready when the 1 minute warning was given. And when that is the case, and for those of you that want to look up the greatest road racing video of all time, it's called I Was Seventh. You'll find out what happens when at an SCCA race you are not ready when the 1 minute warning is given. You are put all the way to the back of the pack, and Todd Vanacore found himself right in the back of a schmozzle of FE2 cars.
That probably screaming, "I was second! I was second!" I think he was supposed to start up in the front 2 rows.
Yeah, exactly.
And then got caught up in a turn 1 issue trying to get by some of those. Just had a rough race. Today, starting up near the front, no roamers, which actually made him your I guess, awarded pole sitter there is Vanacore. And now this happens, so it's been an interesting race weekend for Vanacore. But I believe he was in our Spec Ford race as well, just before the launch.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he had a good finish there. I think he finished 7th in that race.
And this may be the second time I've done this this season, Larry, but I'm going to put it right in the chat here. If anybody, while we're still under black flag conditions, wants to take a look.
You gotta link that. We can't seem to get through a weekend without I Was 7.
I know. So I've just put the link to the I Was 7, and Larry should mention that the driver behind the wheel of that Mazda RX-7, and I can mention him because it's right on the screen, Kenny Zollner. He was my first ever driving instructor when I came out to Summit Point Raceway back in 1999. He taught me everything I know about racing, and 1 minute warnings on the grid.
Well, in the chat, we've got Jamie Turner, who may have the inside information on Russ Turner, saying that he decided to skip this race. I'll trust that inside information from Jamie. Unfortunately, he's skipping the race. I do like watching him race. I loved watching what he did to the field there in the Spec Fords.
Oh, yeah,
for sure.
And so, Larry, at lunch, Brendan Kazmarek, our producer, and I ran into Beth and John Burkhardt and Morgan Burkhardt and Sheila Burkhardt, Morgan's grandmother. And Morgan was, even though he finished back in, what did he finish, in 6th position today, much more enthused about today's race than yesterday's race, and just how it was just a knockdown, drag-out fight from start to finish. And he also said that James Goffrey is the best pusher in bump drafting in a Spec Racer Ford he's ever worked with.
High compliments, yeah.
Yeah, he said going into the bus stop, he was 6 miles an hour faster with Goffrey pushing him than without Goffrey pushing him, which is pretty amazing.
That's how you learn these things. You learn who's the good pushers, who's the best pullers, and sounds like Morgan learning those things weekend by weekend.
Yeah, exactly. He said Goffrey would push through 2, up the hill through 2, let off a little bit at the break at 3, pick it right back up again as they come around turn 4 and take them all the way down to the bus stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 129 without the shove, 134 with it.
Wow.
All right, so again, everybody, we are currently under black flag conditions here at Watkins Glen International after a first lap incident. And yeah, this is a great thing to bring up. Thank you, Jordan Worth, our director, bringing up the weather map. Hey, Jordan, can you stick your finger on that map and show everybody where we are?
But you are here.
Yes, the big purple dot that's pretty much center of the screen. Thank you.
Right at the southern tip of the giant Finger Lake.
Yep.
Look at that. Graphic changes on the fly. Yeah, so you can see you are all over here is what he's trying to say is yes. What you can see is that Gregg is keeping the rain away all by himself. He's telling the rain, there's no place for you here. Go north, go south, go somewhere else. Don't come here and look at the blue skies. Gregg, it's working. Your powers continue to amaze me.
So I'm getting more word from an SCCA staffer what might have happened to Todd Vanacore yesterday. And it says it's not that that Todd wasn't ready at the one; it's that he was gridded in the incorrect position, and he was going to let the other car go first, so he would be in the right spot.
I would love to see his onboard.
Yeah, well, apparently some race officials might have seen it. Anyway,
just going back to Morgan Burkhart, we talked a lot about him in the race. He just talked about his experience and kind of realizing how good it was to get a push from his colleagues there. Those that don't know, maybe they do, that he's been running IMSA Pilot Challenge this year in one of the Hyundais, and a great opportunity for him, and he's showing some really good speed there. That young driver, he's got a great opportunities and a good future in front of him, and just showing his maturity there, learning those lessons about who you can work with and how you can work with them weekend to weekend. But he's putting that in play when he goes and runs TCR with those other guys.
Oh, by the way, so let me make another retraction before I get in more trouble. Is everything I just told you about Todd Vanacore? Let's go back to my original description, because my SCCA staffer was trying to mansplain me about the I Was Seventh video. So that was Kenny Zollner. That wasn't Todd Vanacore. Anyway, Larry, they are regridding the field currently and putting them back in the order in which they appeared for the start of this race.
But they're not allowed to make any other changes to the car.
That is under
they can make setting, but not part
under
swaps.
black flag conditions. Crew not allowed to touch the car. So no changes unless the driver can do it from within the cockpit.
Good to know. We've seen that in past years, but here without any changing weather conditions, not as likely. But these are prototypes of Formula cars, and as a driver of something with lots of knobs, I love turning knobs. Any chance I get, I would love to say, let me change that, let me change this. And if I'm told if I can't reach it from the cockpit, I guess then you've got what you got for whatever time that race control gives us.
Oh my gosh. Yep.
Yeah, I'm the guy that when I autocrossed my go-kart at the National Tour in Lincoln last Monday, I changed gears, I changed camber angle, and I disconnected one of the seat struts all between one run between myself and my co-driver just to make changes to the kart. Just
to make
throw
you
wrenches
faster
at
and
it.
him slower, right?
Let's not talk about the results.
Are you still the fastest MacLeod in the family?
Based on this year's results so far, but we'll be at the Pro Solo in Brunswick, Maine next weekend, where my son Jackson will have every opportunity to win that title back at least for the next week. He wasn't with me at Lincoln at the Pro Solo and National Tour out there. But hey, little shout out for the whole National Tour Pro Solo Series. Of course, you got the Pro Solo in Brunswick coming up. Registration is still good. I think until Tuesday, I believe, is when that shuts down. A National Tour there at the same site a week later, and I'm told the National Tour site will be bigger than the Solo Nationals Lincoln site combined if you take the east and west. Like it's a little different shape, but it's massive amount of concrete. If you can make the run up north of Boston, up there to Brunswick, Maine, it's going to be a great site. Like I said, I'll be there for the Pro Solo this coming weekend. But it's a great site there as well. So, yeah, big shout out. And then the Cleveland events are coming up too. There'll be a Pro Solo National Tour later in June in Cleveland. And there it's just off the airport property there. Had a good Pro Solo event last year. I did make it to that one. I'm not going to make it this year. But, great opportunities to run National Series events. There's a CAM Challenge in Peru, Indiana going on today. So if you're bored with us, God forbid you ever would be, you can tune into sololive.scca.com and you can click on the live audio.
Oh, don't turn away from us. And I was going to say, obviously, we have so many different types of motorsports that the Sports Car Club of America is involved in. If you want to find out more, head to scca.com. And so, Larry, also wanted to thank. I'm not big for making shout outs, but I wanted to thank Rocky Bolduc, who we saw earlier today in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 in that number 9 car. And we're going to see him a little bit later, actually, in the next run group. And I'm going to need to make a call to the grid here in just a moment. The next run group, our big bore group, he's going to be racing in a GTX Lamborghini. Rocky, who owns Bolduc Maple Farms, brought a huge bottle of maple syrup for me to take home. He had one for you as well, so I took 2. And
Rocky, you the man.
And everybody there thought it was well, we've been talking about the need for some strong drinks this weekend. Thought it might have been some brown rocket fuel. So I want to thank him. And he also had with him Corey Lewis, who has been his mentor, multi-time Super Trofeo champion, World Super Trofeo champion as well. So thanks to Rocky for bringing that by. Good luck this afternoon in your GTX race. He took the GTX win yesterday over Brianna Ogden in that Super Trofeo.
Yeah, definitely good luck to him, and I'm hoping to meet him face to face so I can taste some of the maple syrup that you have hoarded and will keep away from me.
That's right. Actually, no, he only gave me 1 bottle. I just wanted everybody to think that he was that he was.
And that was because I wasn't
incredibly
there. Otherwise, I would have gotten. It would have been my bottle and not yours. Okay.
Yes. Well, if it means anything, Carolyn Bayer Brewing is going to be safeguarding it until next weekend at Summit Point for me.
I'll talk to Carol. She'll bring some up to Road America for the run.
I guarantee you, she or Tom will.
Awesome stuff.
All right, so we are still getting things squared away here on the grid. Let me do this, Larry. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and Touring 1. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3. Race group number 6, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and Touring 1. Please head to the grid. Hey, Jordan, can we take a look over by turn 8 and see how the cleanup is doing over there? Oh, wow, look at that.
It's nice and clear up in 8.
Yes, it is.
So are we just waiting then for the regrid happening down on the lane before they can release them? That can be a bit of a complicated ordeal to get everyone back in their original run order if that's the intent.
Yep, and I'm getting word from our pit workers that they believe they've got everybody lined up and ready to go. And getting word from Josh Ashby down on the pit lane, Larry, that and we can see it there over on the left-hand side, and maybe this comes with the question about working on the car. That is the Downing Atlanta Peach, the Elan DPO2 of Matt Gendron, the number 82 car, where they had the bodywork, the engine cover, off of that machine as well as the side pods. So we'll see what's going to happen with that car. It would at the least have to go back to the very rear of the field after having been worked on there, I would presume.
Yeah, let's hope so. Gendron's down there, always working hard. I know Bill Gendron, Matt's dad from the world of autocross. Bill's been to Solo
Sway
many
bar
times.
Man, right?
What's that?
Sway bar man, right?
Sway bar man. Well, he sponsors the FTD fastest time of day trophy that's awarded every year at Solo Nats for the fastest overall time at the event, and the Small Fortune Racing a prize for FTD, and I managed to earn that one year back in 2018, and had that cup in my possession for about 360 days. I had to give it back. So disappointed.
Well, the reason I ask is back when I was autocrossing back in the early 2000s, the Gendron bar was always the bar, the front sway bar that you want to have on an S2000. So that's where.
Okay.
Didn't know if there is a relationship there.
He's been building all sorts of these prototype cars and then converting over to the Solo world of various mod cars. He's got a ton of them. I talked to him last year at VIR at the runoffs, and we talked for about 45 minutes, and he was saying, "Oh, I've got this car, I got this car, I got this car," and yeah, certainly he's got cars out there, but all he does, it seems, is tinker on these things and make them fast, and that's what's going on right here with this Peach car. I'm sure they're trying to get it running smoothly and getting it ready for a run as well. It's Road America coming up in October.
All right, so Larry, of course, want to let all of our viewers here know, and folks that are here at the track as well, about the International Motor Racing Research Center, the IMRRC, that collects, shares, and preserves the history of motorsports, spanning continents, eras, and race series. The center's extensive historical collection embodies the speed, drama, and camaraderie of amateur and professional motor racing throughout the world. The center welcomes serious researchers as well as casual fans to share the stories captured on their shelves and walls and brought to life through a regular calendar of public lectures and special events. And of course, the Sports Car Club of America has their archives hosted at the IMRRC. I know the DC region of the SCCA does as well, and one of those events is going to be coming up in just a few weeks, June 22nd at 6 p.m., when the IMRRC will present the amazing history of the Camerati USA Racing's 1960 Corvette and the colorful cast of characters surrounding it. The car was built for international competition under the auspices of Chevrolet General Manager Ed Cole and, of course, Corvette Chief Engineer Zora Duntov, and went on to race successfully in Havana, Daytona, Sebring, Nürburgring, Sweden, and Le Mans. That Camerati Corvette will be on display, and presenting will be Corvette historian Richard Prince, Truck Schrodel, as well, who was part of the Camerati team at Le Mans in 1960, as well as car owner Dominic Testa. All right, Larry, getting word from Race Control that we're going to be sending the field out now in 3 minutes' time.
Excellent.
And,
any word yet on how many laps or how much time?
Have not heard yet.
Okay, they were checking.
As we can see there on the screen, we've got just about 8 minutes remaining on the clock. We'll see if that
quote a famous Italian crew chief, we're checking. We're looking into it, but it does look like some movement down there on pit lane. Hopefully we'll be rolling out any second now, and then we'll see what the grid looks like and get this thing going. I'm sure Todd Vanacore is getting anxious up there.
Yeah.
I wonder if at this point, Russ Turner, see if he's regretting not joining this race. He would have had an extra 25, 30 minutes to actually get himself
I was going to say, he might have just, done a little extra prep and brought the car back up to the grid. He could start from the back of the pack. Had a little bit of extra time. All right, 1 minute, and we'll be sending the field out. We're still trying to get some information here on either how many laps or how much time will remain. All right, and what we are getting now is the clock, Larry, is going to be set to 20 minutes from the moment the cars are released from the pit lane. They are going to do one pace lap behind the safety car. And we're still, we'll know soon enough if it's going to be single file or double file. I believe it's going to be a single file restart here, as the clock will now be should be starting at about 20 minutes.
Should show up in a minute. We'll get there, but that's the word, so it's good to hear.
And so you'll see on our ticker there on the left-hand side of your screen, it still says 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Hopefully we'll have things reset here. And if not, if the technology can't keep up with Larry and I's brilliance, then we'll let you know exactly where we stand.
You're really setting that bar low now, aren't you?
I know, absolutely.
All right. Well, the challenge now to these drivers again in these various formula prototypes is to get heat and get warmth back in the engine, back in the brakes, back in the tires. And you can see some of them, especially those FE2s, trying to get their tires warmed up a little bit. We'll see if they're able to do that. The prototypes as well, they're big. They've got body work over their tires. Everything is just sort of working against them. And they've got this one lap to do it. And we'll see if Vanacore can lead this crew down the front straight, get in some green flag laps here.
All right, we're getting word from Race Control that, even if our timer isn't completely correct here, we think the checker should be coming out right around 1:53 p.m.
But we'll get about 18 minutes of it. That should be roughly 9 or 10 laps, depending on how fast Mr. Vanacore and crew Or if you're MacLeod, you're hoping that it's MacLeod and crew can do this.
Right.
He should be starting right behind MacLeod right behind Vanacore for the restart. This will also, I don't think we're doing any split start here, so that should bring the FE2s right up to the back.
Yeah, I don't think any longer.
Yeah, so what that'll do is it'll bring the FE2s essentially right to the back of the FCs, and they make speed in different ways, so there could be some interesting movement and things on the opening laps with the back of the FC crowd in front of the FE2s.
All right, so earlier in the season here, and Todd Vanacore, again, your reigning national champion in P1, took wins both days at Sebring International Raceway, won the sprint race at NOLA Motorsports Park, did not finish the feature race at Road Atlanta. He had a first and a third, double wins at VIR, and a first at Mid-Ohio on the sprint race on Saturday, a second place finish during the feature race. He currently leads Chip Romer in the championship by, looks like, 63 points currently. So Chip Romer running second and Matthew Romer third. John McAleer he finished second at Road Atlanta in the sprint race, took the win in the feature race over Vanacore on Sunday. As the safety car now heading on the pit lane, and as you can tell, it is going to be a single file restart here as they're coming onto the front straight, and green flag is in the air. And of course, the single file restart gives a pretty big advantage there to Todd Vanacore. And it looks like our FE2 racers and Formula Continental racers a little bit further back as they are now fanning out, going down into turn number 1. And from the looks of it, Larry, we've still got a couple last cars to come through, but it looks like they've all made it through turn 1 successfully.
Yeah, I think some of those going 2 or 3 wide might have been our trio of F1000s in the Formula A's. Paulie Gatto, Tim Pierce, Charlie Livingston. They seem to be the ones that started to fan out and get all defensive going into there as the FE2s started ramping up behind them. I think some of that still happened as that pack of FE2s now. I see Konzo trying to get around Witsa and Suba there, or Suba and Whitson getting around Konzo as they're all sort of jockeying. Yeah, they're right in that pack there. You can see them again, different Formula cars there, with a couple of those front two, I believe, that you can see in that pack together. The front two are the F1000s and FA, and then you got the FE2s behind them. The red and white one, I think, are the FAs. And then
FA,
you've got that gold
the
and black.
JDRs of Hamilton, Gatto, Hill.
Yep, and they're just a little bit longer, a little bit wider than you'll see in the FE2s. And then you got the FE2 crowd there with Konzo, the black and gold, leading that pack right now. I can't tell if it's Whitson or Suba right behind him.
All right, so Larry, through the magic of television, we now have the correct time on our ticker on the left-hand side of your screen. Ignore the number of laps to go, but we do have just under 15 minutes remaining on the clock here in this Formula car and prototype race.
And the stewards do have the right to kind of either extend or shorten that as they need. We are not official on that, but it's pretty darn close to what we believe is the accurate rundown of the clock on this. So it ends up being essentially a half-distance, half-time race. If you're supposed to be 35 minutes, we ended up essentially 17 minutes right at the green flag drop.
Exactly. All right, as they cross the line, completing lap number 3 now, Larry. In prototype 1, it is Todd Vanacore, then John McAleer, gap at the line, 1.2 seconds. Rod Rice running in third, and then we've got Bruce Hamilton, and he's got Todd Hamilton, our Formula Atlantic leader. He's got Todd Park sitting right between he and Tim Pierce, running a little interference for him. Pierce is running second in Formula Atlantic, 6th overall, then Livingston right back from there. In Formula Enterprises 2, Dexter Suba, your leader, with Jason Konzo and then Steve Whitston. That's your top 3.
Yeah, Suba was Konzo. Now I think Konzo just went around Suba on that back straight going into the bus stop, and there they are. So it looks like now it's Konzo, Suba, Whitston, 1, 2, 3. Konzo and Whitston are both, Suba and Whitston are both in the white bodies and wings. The yellow top, I think, is Konzo. Scuba. I keep reading that wrong.
That's correct. Konzo's in the gold and black one, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, and the red one then would be Whitston.
Whitston.
My eyes keep seeing Konzo and Suba and all these C names and easily confused. A little bit of spacing now among some of the pack here. These back groups in there. A couple of FCs and FAs kind of working together. And then I do see Mac Gendron
Yes, Gendron, who had to start at the back of the field. Larry starting to make his way now up through the pack.
And he'll be obviously the prototype at the tail end of a bunch of formula cars.
And Todd Vanacore now stretching out the lead over John MacLeod now to almost 2.7 seconds. And MacLeod, though, is under attack. That in the carbon fiber number 30 machine, Rod Rice, directly behind him. That is the battle for second in prototype 1. Todd Parks now has managed to get around the Atlantic of Tim Pierce. And Pierce is, and I think we were just watching a few moments ago, Pierce under attack from Charles Livingston.
Oh, this track in one of these B1 cars doing a minute 46 around this place just got to be insane. You know, we talk about some of the slower cars. We watch the Spec Race 4 Gen 3s, the Spec Miatas. They're all running, you know, that 205, 210 sort of lap time. And these guys are out there doing a minute 46. Bringing down these straightaways at a $150. It's just got to be awesomely insane. And the G loads through these banked corners with all this downforce just got to be incredible.
All right, so we were just watching, and we've already come through the shot. Hopefully, we'll see him coming into turn 6 here momentarily. The battle for the lead in Formula Atlantic, Tim Pierce and Livingston. Well, we'll get back to that. That's the FE2 race right there with Konzo, Suba, and Witston.
Yeah, Konzo able to open up a couple extra car lengths, I think, over Suba and Witston.
All right, here we go, Larry. Let's pick up the battle for the lead here in Formula Atlantic between Pierce and Livingston now, as they are locked nose to gearbox with a quick look to the inside of Pierce by Livingston as they come through turn 9 and not able to come underneath them, not quite close enough there in those two JDRs as they rocket through turn 10.
Yeah, they managed to shake Paulie Gatto, who's the third in FA, and another one of those JDR F1000s. But Paulie finds himself behind the trio of V2s. But Livingston and Pierce are just, like you say, locked in, nose to tail. Let's see what kind of moves they make in these cars. There they go. There's the inside. Looks like Livingston's going to try and make the move. It's not there, though.
No, he wasn't able to get quite close enough, and we saw there where Livingston came over just a little bit to cover. And I think Pierce came over to cover. It gave Livingston really very few chances or choices, because he would have had to really throw away a lot of exit speed if he continued that attack.
Yeah, also watch all of the prototypes for the cars in this race. Remember going back to the last races where we saw the Spec Miatas, the Spec MXs, and how much of the runoff they used in turn 1. These Formula cars, prototypes, they're not using any of it. They do not want anything to do with those curves because it disrupts the aero under the car as much as over the car. They just don't want these little light cars get banged around. Look at that, even coming off the outer loop.
Yeah, they will not touch them. And they're just so stiffly sprung, Larry. Obviously, it would just really unsettle those cars, even touch them.
Yeah, and these, in particular, these two Formula Annex are actually the Formula Bs. They use kind of a tunnel car aero technology, so they're massive diffusers, massive tunnels under the car. The aero under the car, a lot like the 2024 Formula 1 cars, they're using more aero pull from underneath than they are from on top. These guys, it's hypercritical to keep that car on the ground so that they're not bouncing around, because all that does is escape that vacuum pressure, and all of a sudden they won't stick as well. So these guys doing a great job of being precise and working, they're having a great race, and they're just trying to, I don't know how much actual movement they're trying to do. I don't know if Tim is trying to get around or Charles is trying to get around Tim, but they're certainly just nose to tail.
And Larry got word of one car off on the side of the track, and I believe this is making the run up towards the bus stop. It sounds like it may be the 06 machine of Bruce Hamilton, the Formula Atlantic. We'll try and verify that, but they're covering him with a yellow flag for about 2 laps, and then they plan to go and withdraw that.
He's in one of the Swift 014s, which back in the day would, of course, have Toyota power plants. They still can run the Toyotas, no, and some of the guys do. He's listing as a Swift 014 MZR. So he's running the Mazda motor in there, which was allowed a couple years ago. Bit of a cost control opportunity. The Toyotas they're good engines. They are just expensive to repair and replace, keep going, considering their age. So the Mazdas have helped bring these Atlantics back out by allowing a much cheaper powertrain.
I thought you just had to buy a Toyota MR2. Just kidding. Sorry. Old road racing joke. Anyway, especially if you're an MR2 driver. All right.
Cheap cars, I'm sure.
Yes. All right, let's check in. Well, there was a long story. I'll tell you some other time. All right, so in P1, it's Todd Vanacourt, John MacLeod, Rod Rice. In Formula Atlantic, Tim Pierce and Charles Livingston, the battle we have been watching. And now in Formula Enterprises 2, it is Jason Conzo, Dexter Zuba, Steve Whitston, your top three. And this is where everybody goes, what about Formula Continental, Larry?
I was just going to say, well, the FC race, the top three are all running essentially nose to tail with Cordova, Betterly, and Fayan. I don't know if we've got a shot at them on track. Do we know where that trio is?
See if we can pick them up as they're running right behind. If we look for Gendron, they are two cars behind Gendron.
Yeah, they should be somewhere in. They just finished. Well, Betterly just finished a lap. Or perhaps somewhere down in turn one. We'll get there. That's our FA battle.
And still side by side there in Livingston, just still not able to get that done. I think that was John MacLeod. Yeah. All right. So what we'll look for here, we're going to look for that the traditional Mazda colored orange and green prototype car, and then drop two back. And I think we're right there right now. Exactly, Larry.
That's it.
Yeah, as they were coming right out of they were just coming out of that previous shot there.
Yep, and so that's the three of them there. So that's your first, second, and third in FC. Glenn Cordova, Don Betterly, Chris Fayan. A couple of Van Diemen's in the hands of Cordova and Fayan, and an RFR listed here for Betterly. FC's great racing in these guys. I've gotten to know some of the FC crowd from the runoffs, and they really are building the interest back up in these FC cars. A lot of great racers. These cars are a lot less expensive to run than perhaps some of the FBs or the other types of FAs. And so there's a bit of a budget there. And these guys also tend to run the tire rule of one set per weekend, or when they get to the runoffs, I think they're given two for the week.
Right. And if it was my understanding that I think they went to a Spec tire a couple of years ago as well, which certainly helps that out considerably.
And some of the other regional series or even some of the pro series, they might run a different tire. But I think within SCCA events, they're still limited to one specific Spec tire. So I think it helps, and it makes the racing very good, as well as cost control, which obviously to keep motorsports flourishing, we need to keep the cost within reason. It's never cheap. We can't say it's motorsports is not low cost, but we can certainly keep them within reason. That's the battle for second in FE2 that just went by start finish. Zuba and Whitston about a second apart.
And a pretty big gap then back to Sam Harrington and Marshall Stocker running fourth and fifth, almost 8 seconds in arrears of that battle.
Yeah, and then there's Mac Endron still working his way through the field after restarting this race at the back of the pack. His last time by a 1:51. To give you an idea how fast Todd Vanacourt is in this race, his last lap is a 1:43.444. That's moving.
All right, Larry,
second,
we may have something over by turn one. At least we thought we did. We've got a local caution there.
I see something. Is there a car just the driver's right coming up the hill? They're so low, these Formula cars, but you can see one at the cutoff.
Yeah, just the wing, though we see the wing poking up there. We'll see if we can get the number, but I think that's going to be somewhat like during the MX-5 Cup or Spec MX race, where we couldn't get the number.
Yep, so it's at least that, yes, that is a yellow there in the corner for one stranded car, so the field will all see that here shortly.
And unfortunately, station 3 there can't get the number. We know it is a crimson car, but that's the 99 is the car number. That is Paulie Gatto and his JDR, who was running 11th.
And he had some issues, because he originally started this race by Tim Pierce, Charlie Livingston, and then kept eating and fading. So they have something finally gave up on that car. Also want to note that MacLeod and Rice, the second and third place runners in P1, are essentially nose to tail now. A couple laps in a row. Rice, the trailing of the two.
Yeah, and here they are right in that. They just came through this shot here. If we can, there we go.
Rice has had the faster trap speeds on the main straightaway every single time. MacLeod seems quicker getting through the bus stop as they head around one of our FC cars here. So good little battle here between the 68 of MacLeod and the 30 of Rice, both in very similar prep to line DPO2s.
All right, Larry, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention to paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 6, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, American Sedan, and Touring 1. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and Touring 1. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes. As we're watching that fight for second in Prototype 1 as Todd Vanacore is really checked out. We are getting word that the next time Todd Vanacore comes by, he will get the white flag. So just one more lap remaining for him. And then in Formula Continental, it's Cordova and Betterly still locked nose to tail in Formula Continental.
They've shaken Chris Van a little bit. Chris now about 6 seconds behind them, but Cordova and Betterly have definitely locked in, and I don't think that Betterly is going to let Cordova get away here with what we think may only be 2 laps to go.
Yeah.
Well, it says 5 on the screen. We believe we're going to see 2.
Yeah.
As right there, MacLeod goes around a couple of Rod Rice behind him, and look at the size difference between these two, between the prototypes and those FE2s.
And the FE2 machines, yeah.
The white flag will be shown to Vanacore as he's still race leader, about 8 seconds up the road from MacLeod and Rice. So the closest battles on track now as things are starting to spread out a little bit. Probably the second place, or the first place battle, Cordova and Betterly in FC, still very close. And we got a couple battles further down in FC, even William Hoops and Doug Rocco both together.
All right, and there is Todd Vanacore in the number 19 machine. He is getting the white flag, 1 lap remaining here at Watkins Glen for our prototypes and our large formula cars. And then we've got that battle for second in P1. We'll jump to that here in just a moment. But got a couple of very good fights on track right now. Cordova, Betterly, in the battle for the lead in Continental. We've also got in, as things have really started to stretch out in FE2 with Jason Conzo really starting to run away from Dexter Suba and Steve Whitston. Livingston and Pierce, that was very, very tight early on, has started to open up here at the end of the race. But so we'll watch here that battle in Continental.
Yeah, I think the battle here that leader Vanacore is coming up on, this might be the battle in FC between William Hoops and Doug Rocco for 4th in Formula Continental. And it looks like Vanacore is just being respectful at this point, let these two play, knowing it's last lap anyway. But then we did talk about the leaders battle still, Cordova and Betterly, which should be seeing the white flag now based on what I'm seeing in timing and scoring. If they've got 1 to go, if we could pick that up, the Betterly-Fayen battle, and find that pair of winged cars. The white flag goes out.
All right, that was Gendron that we saw just cross the start finish line. Yeah, I was gonna say they should be like 4 cars behind that one.
That should be them. Oh, that's our FE2s.
No, here they come out of 11 right now, Larry. This is the Continental battle
and
right here.
They got white flag, even though the checker's waiting behind them to Todd Vanacore, who just barely holds off MacLeod, who's being so respectful to the battles that he went ahead and let MacLeod catch up to him. Yeah. Vanacore is going to get the win there. He won, MacLeod second.
Yeah, 4/10 of a sec there after being a gentleman. Wow.
To that battle in FC, which was that we do believe now that is for the lead. That is Cordova and Betterly now heading down towards the bus stop there. Between them, 0.6 of a second.
Yep, here they come.
Betterly doesn't look like he's got the trap speed as strong as Cordova. Around here, that could be a big help. Be able to hold off and to defend. Again, these cars are pretty similar, both Van Diemen's, both probably similar power plants, but you can adjust things like your different aero. Somebody likes a little more downforce, someone likes a little less, helping the trap speed out, I guess, if you're Glenn Cordova. And it does look like it may just be that speed different things. It looks like Betterly is closing in a little bit as they come up to turn 7 here.
And it looked like he got a very good run out of turn 6. And we saw that down the hill. He just got trapped to the outside there. Tried to do an over-under coming through the toe of the boot and could not get the car folded underneath the back of Cordova. Let's see here as they come into 8. You saw there, Larry, the difference in the way that Betterly had to go around the outside of turn 7 through the toe of the boot. It really affected his run down to turn 8, and it's given just a little bit of clearance now to Glenn Cordova. And as they come out of the final corner, probably the biggest gap we've seen in 3 laps, Larry, taking the win in Formula Continental, it will be Glenn Cordova taking the win over Don Betterly. Margin of victory 1 second. And Chris Fahan, we're still waiting on him. He should bring the number 39 Van Diemen home in 3rd. All right, so let's quickly here, Larry, run down the finishing order here for our 4 different classes. We'll start off with Prototype 1, where Todd Vanacore took the win over John MacLeod. Rod Rice finished 2nd, and just off the podium, Todd Parks, Matthew Gendron finishing in 5th. In Formula Atlantic, Charles Livingston is your winner. Tim Pierce will finish 2nd. Paulie Gatto, retiring 4 laps early, will come home in 3rd. Bruce Hamilton only completes 3 laps. Then in FE2, taking the win, Jason Conzo, Dexter Suba finishing 2nd, Steve Whitston 3rd, Sam Harrington 4th, just off the podium, Marshall Stocker 5th in a 10-car field. And then finally in Formula Continental, Glenn Cordova, your winner, Don Betterly 2nd, Chris Fahan 3rd, William Hoops 4th, just off the podium, and Doug Rocco finishing in 5th. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 6. GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Race group 6, this is your final call to the grid. All right, Larry, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with some big bore racing here on the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International, everybody, for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod next on track. Well, another one of our split starts, but we got the ground pounders out here. We've got the big GT cars, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, as well as in our second group, behind the second pace car, Touring 1 and American Sedan. Let's run down the starting 12 for that group, and then we'll move back to the GT car. Starting 12, driving the number 4 American Sedan Chevy Camaro, we've got Douglas Cross. Kelly Lubosh will start 11th, driving his American Sedan Chevy Camaro. And then we've got Beth Aquilante starting 10th. She's in the number 58 Pontiac Firebird American Sedan. Thomas Brown will start 9th. Thomas is in the number 23 American Sedan Chevy Camaro, while we've got Jason Smith in the 1999 American Sedan Ford Mustang. That's the 97 car. James Jost will start 7th. He's in the number 14 American Sedan Ford Mustang, with Amy Aquilante starting 6th. Amy's in the number 51 American Sedan Pontiac Firebird. And your pole sitter in American Sedan today, driving the number 22 Chevrolet Camaro, our reigning national champion, Danny Richardson. Then, starting 4th, and all of our remaining cars in this group are in T1. Clark Nunes will start 4th. He's in the number 79 Chevrolet Camaro. Brian Goodman in the number 48 T1 BMW M3 will start 3rd. Timothy Rubwright in his Ford Boss 302 will start 2nd on the outside of the front row. And then Mark Catensi in the number 173 BMW M3 is your pole sitter for that rear group. Now let's move over to the GT cars. Joe Christensen in his Honda Civic from London, Ontario, Canada. If he makes the field today, he didn't yesterday, will start 19th. Armin McGregor in the number 72 Mazda Miata, that's a GT3 car, scheduled to start 18th. And then Tony Ave, who was scheduled to start 17th today in his GT3 Acura RSX. We know that he will not make today's field. Starting 16th in the number 30, or probably, let's now call it 15th. Driving the number 32 GT3 Mazda RX-7, Michael Lewis. Starting 14th, driving the number 91, and yes, I know I just skipped a number. Starting 14th, the number 91 GT3 Nissan 200 SX from Novi, Michigan, Ken Nelson. Peter Mumford is starting 13th in the number 45 GT1 Chevrolet Corvette, while Brianna Ogden will start 12th in her number 141 GTX Porsche GT4S Club Sport. Richard White will start 11th. Richard's driving the number 197 GT1 Porsche 911 Cup car, with Ray Ramirez in his GT1 911 Cup car starting 10th. That's the 43 machine. Sterling Cole will start 9th. Sterling's in the number 13 GT2 Mazda RX-7, with Tad Berger starting 8th. Tad's in the number 60 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. That's I know I just said it's a GT3 Cup car, but it's in SCCA GT2. Also in SCCA GT2, driving the number 28 Chevy Corvette from Princeton, Texas, Lou Gelati. Brian Scheibel starting 6th. Brian's in the number 11 GT2 Chevy Camaro, with Barry Bowes, your GT2 pole sitter today. He starts 5th overall in the number 132 Ford Mustang. Rocky Bolduc, my maple syrup hookup, is starting 4th today in the number 9 GTX Lamborghini Super Trofeo, with Joe Frieda starting 3rd. He's in the number 122 GT1 Chevy Corvette. And your front row, Michael McAleenan, driving the number 3 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, and your pole sitter, driving the number 57 red, white, and blue Ford Mustang from Canfield, Ohio. It's Dave Penterick.
Watch for Pentark to get a lightning start here and try and just pull away, but it's the red Corvette coming up the inside there.
The little red Corvette of Joe Frieda.
Trying to make a move, but lots of brake lock up in the background there. I don't see who that is. One of the black Corvettes. It might be Mumford.
Yeah, I was going to say that, or I think it might have been the Porsche 911 just ahead of him, Larry, there in that red, blue, and black machine, which I do have some information on. I'll try and pull that up here in just a moment.
Is that Ramirez or what?
I think that is Ramirez. As our second group now comes to the line, Larry, green flag in the air, and as they head down into turn number 1, who shall it be?
It's the Camaro, Nunez. And who's out in front?
Nunes.
Yeah,
I almost turned that into a Men at Work song.
Well, it's getting a little wild there in the middle of the pack. They are still 2 and 3 wide. They're starting to straighten it out now as they head up the hill there. Goes behind one of the Aqualantes. It might be Amy. Richardson, the fastest of the sedans there, I think. And then Tim Rubwright in the Boss 302 Mustang, looking a lot like a sedan car. It's not. It's a T1 car.
And by the way, that Porsche 911, Larry, Rich White, that I was thinking about there in the number 197 machine out of Mineola, New York. That was had all the brake up going into turn one. All right, here is that battle at the front of Touring 1 and American Sedan, where we've got Mark Catensi in the M3, Rubwright and Goodman. Rubwright in the Mustang now sitting, actually is falling back behind Brian Goodman. And then we've got Danny Richardson leading the American Sedan field. He moved out to a pretty early lead yesterday, Larry, and pretty much just walked the field there in American Sedan.
Yeah, he was able to yesterday. I don't know that that's going to happen here today. The other big change from yesterday to today was he briefly led GT3 was Michael Lewis, and today he's back into the Jag here in his GT1 car,
yes,
which he struggled with on qualifying yesterday morning to even get a lap in when the flag session came out to a checkered early. So I think that Jag is already starting to move up a little bit in his, of course, GT1 Jag, not a GT3 Mazda that he was in yesterday.
Exactly. So, yeah, indeed, when he went out for qualifying, he had to qualify both his GT3 Mazda and the Jaguar. Did not get any laps in the Jaguar, so he started at the tail end of our GT car field and has to work his way forward. Of course, yesterday, he was leading the GT3 race up until I think 3 laps to go when that machine seemed to just let go on him. And turned out, it sounded like, from what we got on the pit lane from Josh Ashby, that it was a bearing issue. And he was very quick to bring that car into the pits. As we see there in that, I don't want to call it iconic, but that black with orange Jaguar XKR that he has run with that livery for so many years, as he now is making his way up through the field. And we saw that he had already cleared Barry Bowes in the GT2 Mustang, had already cleared Lou Gelati in the GT2 Chevy Corvette, and see now he is closing in on the back of the not so little red Corvette of Joe Frieda, the 122 car. Now, Frieda had some issues in qualifying yesterday, and definitely got them, got whatever the problem was rectified, as he ran a very good race yesterday afternoon. But we'll look here, because that battle right behind Lewis and Frieda, that's Gelati and Bowes. That's the battle for the lead in GT2.
And right now it's Gelati in that Corvette just ahead of the Mustang of Bowes as they go down through turn one. And Bowes going to take that wide line. A little squirrely there as he gets the power down, all that torque going to the ground. He's going to make a run to see if he can get around the Corvette of Gelati. Gelati, of course, the veteran here. Bowes, I think it's a TA2 car, if I got that right.
Yeah, it's a TA2 Ford Mustang, and Bowes was very strong at the start of the race, and then seemed to have some mechanical issues. Lost a lot of pace yesterday. Towards the end, Barry Bowes finishing just off the podium in GT2, finished 4th.
Yeah, well, he's pushing hard to get up to Gelati here as they go through the inner loop to the outer loop. And then that next pack behind them, you can see right there a whole bunch of GT2s as well. See Sterling Cole, Brian Scheibel in that group. I think Tad Berger's in that group.
Yes.
And the Porsche right there, the gray and black one.
And so this right now is the battle for third. As you said, Scheibel, the Chevy Camaro, that black and red machine. Then we have Sterling Cole in the yellow Mazda RX-7, and then the Porsche directly behind Tad Berger.
Talk about three wildly different cars between them. Of course, you got the Cole in the RX-7 there with Berger behind him, and then Scheibel in his Camaro. And three completely different power plants, three different constructions. Of course, the Cup cars are a Spec GT3 Cup car back there, lumped into this GT2. But yet, here they are, all still having fantastic racing. Meanwhile, as we just saw a glimpse of an orange and black Jaguar kind of flying through the front of the field here, he's already gotten his way around Joe Frieda.
Yeah, so he's up to 4th overall.
Frieda's slow coming in, it looks like.
Yes.
Yeah, he's coming down
the pit lane, Larry. He's calling it. He's calling it early.
Oh, that's unfortunate for that red Corvette of Frida.
Yeah, and so Larry, when we saw him the start, I talked about the 197 machine, the Porsche 911 of Richard White, and I was, typically going down into the 90 on the opening lap, you're looking for brake smoke and people locking things up. The 197 car, I saw a couple more whiffs of smoke on it on the couple succeeding passes, and White has taken that Porsche down the pit lane, and he is now heading back behind the wall. His day's done.
A little shout out to chat here. It's a guy who knows a little bit about some GT2 cars, some T1 cars. Andrew Aquilante joining in the chat here, watching in probably from his home there in Pennsylvania. Andrew, how's it going? Multi-time national champ. Very familiar with the cars and the drivers in this class.
And so Ken Nelson now, well, I would say Ken Nelson. We're seeing, of course, Joe Frida now. Since he came down the pit lane, he is falling back through the order. In GT1, of course, that puts, now we know Michael Lewis moved up into third position. That is going to escalate, though. Ray Ramirez, who's running 10th overall, pretty distant from Michael Lewis, sitting in 10th in his Porsche GT3 car, up in the 4th in class.
Mentioned Andrew Aquilante also watching this. I'm probably less interested, I'm guessing, in the T1 than he is in the A sedan, where Amy Aquilante and Beth Aquilante are out there doing their speed things, and Amy running currently 3rd, Beth currently 5th in their Phoenix Performance Pontiacs, and there is, I think that's Amy just ahead of James Jost, running 3rd and 4th.
And also coming down the pit lane, we haven't looked much at American Sedan here, as you mentioned, both Amy and Beth Aquilante, but Thomas Brown brings his Chevy Camaro onto the pit lane. Looks like his day, well, we'll see. He's now leaving his pit box crews looking at the car, but from the looks of it and his pace going down the pit lane, his day likely done. In American Sedan, currently your leader is Danny Richardson. He's got about 5 seconds on Jason Smith. And we may want to take a look at this fight, Larry, for second in American Sedan. There's Danny Richardson just now going through turn 8. We will pick up right here now, coming through turn 8. Yeah, there is the Mustang, the white Mustang, the 97 car, Jason Smith, Amy Aquilante in the blue Firebird, and then that light blue Mustang directly behind. That is James Jost. That is your battle for second.
Yeah, that's a great fight going on between them. I don't know that Jason Smith had all that great of a run. I think he had an issue yesterday and wasn't able to get through that. But we know that Aquilante and Jost had a pretty good scrap yesterday, and they've kind of picked up right where they left off. And the two of them look like they're ready to make a move on Smith, who's running second. And there goes Amy, maybe at least showing the front of that car, the mirrors behind that Mustang as they go lightning down the front straight. No change in the order here as Ken Nelson yields to the trio battling an A sedan. And the only GT3 car in the field here this time, so he's not too worried about winning his class in this thing. He'd rather just get a good look at this A sedan battle.
Yeah, exactly. He can sit behind and be the camera car there. Sure. So the Mustang of Jason Smith did finish second yesterday, Larry. He did. Yeah, he did, with Amy finishing 3rd. Amy Aquilante finishing 3rd. Jost just off the podium in 4th, and then Beth Aquilante, Tom Brown, Kelly Lubosh.
My apologies to Jason for completely forgetting and to blame
I won't
that
tell
on
him
just
it was
getting
me
old.
that said it.
Tell him it was Brian. Brian said it.
So Brian, Brian, exactly. See. So Larry, did you watch as these drivers, and in particular as Amy Aquilante came out over the second left-hander through the bus stop chicane, as she popped over the curb there, how the inside front tire just lifted up in the air about 1.5 foot. And we know Andrew Aquilante is the king of bounding over curbs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering if he's been sharing some of his secrets lately.
That run in the family a little bit, perhaps.
Yes.
Perhaps. She's not shy with those curbs. She's running quick. I mean, really, seriously, she's giving it all right now. Doesn't care who it is under those helmets around. She's going to race them regardless. And now she's going to even show to the inside under Smith. Smith going to close that door. Wow, good racing. It's going to look again even. Looks like Smith leaving that door open on entry. Maybe he's just going to say, well, if you're going to leave it open, I'm going to drive right through it. He's taking tight lines, just trying to show it at every point, trying to put pressure on Smith.
All right, here comes our overall leader. That is Dave Pinterick in the Ford Mustang. And look at this, Larry, as Michael MacLeod has started to close things down on Dave Pinterick. Pinterick, that last time by, has been trying to work through traffic about a half a second off of MacLeod's pace here. And you should also notice here comes Michael Lewis from the back of the pack. Last time by, he was 3 seconds faster than either Pinterick or MacLeod.
And I'll tell you what, Lewis's trap speed, hang on to your hats, 169.8 miles an hour in that Jaguar down the straight. Look at this thing roaring.
Oh my gosh. And where he brings that thing all the way up to the wall on exit, because that's where it takes him.
Yeah.
And Pinterick now getting bogged down behind the 3 American sedan machines.
Yeah.
Here come both MacLeod and
Oh
Lewis.
boy. Yeah, this is going to get real testy, because I'm hoping Pinterick's on the radio as somebody to know that, hey, you don't have room and margin for all this. You got to get around this sedan battle, which Amy, by the way, has gotten around Smith. Amy now running second in a sedan at the front of that trio. She gets to dictate, I guess, kind of how they yield to the faster GT1 cars. She's not going to yield. I can trust you here. She's going to hold her spot and make them go around her.
Yeah, she's not, and Smith is. And Smith came down to the inside. That basically just blocked them off. Yeah, absolutely. And all the while, Danny Richardson just turning laps.
He doesn't even know how good this is behind him. But Pinterick, okay, so Pinterick gets through a little bit.
Big cloud of smoke there. And I think that might have been brake lockup. Was that from Lewis or was that from Jost? I think that was from...
I think it was Lewis. Yeah, there it is again.
Yeah, there it is again.
Oh, he may have a brake issue in that car. As he's now up underneath the back of the Phoenix Performance Aqualante, and he's going to get around her. He's not backing out yet, but if there's a brake issue in that car, we know Lewis, he won't stay long if he thinks there's any kind of compromise to his brakes. But look at the speed. Look at now how we've got the 3 leaders of the overall race, 2 of them in GT, all 3 in GT1, with Pinterick, MacLeod, and Lewis. Now just, 3 seconds between them?
Indeed, that is the gap now as they come and complete lap number 7, starting lap number 8, and it had broken up that American sedan battle for second quite a bit there as James Jost trying to take advantage, and then Jost getting around Jason Smith, so move Jost up into the last podium paying position here in American sedan.
Yeah, good job by Joe seizing that opportunity. We'll see if Smith can respond now. Having gotten shuffled back 2 spots, he can't be feeling happy about that. Look at that run, though, for Aqualante. She is going to haul down there and try to put them in the distance and try to maybe set her sights on keeping up with that little white Camaro a few yards up the road.
Boom! Over the curb.
Yep. Ace of man racing. That's what you got to do.
Absolutely.
Another Lamborghini coming up behind. That's the Trofeo car of Rocky Maple Syrup Baldock.
That's right.
The Maple King. I want to get by this group quickly. This could possibly help Smith if the other 2 at all hold up. Baldock coming through. See if Smith can follow that Jag and try and gain some ground there back on Jost and kind of turn around fair play with him getting shuffled back the first time this came through.
Now let's see if we see any of that brake lockup from Lewis here as he comes through 9. No, don't see it there.
Okay.
By the way,
that's good for him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here, something else may have happened here as he's mid-track there. Oh, yeah, and we see some smoke coming through turn 10. I think Lewis might be heading down in the pit lane.
He's staying out.
He stays out. Yeah. So this is about halfway, Larry, where he gets points for the finish. Should also mention Lou Gelati, who was leading GT2. His Chevy Corvette now on the pit lane. That moves Barry Bowes up into the lead. Scheibel in the second, Tad Berger into third. And as we're just about halfway, Larry, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7. E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Race group 7 racers, please start heading to the grid. Rocky Bolduc bring that Lamborghini through the bus stop. Should just let everybody know that Rocky has a very endearing name for that car, and he calls it Maple Sweet Heat.
He's my new best friend. I haven't even met him yet face to face, but I like him a lot already.
That's right.
Yeah,
all right, let's watch.
He's throwing that car on. There's Danny Richardson still doing his thing by himself, having a really good run here. Is Danny again, just like yesterday?
And I think that was that Thomas Brown that I think he worked his way around the. We look at.
Brown might be out. I'm wondering if that was Cross.
Cross. And I'm trying to find the other third-gen Camaro. Whoa! As Richardson has the rear end just really walk on him going through 8, and I think he got into some of that oil dry that was put down from the race before.
Could be. A sedan cars doing A sedan things. Lewis's car still a little slow. Yeah, it looks like Lewis, that might have been an in-lap, essentially, that we saw him starting to cool the thing, and now he has brought it in.
So Michael Lewis now retires from 3rd in GT1. And Peter Mumford, who was a lap down, eventually he'll be able to unlap himself. That should move him up into 3rd position. Penteric just resetting fast lap here, Larry, and he turns in a 150.707, almost 4 seconds faster than Michael McAleenan's last lap.
I can't imagine jumping from a Spec MX to a GT1 Ford Mustang doing 160 down the straightaway.
Yeah.
The jump has got to be incredible.
And should note that Penteric has the track record here. Penteric last year at this event ran a 148.6. So he's still over 2 seconds off of that. Imagine how much faster down the track he could be.
Right.
As he is just absolutely just slicing through traffic.
As he continues to slice right there as he goes underneath the GT4. I think that was GT4. That Brianna Ogden, I think. Yep.
It's a GTX. Yeah, Porsche GT4S Club Sport. Yeah. It's just a Cayman to me, Larry.
It's just a Porsche 914 to me.
That's right. I've just now had my ability to work any Porsche Club event revoked for the next 25 years.
No, that'll happen when you start calling the 911s Beatles.
Wait till we see the Fun Cup in the next group.
Start calling them Formula Vs with bodies on them. A little faster than that.
All right, so just saw there, and I believe that was Mark Potensi in his, let's see here, coming up over the hill. That's actually the Ford Mustang of Tim Rubright, who is currently running 4th in Touring 1. And I think, is that directly ahead? Is that Nunes in the Camaro ahead, or is that one of our? That's one of our American sedan Camaros, directly ahead. But that right there, that's Brian Goodman that we just saw in the red and black number 48 BMW. He is running 2nd in Touring 1, about 12 seconds in arrears of Mark Potensi, who's just really opened things up. But the 79, that black with green Chevy Camaro, that is Clark Nunes, running currently 3rd in Touring 1. And Lou Gelati's car, Larry, getting a tow down the pit lane. Looks like it could not return to the pits under its own power.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
What if we can get a shot somewhere where the James Jones Amy Aquilante battle for 2nd in a sedan as Amy continues to lead James, but it is getting close.
You
There
ask,
they are.
and you shall receive.
Perfect. Little Ford and Chevy, or Ford and Pontiac battle going on here with Jost in the Ford and Amy in the Pontiac. And we had seen Amy had the advantage there when the leaders came through and separated them. Jost has sort of put that advantage right to bed and said, all right, let's get down to racing again with 4 to go, depending on where the leaders are. This is still coming down to it with Amy in second right now and James in third.
All right, Larry, don't know if it's going to affect anything here, but Ken Nelson, who is our sole GT3 driver here today in his Nissan 200 SX, off pace coming towards the bus stop. And they've been covering him with a white flag. But the last call that I had is that he's doing okay.
Well, he's gotten past the pivotal halfway point, qualifying him for results and points and all that stuff. So
and a finish and a win.
As the only GT3 in the field, he potentially could just pull this thing in and remove himself from the track. But look at this: that is Jason Smith, your fourth place runner in a sedan, with one of our GT2 cars trying to go on by him. Which one that was?
That may, I believe, that GT2. may have been Ramirez.
Couldn't tell if it was like a Scheibel, perhaps. It's a Camaro in GT2. That much I could tell, but
yeah, let's see. Yeah, maybe Scheibel and Tad Berger.
Yeah, Berger then would be the cup car now passing Jason Smith on the outside. On the outside,
or
maybe there
not.
wasn't an outside to have.
It was open until it wasn't.
I did the cup car now realizing, oh, wait a second, those A sedans are actually pretty fast in a straight line. Maybe I got to go the other way. And he does make the pass.
Always out.
Yes, the brakes on an A sedan are not very large. Porsche cup cars, plenty of brakes.
Yeah.
All right, so there's that battle, and now that Camaro, we believe, is Scheibel catching up to the second and third place Milanese sedan. Aquilante continuing to lead Jost for second spot. Let's see if that changes here as Jost yields. We're trying to get a good late apex here up the hill. Round 7.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 7. E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 7. E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and B-Spec racers is your second call to the grid.
Three laps to go. As Amy continues to hold down to that second spot.
Yeah, and as Jost now has to deal with some of that faster traffic coming through, it's kind of pushing him back and back and back from Aquilante.
Yeah, it seems like he's getting caught at the rough places for him as the yielding car. Amy, it looks like she's going to get caught maybe just after turn 1, which is fine. She'll just do basically let Tad go on by the same way that Tad went around Jason Smith just a lap ago, maybe out braking into the corner like this, out braking into 1. But a decent run for Jost here could bring him up a little bit closer. With only 3 to go, he's going to have to really turn on the afterburners to try and catch Aquilante, who's, I got to say, she's been smooth and fast this entire race. Wide bend around there for Jost, but Aquilante able to kind of hold track right. Interesting.
And then you can see how shallow an entry. Larry, I was just going to say how shallow an entry that Jost was taking to the bus stop. So shallow, in fact, that it cut right across the infield portion of it there.
Might have been a bit too shallow, yeah.
Yes. And he entered from almost center of track, and I was wondering why he might take that line, and I'm sure now he's probably wondering the exact same thing.
Yeah.
All right, so next time our leader, Dave Pinteric, crosses the start-finish line, he will get the white flag. There is Pinteric now just coming out of the outer loop and down into the boot. As things are winding down in GT1, Pinteric now with a 16-second advantage over Michael McAleod, who is running second overall. Rocky Bolduc up to third overall. He's your leader in GTX over Brianna Ogden. Barry Bowes currently running fourth overall. He is your leader in GT2. With that, we were watching Scheibel in the Camaro, Berger in the GT3 Cup car. They are running 2nd and 3rd in class, 5th and 6th overall. Mark Potensi, your leader in his in T1 in his BMW M3. Brian Goodman 2nd, Clark Nunes 3rd, and then in American Sedan, it's Richardson, Aquilante, and Jost.
Well, in the chat, you got Mr. Clowntown 57 says hello from Australia. So if he's down under, it's probably about 8 o'clock on Monday morning over there. So great to have our global audience tuning in.
The good thing I didn't start singing those network songs. All right, so Dave Peterick comes through turn 1, starts his final circuit of Watkins Glen International here this weekend. And he just reset fast lap once again, Larry, a 150.2. If you remember, we had Scotty B. White up in the booth with us here yesterday, and he was commenting on how consistent Peterick was. Yeah. And yesterday he was running in the 52s. Well, that 150, he hasn't been down to 150 range in 4 laps, but he has been running right in the high 52s, low 53s, almost this entire race. So once again, incredibly consistent driving from Peterick.
Yeah, just absolutely, just one after another, lap after lap, just laying them down, doing amazing work, and really not being pressured by anyone. MacLeod had gotten within a couple seconds earlier in this race. Now he finds himself 24 seconds in the Huracan back from Peterick's Mustang. So Peterick doing what champions do, and just being consistent and pulling ahead. And he's got about a half a lap to go here.
And Larry, a last lap or last lap and a half change here in Touring 1 as Clark Nunes pulls his car off track. And so that is going to move Tim Rubright from 4th back up into a podium paying position here, as he is now 3rd in Touring 1 behind Brian Goodman's and Mark Potensi's BMW M3s.
Well, there you can see Peterick getting around Sterling Cole's RX-7. Sterling just kind of limping this thing home to try and get there. And then right behind them, we're going to have that second place battle, and A Sedan decided.
All right, there you go. Taking the checkered flag for this and the win in GT1 for the 2nd day in a row, Dave Peterick. And we should see Michael MacLeod in here in just a few moments in his Lamborghini GT3 Evo come into sight. There he is, coming out of the final corner now. He will finish 2nd in GT1. And then already, I think, 2 laps down, Peter Mumford should bring home his Chevy Corvette in 3rd. Ray Ramirez just off the podium. Danny Richardson taking the win in American Sedan. Amy Aquilante 2nd, James Jost 3rd in GT2. As they come to the line, Barry Bowes takes the win. Brian Scheibel, Tad Berger, your top 3. Sterling Cole finishing 4th in GT3. Ken Nelson retired the car after only 10 laps, but is our sole racer in the class. Congratulations, Ken. You're a winner today. In GTX, Rocky Bolduc takes the win over Brianna Ogden. And in Touring 1, Mark Potensi, your winner. Brian Goodman, Tim Rubright finishing 3rd for the Walter E. Hanskin Memorial Race, a race that was named after the only driver to win the Sports Car Grand Prix 4 different times. And in 1953, 57, 59, and 62. Hanskin's first racing appearance was in the 1951 Grand Prix, and with the exception of 52 and 56, Hanskin raced at the Glen until 1965, where he shared a Ford Mustang with Mark Donahue and finished 3rd overall in the Glen 500. Hanskin crashed his Ford GT40 Mark II during the Le Mans test weekend and in April 1966, and unfortunately passed from his injuries. The first inaugural Walter E. Hanskin Memorial Race was run in 1988 and was won by Dick Murray driving a Chevrolet Camaro. And so congratulations to all of our Walter E. Hanskin Memorial Race winners today. All right, Larry, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Final call to the grid for E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Your race is next, and we will be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International and the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and things are starting to wind down here, Larry. We have up next the Queen Catherine Cup race and Robert L. Burns Memorial race as well. We'll talk about those in just a little bit, but let's run down the starting order. We once again have a split start with our E production, F production, H production, and GT Light drivers behind the first pace car. B-Spec racers behind the second. Let's start off with our 11 B-Spec racers. Starting 11th in the number 86 Chevy Sonic, we've got Anthony Ruddy. Jim Kelleher is in a Mini Cooper. He starts 10th. That's the number 31 machine. David Oliveira, driving the number 56 Mini Cooper, will start 9th. JB Swan, driving the number 3 Chevy Sonic, will start 8th. Ken Lendrum, driving the number 129 Mazda 2, will start 7th, with Thomas Tremper starting 6th. Tom's driving the number 33 Mini Cooper. Jared Lendrum, also driving a Mini Cooper, will start 5th today. That's a 28 car, with Andrew Nelson starting 4th. He's in the number 52 Mini Cooper from Toy Box Racing. Then we've got Alex Ratcliffe from Rat Sport. He is starting 3rd today in the 103 machine. Frank Schwartz, yesterday's winner here at Watkins Glen, in the number 24 Mini Cooper, the Appalachian Race Tire AACS machine, and your pole sitter today, your reigning national champion, driving the number 11 Mini Cooper, the Rat Sport RP Performance machine of Richard Roman. Let's move over now to our front group where we had 16 drivers. We'll see how many of them make the grid here today. Scheduled to start 16th. Driving the number 73 GT Light Nissan Sentra is Paul Sultanis. Brian Scheibel in the GT Light Volkswagen Beetle, Fun Cup Beetle, Larry, scheduled to start 15th, and oddly enough, it's the number 53 like Herbie. Oh, I'm so happy. Starting 14th, driving the number 16 E-Production Mazda Miata, we've got Michael Tosi, with Michael Lewis scheduled to start 13th in his GT Light Mazda RX-7 32 car. We'll see if that car makes, and there you go. He's got it up and running. Then we've got Tom Broering. Tom is driving the number 90 Volkswagen Rabbit. He starts 12th. Anthony Parker, that's Anthony, is driving the number 47 E-Production Mazda RX-7. Starts 11th. Vince Lamanna will start 10th today. He's in the number 84 H-Production Volkswagen Rabbit, with Scott McAllister in his GT Light Volkswagen Scirocco, the number 19 car, starting 9th. David Colby's in the number 154 F-Production Acura Integra, starting 8th, with Peter Tonelli II in his E-Production Mazda Miata, the 117 car, starts 7th. Mark McAllister, driving the number 03 F-Production Mazda Miata, will start 6th, with Chris Copley in the number 10 GT Light Toyota Paseo, starting 5th. Graham Fuller will be starting 4th today in the number 22 Toyota Tercel. It's a GT Light car. He's your reigning national champion. But James Gregorius has the GT Light pole, starts 3rd overall in the number 09 Mazda RX-7. And your front row today, driving the number 89 F-Production Mazda Miata, starting 2nd overall, is Charlie Campbell. And your pole sitter, driving the number 95 E-Production Mazda RX-7, the Turf Trade Max Attack car, is John Hainsworth.
Let's watch those windshield-less Mazdas on the front row, see how they do it. And there you got the good shot of Michael Lewis in the GTL prepped 2nd Gen RX-7 today. This will be interesting to see how far he can get in the field.
And Larry, green flag is in the air. Late start from the starter here, as we've got the E-Production and F-Production pole sitters at the front row going down into turn 1 for the 2nd day in a row. John Hainsworth in that black open top Mazda RX-7 will take the lead. Charlie Campbell will slot into 2nd, and then James Gregorius slots into 3rd, right ahead of Graham Fuller. As our second group, our B-Spec racers now should be coming onto the front straight. And there we go, green flag in the air for the 2nd day in a row. Rich Roman chooses the outside lane to start. He had a great start yesterday, but could not hold off the number 24 Mini of Frank Schwartz. And going around the outside for the 2nd day in a row, Rich Roman. He's got Alex Ratcliffe, his teammate, trying to follow him through, as he and Frank Schwartz are side by side as they come into the S's for the first time.
Yeah, great little battle opening up here. Frank Schwartz yesterday played it really well, got right up to the end, was able to pull ahead and stay ahead to win that race. And I'm watching Michael Lewis. I think he wants to be in every one of our camera shots because so far he has been. He had been at the back of the field of the front group. He actually pulled through pit lane. I watched his crew chief or one of his team guys give him a wave or something. He's been out pit lane as the B-Specs were starting, and there you can see, and it looks like he still has an issue, and he's pulled off there at the bus stop, either to let the field go by because something's not right, or maybe to park it. We'll see what Mr. Lewis decides to do.
And it does sound a little bit off, Larry, on our microphones there. So we'll see if he rejoins. But Rich Roman currently leading B-Spec with Frank Schwartz second. And Schwartz was able to hold off Alex Ratcliffe there as they came up through the S's. So Ratcliffe now running in third. And then we've got, I believe it's a 28 of Lendrum, Jared Lendrum, and Andrew Nelson in the 52 machine as well. Yesterday in B-Spec, we talked about Schwartz taking the win over Rich Roman. Ratcliffe finished third, Nelson, and then Jared Lindrum. That was your top five. Yesterday in E production, John Hainsworth took the win. In F production, Charlie Campbell took the win. And in GT Light, Graham Fuller was able to hold off James Gregorius for the win. In H production, Vince LaManna came home with the gold.
Right now, it looks like Fuller is kind of drafty behind Charlie Campbell, the GTL car trailing the FP car, using a little bit of that draft. Another car coming down pit lane. Didn't see which one it was. If you guys caught that or not, there's somebody coming down pit lane.
All right, well, we're going to try. That is the Volkswagen Scirocco, the number 19 GT Light car of Scott McAllister going down the pit lane. He's carrying a good amount of speed, but he is going to make the right turn to head behind the wall. His day is now done.
Well, right here, it looks like Fuller doing a good job staying behind Campbell there. Gregorius falling back a little bit. You can see him several seconds now behind. He's even behind, I think, McAllister now.
Yes.
The other FP entry now in front, behind the FP entry is the GT Light first gen RX-7 of Gregorius.
Yeah, and then coming through the bus stop, that is the black Toyota Paseo, Chris Copley, who is currently running third in GT Light, followed very closely by our second place F production, probably third place F production driver, David Colby in his Acura Integra. Whoa, Larry, just saw a lot of smoke there as one of our drivers, I think, ran wide coming through turn 6, and I think that might have been Mark McAllister, who gathered it back up.
There, yeah, it looks like with McAllister, who was previously leading Gregorius into that corner. It looks like he had a bit of a slide out, allowing Gregorius to go up underneath him.
And now let's go to the Shamazo that is B-Spec, as Alex Ratcliffe has a lot of issues coming through the bus stop here. And so we've got Roman, we've got Schwartz, Jared Lendrum getting around Alex Ratcliffe, coming out of the bus stop, move Andrew Nelson now back into 5th position. JB Swan a little bit further back in the Chevy Sonic, but look at this, Larry, already and very early. Frank Schwartz going and getting around Rich Roman for the second day in a row.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to last long, but the two of them are swapping positions as if they're strategically trying to pull away from that group behind a Ratcliffe, Lendrum, Nelson. It'd be a smart thing to do at this stage, and then it would be a Roman Schwartz show, a lot like what we saw yesterday, where Frank was able to get that win. Roman maybe looking to try and get some of this back and get back on the top of that podium. He's poking out there a little bit there from Roman, not actually going anywhere. Just trying to look at the corner. As Hainsworth, by the way, just to note, in his E-production car, now is 10 seconds essentially ahead of the field and continues to take fastest sector every single time he drives through one. Yes. So Hainsworth right now, uncontested so far for in any level, any measure.
And it looked like on that shot we had just a moment ago, Jared Lendrum in the number 28 Mini might have had a slight brush at the wall coming out of turn 9 with Alex Ratcliffe directly behind. And here we go, Larry, as it appears now that Alex Ratcliffe does indeed, with that extra momentum, gets back around Jared Lendrum to move Ratcliffe up into 3rd with Nelson 4th, JB Swan 5th.
The battle in 4th and 5th is getting pretty hot right there with Nelson and Lendrum. Nelson looked like he had poked to the inside. Didn't go anywhere. I think he's still back in 5th, but he definitely looked at it.
All right, Rich Roman back to the lead now, gets around Frank Schwartz as they came out of turn 1.
I think those two are going to continue to do that, probably realizing that car swapping and leapfrogging is a little faster than car standing still. As Schwartz now takes to the outside of Roman, going down the back straight, and then the third place of Ratliff. He's got no dancing partner right now. He's just kind of all by himself. Schwartz not able to make the pass though.
No, and look at that, Roman already getting a little defensive going down into the bus stop. Wanted to make sure he held him off here as looking a little bit further back in the pack, is checking out the green Mazda 2 of Ken Lendrum, and he's got Tom Tremper, I think, right behind, and then it's Andrew Nelson. So I'm trying to see what happened to the red, white, and black number 3 Chevy Sonic. There it is. Okay, so that's JV Swan, who's moved up a couple of positions here ahead of Lendrum.
Well, you mentioned
Ken Lendrum.
You mentioned Roman might have got a little bit defensive on Schwartz going into that bus stop. That might have been the thing that Alex Ratcliffe needed, because that slowed them down just a little bit instead of yielding and letting Schwartz get the better line through there. The two of them, Schwartz and Roman, may have slowed up enough to let Ratcliffe come on through. And now you look, Ratcliffe is only about 3-4 car lengths off the back of Schwartz right now. That's great news for him. In the 4th place, Jared Lendrum, I think, is also within sniffing distance of a draft. So there may be a 4-car pack up there. And for Nelson in 5th, he might just be too little too late to try and keep up with them without them starting to fight.
All right, so Larry, as I mentioned here before we got this race underway, this is both the Queen Catherine Cup race, that's for our GT Light and B-Spec racers, and the Robert Bob Burns Jr. Memorial Race for our F production racers. Let's talk a little bit about the Queen Catherine Cup that was named after the Seneca Indian Queen, Catherine Montour, who came from a long distinguished line of French and Indian ancestry. She took sovereignty over the tribe, becoming a valuable member of the Iroquois Council, and passed away on February 20th, 1804 at the bright young age of 94. The race was first put on in 1950 for SCCA classes F through J and was won by Roland Keith in a supercharged MGT after a hard-fought battle with Fritz Koster. That's the Queen Catherine Cup. Last year, our winners, James Gregorius in his Mazda RX-7, and that's in GT Light, and Rich Roman in B-Spec. And then let's talk a little bit about the Robert Bob Burns Memorial Race. A longtime member of both the Finger Lakes and Glen regions of the SCCA, Bob served as both the Assistant Regional Executive and Regional Executive of the Glen region. He served on the Board of Directors as Contest Board Chairman and was a member of the Stewards Program. Bob received a Master's in Business Administration from the University of Rochester and was a purchasing agent for the University of Rochester and Hemet Valley Hospital. Racing in MGA for several seasons in club racing, Bob passed away after a lifelong battle with Crohn's disease in 2013. Last year, our winner for the Bob Burns Memorial Race, Charlie Campbell out of Corey, Pennsylvania, in his Mazda Miata.
Well, it's awesome that one of these races is being honored for someone that you, I'm sure, knew as a child, that Queen Catherine. You know, it seems like you guys are about the same age. So
about
really
the same
cool
age, thank you,
Yeah,
Larry.
I know that one for 5 minutes. You finished
Yeah,
all of that.
I know you did. I know you did. It felt like an eternity to me, but when you've lived as long as I have, Larry, well. Oh my! Wait till the Cup. All right. There is John Hainsworth. He is your overall leader here, and he has, in E-Production, really opened things up over Anthony Parker's Mazda RX-7. Parker now running, where is Mr. Parker running? Mr. Parker is running 21st in the field. He's got to make a lot of passes.
Yeah,
Larry.
He's definitely going to struggle to keep up with Hainsworth's pace. Hainsworth right now is real quick. There's a good shot of James Gregorius, and then behind him, I think that's the Paseo of
Copley.
Yeah, they're running second and third, just a couple ticks between them. Fuller, though, in the Tercel still leads the GTL group, and he's about 20 seconds up the road from these guys. But Copley, though, now putting the pressure. In fact, last time around, 2 seconds faster than Gregorius. So Copley is gaining here for the second spot in GTL. Although this sector that they've been on Gregorius was quicker in Sector 1 on this lap, but Copley was quicker in Sector 2. So the trading sectors right here could just be differences in cars. So we'll have to see. There's a good shot of the GTL leader, Fuller, and the FP leader, Charlie Campbell. They've been basically one or the other been in front of these two since the green flag dropped.
And so yesterday Campbell had the better of, wow, just as we jumped to that shot, I should say Campbell had the better of Graham Fuller yesterday. As we go back to the battle for the lead in B-Spec, and once again, it is Frank Schwartz, your leader. He's gotten around Rich Roman. Roman does have his dancing partner in Alex Ratcliffe now, and getting swallowed up by the B-Spec cars. That is the H Production Volkswagen Rabbit of Tom Broering. The keeper of the maple syrup until next weekend, I should add, Larry.
Well, Broering, we didn't quite have a camera on, but I wonder if Broering had a little bit to do with Schwartz separating himself at least by a couple car lengths over Roman and Ratcliffe behind him. We'll see how long that lasts. As you say, we know that Roman and Ratcliffe are going to work very well together. Probably won't be too long before they catch right up the back of Schwartz, but Broering right in the middle of it now, as he's now, I think, just behind Lendrum and Nelson, I think, are the next two B-Specs to get around him.
Yeah, we just saw where he pulled off line a little bit there to let I think that was Jared Lendrum by.
Odd seeing Tom out there, not in the old Sprite, but
Spitfire.
Spitfire, sorry. Yep. Instead of out here in the Volkswagen today.
Yeah, so this Volkswagen Rabbit, this is the car that Tom's wife typically races, and they have to have it in tip-top condition to run at a Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event next weekend at Summit Point Raceway. So Tom, treat it well, and treat my maple syrup well as well, please.
I'm sure he's got it strapped to the car next to him. Safekeeping.
It's probably bouncing around the wheel. The spare tire well right now in the back of that car, as we can see our overall leader, John Hainsworth, who just reset fast lap of the session, starting to work his way through some of our B-Spec traffic. He just turned in a 2:07.541, and I believe that's still about 2 seconds off the track record. A little bit warmer here today than it was last year. Hainsworth reset the track record last year at this event, turned in a 2:05.89, so still a little bit less than 2 seconds off.
He's coming through this B-Spec traffic now. You just saw him get through the 4th and 5th place runners, and he's quickly gaining the 1, 2, 3 of Schwartz, Roman, and Ratcliffe now, who are approaching the bus stop, and that black RX-7 convertible is going to be right on their heels, probably looking to get around them somewhere around turn 6.
As all three of them are getting the blue flag, and Rich Roman goes back to the lead in B-Spec, dropping Frank Schwartz back into second.
There goes Hainsworth. This time he's going to try the outside of Ratcliffe and then maybe swap through the lane and take the outside around the left-hander 6.
So do you think Ratcliffe, even though he's got his teammate ahead, will try to use the Mazda to pull him back up, or maybe even pull him around Frank Schwartz?
Well, he didn't put up any fight for Ratcliffe. He went ahead and let Hainsworth go around there at 5. I don't know that Roman and Schwartz are going to be quite as compliant. But yeah. I don't want to say gentlemanly, because they're both gentlemen, but they might just hold a little longer and say, no, Mr. Hainsworth, you've got a minute and a half lead on your class. You can go ahead and wait a couple quarters. But there he goes. There goes Hainsworth. Green clear. And the B-Spec race continues.
All right, so a little bit further back in that B-Spec field, we've got Jared Lendrum 4th, Andrew Nelson, JB Swan, and Ken Lendrum. Ken Lendrum under a bit of an attack there from Thomas Tremper. Lendrum's in the green Mazda 2. We'll probably see coming out, but Larry, this pair here that just came through our view, the Jared Lendrum and Andrew Nelson, they have been seemingly attached at the hip for the last 48 hours or so. As Schwartz now making a move to the inside, going to try and out-drag Rich Roman down into turn 1, and he does.
Yep, and then you were talking about that 4th and 5th. I think Nelson might have just gone around Lendrum there as well, as they've been attached to the hip, and they're just sort of playing leapfrog on every single straightaway, it seems. But Schwartz, look at Roman now, feigns to the right, goes to the left. We'll see if he goes around the outside now. He's out there. He's going to get a push from his buddy Ratcliffe. I think he is. A big push.
Big
yeah.
push. And Ratcliffe might be able to go by too.
Yeah, they're going to freight train right on past Schwartz here. Schwartz going to slip in line into third there. That's a great push. Save that move for about 8 laps from now. When it comes down to the end, that was a solid double push pass to get around Schwartz.
Yeah, and Schwartz knew not to fight that one. He just very quickly slid in line, just like Jared Lendrum just slid out of the bus stop there. Had to catch the rear end of the car, as now both Graham Fuller and Charlie Campbell trying to move underneath JB Swan's Chevy Sonic. And Swan there in that number 3 Sonic. He's got Ken Lendrum there. Is that Ken directly behind him?
I think that's the Mini.
That's the Mini of Tremper, who I think now has gotten around Ken Lendrum's.
Yeah, Lendrum's about 5 seconds back there, kind of behind this whole crowd here, leaving Swan and Tremper to their own little fight for 6th. There's Lendrum.
There he is.
And David Oliveria and his B-Spec Mini behind Lendrum. Well, Schwartz got around Ratcliffe.
Yeah, I was wondering what Alex might do to possibly try to back Schwartz up a little bit, and the answer is not much.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that Schwartz had a lot more pace than Alex, both early on in this race and also yesterday. I mean, short of outright blocking, I don't think there's anything that the 03 car could have done. Or the 103 car, pardon me.
No, I think at this point they can't. But watching the teammates push each other past Schwartz just says to me like that they got to set that up again on the last lap. They might be able to hold Schwartz behind him if they're running both in front of him starting the last lap. But if they're split, it's going to give advantage to Schwartz. So Schwartz, to me, his best strategy is to be in the middle of those 3 starting the last lap rather than being in front, because he'll get straight. Or if he's behind, the 2 of them are going to lock in, and he's not going to. So Schwartz may be the one thinking, how do I work against these teammates for my best outcome? And traffic could have a play as there goes the GTL and the FP leaders there, Fuller and Campbell. Those guys are having a fun little play at this because their pace is about the same, to be honest. Might have different places, they're each faster, but Campbell not able to make the pass in the Miata against the Toyota, but they've basically been like this the whole race, even though they're different classes. This is pretty good.
All right, well, Larry, we are now halfway through our production and B-Spec race. Let's make another call our first call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 8. That's Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid now. Race group number 8, T2, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. And Larry, let's take a break here. We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors. We'll be back with more action from Watkins Glen in just a moment.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for Podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen, everybody. The 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is our production and GT Light classes. It's also B-Spec. And Larry, let's quickly reset the field here. Your leader in E-Production, John Hainsworth, with Anthony Parker now, I think, 2 laps down in that gray Mazda RX-7 that we've been seeing out there. Charlie Campbell, your leader in F Production. He's got over a minute now on David Colby as Campbell just completes his 10th lap. Then in H Production, Vince LaMotta with a fairly considerable advantage on Tom Roaring. The 2 Volkswagen Rabbits going at it in GT Light. Graham Fuller, who we've seen battling with Charlie Campbell, our F Production leader, pretty much all race. Graham Fuller now with a considerable advantage over James Gregorius, who has a 9-second advantage over Chris Copley. And unfortunately, both Scott McAllister and Michael Lewis only completing 1 lap. And then finally, in B-Spec race that we've been watching for the majority of this session, Frank Schwartz, your leader, with Rich Roman. And we've had the big update, and I think we saw it during a lot of the commercial break there, is Alex Ratcliffe, Rich Roman's teammate, started to fall off from the 2 leaders, and that pretty much, and we saw this yesterday as well, had pretty much sealed the deal for Rich Roman, because we found in a lot of places he just did not have the pace to work his way past without the assistance of his teammate. We'll see how things play out here.
Yeah, well, you got a shot there with 5 laps to go, and now, Ratcliffe is out of play completely, but you did have Roman right under the back of Schwartz. Schwartz is really flinging that car through there, really using all the tire he can to have that thing stick. Interesting to see if he's just testing the limits here with so many laps under these tires. Roman, though, he's hanging around, maybe a little bit better today. I don't know that he's as far off of Schwartz's pace today as he was yesterday.
Apparently, the folks in the chat, Larry, like the fact when I say that there are 2 rabbits going at it as well. As long as we don't have a third by the end of this race, I think we'll be okay.
Well, there is H-Prod. There's usually several rabbits in that race.
Yes, there is.
All right, so good battle going on there. I think the Fuller and Campbell inter-class battle has been a lot of fun. Those 2 guys at the front of their classes, but together they're having a good little scrap. That's always great to watch, but and there they are. This time it's Campbell in front. Campbell in the Mazda ahead of Fuller in the Toyota. Let's see if Fuller's got an answer.
Yeah, it took over half the race to do it there, as we've got 4 laps remaining for these drivers and our leader, John Hainsworth. Yesterday, Campbell had the measure of the GT Light leader, Graham Fuller.
Charlie Campbell running out there like a Spec Miata would, all the way to the wall there to 1, where you watch Fuller saying, I think my car doesn't like bumps as much maybe as your Mazda does, so I'm just going to stay here inside of the curbing. So that may be a little bit different why Campbell was on the gas a bit earlier than Graham. I don't know who's got more straight line speed. You look at the trap speeds. Campbell's Miata is hitting 120 some point during this race, or this lap. Fuller hit 117.
So Larry, as they just came out of the bus stop, I thought I saw a little bit of smoke out of the right rear of the Tercel. So just something for us to look at.
Yeah.
Could be just some tire wear.
Remind our audience that may not know prod cars so well. That is a rear-wheel drive Tercel. That is not front drive. So anything in the rear isn't just a tire hanging on for dear life. It is actually the drive line of the car. So we'll keep our eye on that. Maybe it could be loose bodywork rubbing, could be a diff, could be brakes, could be a lot of things.
All right, here comes that battle for the lead in B-Spec, and it is still Frank Schwartz. Schwartz running a little bit wide. We say a little bit wide through the bus stop, but the exit curbing at the bus stop is wider than the B-Spec cars. So.
I think it is. Yeah, he's using all of it. I think he could probably go a little more shallow, a little more cleanly, hit the second left apex there, but he's not. I'm sure Roman's watching that. If Roman can go shallow just once, maybe he can actually get a bit of a run on it.
And
Frank
come underneath.
Yeah, Frank's wildly sliding that car around across the exit curbs. Roman, not so much. So also, I'm wondering if Roman's able to kind of save his tires right now for just one more lap at the end, one more push off of turn one to try and get a run with the little low slipstream that his coupe's got. It'll be interesting if he's just biding his time, or maybe Frank has the pace like he had yesterday.
And so Trenton Kramer, who works with Frank Schwartz and Grass Paddock Motorsports, he goes, you could go too wide on those curbs. And yeah, it's looking pretty close to that. So we'll see here how that plays out. Also wanted to welcome that a couple of the other B-Spec racers. There's Nine Finger Scott, Chris Taylor. We've got that former national champion guy. What was his name, Larry? Steve Introne, that's right. He's here with us as well.
We had Andrew Aquilante before. He's just started throwing out former national champions. A couple have been joining in.
Well, yeah. Well, I was thinking
but
of
he doesn't. I don't think he would. I'm sure he would do fantastic in B-Spec, pounding curbs and racing close.
Oh yeah.
But he's a V8 guy. He loves his horsepower.
Well, and all we have to do is tell the B-Spec guys that we want to see Andrew Aquilante in a Fiat 500 B-Spec car, bounding over curbs, and they'll tell you exactly how that would end up. It would end up on its roof is how it would end up.
We'd have a bicycle race.
Yes, exactly.
All right, well, let's take a look at this now with a couple laps to go. I was watching Roman now. Is he going to test the waters here? Is he going to see how far alongside of Schwartz can he get? And he's as close as he's been on any lap. Obviously, at this point, a pass here becomes a reverse pass coming back at him later. But if Roman may be just testing if he can, and with Gregorius now coming up behind them in the GTL Mazda RX-7, probably on their way into that bus stop. Yep.
Yes. Oh, and Gregorius just comes across the nose of Frank Schwartz. Let's see if Roman can do something with this, because it looks like Schwartz had to toss away a little bit of exit speed there.
Certainly had to hesitate with a car in front of him like that. He's been taking a pretty wild line through there and probably realizing, I don't think I could do that with this 40-year-old Mazda in front of me. It's a little different line.
Yeah, as he watches probably the rear suspension, or the body's shifting from left to right over the rear suspension of that thing. All right, so next time John Hainsworth crosses the start-finish line, he will get the white flag, 1 lap to go.
Which I wonder if these guys are also going to only get one, because if
that's right,
Hainsworth passes this B-Spec lead, that's it. That's going to be one more lap when they come in. They may never even see a white flag if he passes them on the last lap, and I think he might at the pace he's turning. He's been turning 210s. The B-Specs are turning 229s, 226s.
Yeah, there's a very good chance.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
And here is John Hainsworth right now. He is back behind the lead pack in B-Spec. We just saw him over by Tom Tremper, and
he might catch him at this point on the last lap. So there you go. Rich and Frank might think they've got 2 to go. They might quickly turn into 1 with about 2 corners left when all of a sudden that convertible RX-7 comes up behind him.
Comes up behind him, exactly. We'll see if his crew on the pit wall there will maybe let him know, and maybe he'll back off. I mean, at this point, he does not have much to fight for, other than the overall lead, as he is 2 laps up on Anthony Parker's RX-7.
Yeah. So if Roman's got everybody on comms, might be able to tell him, hey, this thing might end this lap depending on where the leader is. You might want to make your move now just in case. I don't quite see the RX-7 yet. There it is, crossing the white flag. Yeah,
right.
It's still close. It's going to be close at the end of this thing. They might even get past on the final straight. Roman needs to, I think, he needs to go now.
Yeah.
It's a little further back than he was the last lap. And he's got another GTL car coming up behind him. That's the Paseo of Copley.
And Schwartz not necessarily protecting, but I'd jump underneath and try and follow Copley through.
If he can.
Could, and he stays and holds station there.
Schwartz is going to get held up a little bit.
And
Look at
Schwartz
this.
gets balked right as he enters the bus stop. They're both back behind Copley, and as they come out, Rich Roman, for the moment, he takes the lead from Frank Schwartz.
And here comes Ainsworth.
My.
Here comes Ainsworth. He's going to be the one that dictates the end of this race. If he goes by these two, it's going to be the end of their day. He's only a couple seconds back. So Roman jumping. Talk about an opportunity presenting itself.
Oh my gosh, there is Chris Copley. Definitely may have decided the end and the winner in this race, as they both got bottled up behind them, and they were both looking for a way through. And Rich Roman just saw the briefest of openings there, and he's got now about 3 cars. And now look at this, Ainsworth. He's backing off a little bit, Larry.
He might be. If he does, that's good for Frank, because he would love to get one more run down that back straight.
Yes.
It doesn't involve the GTL car. But what a move for, I didn't think he was going to do it. All of a sudden, I guess Frank Schwartz had lifted a little bit with the GTL car in front, and Roman said, I'm taking this opportunity, and under he went. Now, Frank is back up behind him, and there's the RX-7 Ainsworth. They got 3 corners to go. Does Ainsworth play behind, or does he go by and dictate their race?
Let's see, he is closing things down.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does. I think he's going to he's backing off, Larry. You can see it there. He just let right out of the throttle going into
Frank will
turn
be
10.
happy. Frank will be thrilled to know that, because he's a passionate guy. He loves this racing, I'm sure, but he would have been a bit fuming at how it would have ended had that been the case. This is his opportunity now. He's going to see a white flag now one more time around. Can Frank Schwartz get the run? Roman trying to open up just a little bit here, going a little defensive on this straightaway, thinking maybe he's got the slipstream advantage on the back straight. Got to get a great run now, coming off a 1. By the way, great win for Ainsworth as he dominates that race, but this B-Spec thing is too good.
And here we go. And this is where Frank Schwartz has been strongest, Larry, coming out of turn 1 and heading up through the S's. He is probably further back than he wants to be, but look at the ground that he makes up coming up through the S's there.
Yes, he's definitely motoring. Look at this. He's going to go right to the outside here. Not even waiting. Are they touching?
Yes, they are. There's a bump there as Roman tries to run Frank Schwartz off, or tries to hold off his charge. Frank Schwartz, though, drives right around the outside of Rich Roman as they go into the bus stop for the last time. Frank Schwartz is your new leader.
Wow, Schwartz aggressive there. Roman defensively aggressive. And now it's Schwartz ahead. I can't believe they touched coming down that straightaway. And both guys just stayed in it. Got to keep going. Roman can maybe still do something, but what a move for Schwartz. Roman hopes, for his sake, I hope he's got a little something left in those tires.
Something left in those Goodyear tires, Spec Goodyear tires that they're running. And Larry's going to need a heck of a run somewhere through here. Because these cars, although we saw what Schwartz can do under the draft up that hill, and when he gets a good run out of 1, these cars are still, for the majority of this race course, pretty evenly matched. We don't see the gaps change all that much even under the draft here. And then, of course, as soon as you poke out of the draft, you've got that big wall of air directly in front of you. It's going to be tough for Rich Roman as they come through the final corners now. Only 3 corners remain.
And Charlie Camel, Graham Fuller win their classes respectively. Gregorius finishes second in GTL, but we are watching this here. Look at Roman. Schwartz maybe getting a little crafty there with his apex speeds around 9. Kind of giving Roman nowhere to go. Rich trying everything.
Yeah, as we saw Roman try to open up that corner coming through off camber turn 9. Kind of had to check up just a little bit as they come through the final corner now, about 3/4 of a car length back. It's going to be tough to draft by. Let's see if he pokes out. He's not even going to bother trying, Larry, taking the win for the 2nd day in a row in B-Spec. Frank Schwartz, for the 2nd day in a row, our national champion in the class. Rich Roman will finish 2nd. And finishing 3rd, because he finished behind Ainsworth, finishing 3rd, a lap down, Alex Ratcliffe, Andrew Nelson, Jared Lendrum, rounding out the top 5 in class. As you mentioned, Charlie Campbell taking the win in F production, David Colby finishing 2nd, Mark McAllister only completing 2 laps. In H production, Vince LaManna, your winner, Tom Broering a lap down. In and then in GT Light, Graham Fuller, James Gregorius, Chris Copley, your top 3 with Scott McAllister and Michael Lewis only completing a single lap. And then finally in E production, John Hainsworth with the win. Anthony Parker finishing 2 laps down. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8, Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. And we got one more announcement with Danny Richardson, driver of the number 22 American Sedan Chevrolet Camaro. Please see the race director in tech. Danny Richardson, driver of the number 22 American Sedan Camaro. Please see the race director in tech. All right, Larry, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our last race of the day from Watkins Glen.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International and the last race of round number 18 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Larry Lefty MacLeod, who I think, Larry, what's the count? I've only called you Brian twice or 3 times today. Do we have Larry? No, we don't have Larry. We've lost Larry. Oh, no. Or we lost Brian, one of the two. Anyway, we got our cars out on their pace lap for the Harold Jacques Memorial Race. Harold Jacques was the prime mover in the creation of the Glen region in 1957 and served as its first regional executive. He was also a member of the Southern Tier MG Car Club, the Rochester Auto Club, and served on the board of directors of the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Corporation. He was a principal examiner of municipal affairs for New York State Department of Audit and Control. And though he passed in 1957 at the age of 55, the Harold Jacques Memorial Race was first held in his honor in 1959 and won by Bernie Misk in a Fraser Nash. Past winners in Touring 2, Kurt Resitano out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania in his Ford Mustang, Dan March in Touring 3 in his BMW 330s out of Bowling Springs, Pennsylvania, and in T4, Mark Cephalo out of Sawyersville, Pennsylvania in his Mazda MX-5, and those were last year's winners. So let's run down the starting grid for this year and who our winners might be coming up. Let's take a look here. Starting 22nd on the grid, driving the number 13, Touring 4 Mazda MX-5, it's Coyote Black. Randy Johnson will start 21st. He's in the 01 Touring 3 Ford Mustang EcoBoost. Starting 20th, driving the number 0 Ford Mustang, that's Touring 4 card, Scotty B. White. Carl Fong starting 19th is in the number 116 Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette. Then we've got Dina Weisberg, she's starting 18th. She's driving the number 2 Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci. Edward Karabik will start 17th. Edward is in the number 39 Touring 3 BMW 330i with Adrian Comstock starting 16th. Adrian's driving the number 5 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Stephen Blethen. Stephen's driving the number 50 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. He starts 15th with Matthew Sisson starting 14th in the number 87 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Ray Blethen. He starts 13th in the number 51 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. Aiden Rose in the number 4 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5 starts 12th with Mark Cephalo, your Touring 4 pole sitter, starting 11th overall in the 00 machine, the Mazda MX-5. David Oram will start 10th today. He's in the number 6 Touring 3 BMW Z4M with Mike Frost starting 9th in the number 21 Touring 2 BMW M3. Chris Allen will start 8th. Chris is in the number 10. Well, hopefully we'll see Chris. He had some issues yesterday. Chris Allen scheduled to start 8th in the number 10 Touring 3 Mazda MX-5 Cup car with John Shannon starting 7th in the number 88 Chevrolet Corvette. We'll see if that car makes the grid. It also had some issues on track yesterday. Jared Lendrum starting 6th. Jared's in the number 28 Touring 3 Subaru STI with Anthony Pacelli starting 5th in the 14 Subaru Impreza STI. Starting on the outside of row number 2, starting 4th with the number 33 Touring 3 BMW 330, Isaac Beekman. Albert Noserine will start 3rd. Isaac is in the Touring 2 Ford Mustang. And then your front row, starting 2nd, driving the number 31 Touring 3 Pontiac Solstice, it's Marshall Mast. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 35 Touring 2 Cadillac CT4V Blackwing, John Heinrichsey, as the field gets the green flag. And we are racing, Larry, here once again at Watkins Glen.
Hey, I am here.
Hey,
a lot
there
better
he
when I don't
is.
unmute myself. Yes, so yeah, they are off, they are running, and this will be interesting to see if we can get this race through before Mother Nature decides to say hello.
That's right. We were just checking the weather, and the big purple dot in the middle of the map was much larger this time, primarily because I need new glasses, and they put it there for me. But we've got our leaders coming down into the bus stop for the very first time, and as we expected and suspected here, because it's got a ton of straight line speed, John Heinrichsey's Cadillac jumping out to an early lead. They're coming through the bus stop. There we have, looks like the Ford Mustang of Noserin getting past Marshall Mast. Then we've got Mast. Then we've got the BMW of, I believe that is the BMW M3 of Mike Frost, and then we've got Anthony Pacelli's Super Impreza right back from there. That's the blue Impreza. And then we've got our Touring 4 leader of Mark Cephalo. He's got the BMW Z4 of David Oram directly behind him.
Yeah, I'd say what those two Subarus here in T3 would probably love to have a little bit more weather here at this point, but not happening quite yet. Pacelli's going to have to do this in the dry.
So I was telling Larry during our last break and telling Brendan about how we've had tremendous, huge, bigger than huge thunderstorms after our last race of the day. I think like 3 or 4 times out of the last 7 years here. So things are starting to get a little darker, and we're starting to see a lot more precipitation. So
yeah,
hopefully
Weather.com has said for this area, possible rain starting at 4:15. Well, that would be 25 minutes from now.
In a 35-minute race.
In a 35-minute race, so it could get a little bit damp.
I don't know. I just see a lot of, I see a big purple dot there, but I also see a lot of green. Well, there's that blue. Maybe it'll pass right by us, Larry. Maybe it won't. Let's pull that down so we can see the action as our leaders are coming out of the final corner and completing lap number 1, where John Heinrichsey is, again, your Touring 2 leader. Then it's Albert Nosreen in his Ford Mustang. And then our Touring 3 leader, Marshall Mast, in that bright yellow Pontiac Solstice. He's running third. Mike Frost, Anthony Pacelli, Mark Cephalo, then David Oram. And that is how things play out. Or as we look at these by class, Heinrichsey, Nosreen, Frost in T2, your top 3. Mast, Pacelli, Oram, your top 3 in Touring 3. And then in Touring 4, Mark Cephalo, Aiden Rose, and Matthew Sisson, your top 3. The 2 Blethens running 4th and 5th in those Mazda RX-8s. And but as we see here, Larry, as they're coming into the bus stop, a whole bunch of them still grouped all together. Oh!
Yeah, a little bit of dirt kicking up there right in front of one of the Blethens.
Yeah, and
Sisson?
I think that was Sisson who was trying to get back around the 51 of Ray Blethen, who had actually had a real good run out of turn 1. Yeah, that's the black 87 car.
Using a little bit of everything he's got in front of him to try and get that spot back. Currently back up to holding on to that 3rd spot in T4. Also want to mention, I know Serene's doing a great job of that Mustang. Like you mentioned earlier, he's able to get around the Solstice of the T3 car, Marshall Mast. But no Serene now hoping to try and hold ground on Heinrichsey, who right now is just flying around the Heinrocket, doing his thing in the Blackwing right now. Just every sector about 2 seconds faster than anybody, including Nisserine.
So, Larry, you have your hand in those EcoBoost Mustangs by any chance?
I know a little bit about the EcoBoost, and but the older ones, not so much the newer ones. So, okay. Yeah. Happen to work for a large manufacturer of turbocharger products.
And leave it at that.
Leave it at that. Heinrichsey just reset fast lap of the race. 5 seconds faster than anyone else. A 2:06.1 for Heinrichsey.
And I'll just take a quick gander at the track records. He wasn't all that close to it yesterday. But as you said right now, he just turned in a 2:06. The track record actually set last year here by James Candelaria. In his, actually, we're looking at T2, not T1. I'm sorry. A 2:02.535 by Kurt Resitano. Okay. So still about 4 seconds off.
Another one of those Phoenix drivers?
Yes.
Always fast, all of them, seems, every single race they're at.
There you go, and you see once again there coming through turn 1 as Ray Blethen in the number 51 Mazda RX-8 gets around Matthew Sisson in that 87, the black 87 Mazda. Or the other, they're all 3 Mazdas there, but the Mazda MX-5.
And now Steven's going to make the same move, see if he can get around Matthew around the Mazda of the MX-5 by using that RX-8. So now both Blethens have gotten around Sisson.
Go and using the extra revs in those rotary motors to their advantage. As wow, I just love this camera shot here. I've loved since we've put it up.
Yeah.
And that was Mike Frost at his BMW M3, currently running 3rd in T2 with Anthony Pacelli's Subaru directly beside him. That Pacelli is currently running 2nd in Touring 3 to Marshall Mast, but. Great little fight there as they were coming through the outer loop, and I'm sure with Pacelli, with that all-wheel drive car, probably just pushing a little bit through there. I wouldn't have wanted to have him on my inside going through that corner.
No, but it's fun to watch. Like you said, that camera angle is just gorgeous. Watching that Subaru and that BMW just side by side of Frost and Pacelli. Very cool. Right now it's Pacelli, I think, just ahead of Frost now as they go through 9. Yep, there's that Subaru just in front of the BMW of Frost.
And somebody in the chat there, I think it's Exceed Motorsports, asking if Scotty B. White's Mustang's an EcoBoost or if it's one of the V6 machines, and I'm fairly certain it's one of the V6 cars. Not
it is in the T4. It'll be a V6.
Yeah, the number 0 machine. Yep.
Yeah. Now, if that were a T2 car, then I think it would be maybe the V8. I forget which one it goes into, because you can run, I think, that body in different classes depending on which engines it's got.
Yeah, I don't think isn't that an S197 body? I didn't think they came with the EcoBoost, but what do I know? I know Hondas. I don't know Fords.
It is an S197, yeah.
And look, this group as they're coming out of the 90, and we talked about the Spec Miatas this morning using track limits, but oh my gosh, as we saw Aiden Rose in the T4, the Mazda MX-5, David Oram in that BMW Z4, and I think it was Cephalo as well. Just using every last inch of curbing out there.
Yeah, we talked about it during the Spec MX and the Spec Miatas, and here in the touring cars, all using it. We also remember we mentioned that in the Formula Car race, how they don't use it. They deliberately stay off of these curbs because the way the aero works and how stiff those cars are. These guys, very soft cars. Touring cars essentially are like a street car with a couple of basic light bolt-ons and a cage and fire suppression, all that stuff. They're very close to a stock type car, so you're definitely in that realm of let's pound the curbs. These cars can take it.
Yeah, I mean, you even see here with the Chevrolet Corvette coming through the bus stop. That is, who was that? Carl Fung. You see so much more lean in a You didn't think a Corvette would lean over that much through a corner, but when you put some DOT tires on it and make it go through at a pretty sharp angle, you're putting a lot of load on the suspension there. Also neat to see, I kept talking about the Alcalantes bouncing over the curbing at the bus stop in those American sedan cars. Look at the difference between those and these machines and how softly they're sprung there, and they just soak up most of the curbing here at the Glen.
Yeah, that's what you can do with some of these cars. Really suck those bumps up, and the car stays planted, even though it looks like it's bouncing. It still's got a couple of tires putting some meat to the ground and able to hold that grip. It's really kind of wild to watch. As the Blethens is doing a great job there, kind of staying ahead of Sisson now. 3rd and 4th for Ray, and Steven just ahead of Sisson in 5th. They're still trying to chase down Aiden Rose and the NC Miata and T4 up in front of them. And of course, Cephalo and his NC, probably another about 8 seconds up the road.
And last we looked, Larry, Marshall Mast, that yellow number 31 Pontiac Solstice, he had pulled right up to the back bumper of Albert Noserine's Ford Mustang. Again, not a battle in class, it's a battle for 2nd overall, but you can see now here, once they come through the 90, what the extra horsepower that Mustang will do. But then watch coming through the bus stop how much ground that Solstice makes up, bounding over the curbs and already right back to the back of the Mustang. Talking about making power in very, very different ways.
Very different. Yes, the T2 Mustang, a lot better straight line speed, but that Solstice and Marshall Mast doing a great job of just carrying speed through those bus stop, through those chicanes, through the turn 6 sweeper here, and doing a great job staying up underneath the back of Nosarine and the Mustang.
Yeah, and of course, Mast, a 3-time national champion in Touring 3, took the win in 2018 at Sonoma Raceway, took the win in 2020 at Road America, and then in 2021 at Indianapolis.
So talking about the different Mustangs and different engines, we talked about the T4 of Scotty B. White and the V6 that he's got. Of course, Nosarine, I believe he's got the 5-liter in his later S197 that he's out in right there in T2. Little tap of the brakes. Interesting. I don't know if you caught that as he comes off a 9, didn't get to the braking zone for 10, but there was definitely like a little tap of the brakes there. So I don't know if he was just checking something or if he heard something or felt something, but
it seems a little odd that he would have been, dealing with pad knockback. that early through there. Maybe he thinks he needed it to come into turn 11. Possibly didn't want. Maybe he has a long pedal there coming into 11. I would have thought that maybe wait a little bit longer and go down the front straight because you'd probably need it more for turn 1. Of course, we don't have a shot. We can't see. He may be tapping the brakes going into turn 1 as well to make sure that he's got the piston set.
Yeah, but again, the straight line speed of that Mustang is about 8 miles an hour on the last lap, faster than Master. You can see it here. Master had a great run through 1. Master's got something, a little flap of bodywork or a little liner or something under the car. You can see it in these shots looking straight on underneath that Solstice.
Yeah, and these touring cars, if they do need to run with the under trays that may have come, and now look at this mast coming out, all that speed that he carries through the bus stop, it just comes right underneath the Mustang. But the touring cars, they do need to carry and run with the under trays that ship from the manufacturer that a lot of time are keeping oil from hitting your driveway, or but primarily more for aerodynamics than anything else. That a lot of drivers in a lot of other categories like improved touring may take off for weight savings and at the expense of some aero. And now a little bit further back there, we just saw Mark Cefalo, who's been in again, not a battle in class. Cefalo is your touring 4 leader, and he's trying to keep David Oram behind him, the BMW Z4M, because Aiden Rose in the Mazda MX-5, the number 4 car, is so close behind. And so, I mean, it ends up turning into a good fight between those 2 out-of-class cars. The problem is it allows Rose to keep right in that battle. And I think Mark Cefalo currently your leader in Super Tour points in Touring 4.
Yeah, David Oram in that BMW Z4 with the yellow and black front and tail sort of color scheme on it. And you're right, Cefalo, I believe he's got the Planet Miata livery on his. Yeah, he does. Right behind that Z4 right now. Cefalo is saying, hey, I'd like to be on the other side of it. And then, of course, you got the NC Miata of Aiden Rose right behind him.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, now right up under the back of Cefalo. So that's great for Rose. Look at him now as they're all behind Mike Frost in the BMW. So you got T2, T3, and then a couple of T4 cars right in a row.
Yeah, so Cefalo coming off double wins at Mid-Ohio 2 weeks ago. Double wins at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. He took a first and second at VIR, took a first at Road Atlanta, and a first at NOLA as well, and has a 27-point advantage now over Sergio Slobin in the Super Tour points battle.
Well, there's Cefalo trying to get a run around 1, and it puts him right alongside. Look at him even having to go up grass.
Yeah, all the way up the curbing and into the grass. Wasn't a lot of room for him there.
He does. I think the T3 car of Oram's going to have a little better straight line speed, but I tell you, Cefalo did not want to lift. He just wanted to carry the momentum. I don't think he cares as much about the position. He just doesn't want to be 6 car lengths behind the Z4. He wants to be right up under him.
Or have the NC directly behind him carry more speed into the bus stop. Yeah.
Ultimately, that's the goal, is to stay further ahead of Aiden Rose in the other T4 NC Miata. But look at Cefalo, so quick with this car. It just doesn't have the straight line speed of the T3 of the Z4 in front of him. But every time they get to a twisty bit, Cefalo's got the advantage. But all that does now is it's bringing Oram back in. Bringing Rose back in. Oram here, I don't know what he can do here, because he would like to catch up to Pacelli, who's about 6 seconds up the road or so in the other T3 car in that Subaru, but he's just sitting here fighting with T4s.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look as they come to us over here at the heel of the boot, and this is again one of those places where Cefalo might have had an advantage, maybe to outbrake the BMW going into the toe, but would lose momentum going up the hill. And there you go, as the BMW opens up about 6 lengths on Cefalo, and Cefalo not able to open up any ground there on Aiden Rose directly behind. Aiden Rose taking a quick look to the inside, a little bit too far back, I think. Just maybe trying to get some air into the radiator there.
Rose had an opportunity as they went into 8, and he kind of stuck his nose down there as they came to the heel. Cefalo held the spot. Now they're back in line here, about 2 car lengths between them. But Rose willing to push the issue here when he gets an opportunity. See what kind of turn 1 Cefalo uses this time, like if he goes all the way out like all the Spec Miatas and Spec MXs are doing.
And there they go, going all the way out. Certainly a lot further out than the BMW. As the Blethens are doing that as well in the RX-8s. You know, again, and you would expect it in the RX-8s, certainly cars that maybe don't even have the torque of the MX-5s ahead of them to just keep those rotaries on boil. You want to keep those wheels as straight as possible and point it up the road.
Hey, quick hello to Joe Aquilante, Papa Joe Aquilante, the man, the myth, the legend running the Phoenix Performance there, to giving us the stats on John Heinrichsey, his man, of course, leading T2 here, and Aquilante is very close to Heinrichsey, probably been a big part of a lot of those championships with the Phoenix team there. So great to see Joe watching in here.
Might as well throw in the 3 world speed records that John Heinrichsey has as well. And I think 5 pro championships in addition to that. He's got a great mantra though, Larry. Winning feels good.
It's very Heinrichsey-like. Yeah, he's a man of few words.
And also says that his wife Rita's watching from home. So Rita, hi, thanks for joining us here this weekend. I hope you're enjoying your husband John there, just absolutely tearing it up this weekend in that Cadillac.
He's tearing it up. He just ran a 2:05.5, quickest lap of the race now. Here he is in T2, and we're 8 laps in. There's a good shot of the Cadillac coming through the bus stop. That is not the pace car. That thing will outrun the pace car easily. That is a fast Cadillac.
And it's certainly not my dad's old 81 Coupe de Ville.
No. And trust me, my dad can't drive like John Heinrichsey either, so there's that.
And that Blackwing doesn't have the V8 6.4 engine that my dad's old Cadillac had. What a piece. Anyway.
All right, so Cephalo now with the gap on Rose, who's having an issue somewhere.
Yeah,
the Blethens have gotten around
Rose?
I don't know. I see both Blethens.
Yeah, they're the Blethens that have gone by. Sisson behind. There is Matt Sisson in the black 87.
Did Rose possibly come down pit lane? There's a car in the pits.
Indeed. Yep, there it is. You can see it if we go to that shot looking down the front straight. Matt, the other shot. There it is.
Oh, and that's not good.
Going back behind the wall. That was Aiden Rose. His day is now done.
It's unfortunate because he was right there with Cephalo, having such a good run there for the lead in T4 and having to call it early. That's tough.
All right, let's try and pick up something. This is a little bit further back. This is off. This is the battle for 4th in the Touring 3 today. We've got Ed Karabek in his BMW 330i, the number 39 machine. We've got Randy Johnson in the Ford Mustang EcoBoost. There you go. And then we've got the number 13 ND Mazda Miata, or Mazda MX-5. That is Coyote Black. There you go. As we saw Coyote Black running in Touring 4 yesterday. That's the trailing car here. He's running in Touring 3 trim today. Was able to take some of the ballast out of the car. He's trying to determine, as he's developing this new machine, really what the best fit is. And as we say that,
by him.
And as Coyote Black spins the car coming through the outer loop.
You take ballast out, it's going to change the handling.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe all the ballast was at the rear end of the car, Larry.
Maybe. Good save, though. Way to keep it off the wall as our race leader Heinrichsey is going to go roaring by him with that Cadillac.
Exactly. All right. So what was a 2-car battle for 4th, or was a 3-car battle for 4th? Kind of a 2-car battle. But as I was saying, he just built this chassis, and it debuted actually at the pit race majors and then raced at Mid-Ohio a couple weeks ago. The feeling is that it is maybe it's classed a little bit overweight, but I only know of 2 of these machines that have been built. One a couple years ago by Brian Price, and then this one. And there hasn't been any data collected. My understanding is that the SCCA, which does data collection for a number of cars over the course of a Super Tour weekend, does have a data box in that machine, and that will allow the touring advisory committee to maybe make some changes there, maybe even it out. But today, I guess it's not going to help, because today he's running in Touring 3, where it's a little lighter, which it also didn't really appear to be competitive. So we'll see how things play out. But right now, that car a bit of a unicorn here in touring car racing.
You're getting called out for being the 5G jinx. Just saying.
Yeah,
Start
well,
talking about Coyote Black, and then he goes and spins. But Coyote kept it up the wall, did a good job there. I like how we were talking about all the different Mustang engines, the V6, the EcoBoost, the 5-liter, and then we've got a guy named Coyote actually in the field. So
that's right.
Even works out very well.
All right, so Nicholas Lang saying, show the Subarus. Well, one of the two Subarus, that was Jared Lendrum, did not make the call to the grid today. And the only one right now, and he's running second in Touring 3. That is Anthony Pacelli in the dark blue Subaru Impreza. Okay. Let's do this, Larry. There is the rear end of Anthony Pacelli coming through turn 10. He will be starting lap number 10 for him as he crosses the start-finish line. And as he does, let's take a quick break, our last break here of the day. And we'll thank some of our partners and sponsors that bring you all the action here this weekend from Watkins Glen. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back, everybody, to Watkins Glen International for the final laps here of round 18
get my
of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And, we think that there's actually a little precipitation falling right now, Larry.
4 laps to go. It's starting to
There it
drift
is.
just a little bit.
There it is.
And there goes your race leader, Heinrichs. So 4 to go. 3 to go now, it should be.
And that was Scotty B. White. Well, Scotty B's from the
right
Seattle
all the
area.
time.
This is nothing for him.
Oh yeah.
As as we've got now, as we saw here, I guess about 2.5 laps remaining here for John Heinersee. Wanted to thank, this is great information here that we're getting in the chat, Larry, from I guess, Joe Aquilante. Said that Anthony Pacelli's Subaru used to actually be one of their old Grand Am GT cars. That, I think that is absolutely wild. We know that Anthony, I think, has gone through a number of turbochargers since then. You know anybody who can get him a deal?
I might. If he could run one particular brand, I could probably set him up.
There you go. As Anthony crosses the line, Anthony right now running a very consistent race here. And as he crosses the line, he's stepped the pace down just a little bit. He's currently sitting second in class.
Joe's our weatherman as well, as he's saying in turn one right now. The rain is falling, so I tell you, Joe can do it all. We're going to lose our jobs.
That's right. was he the one who was talking about the umbrellas? Oh, yeah.
He was.
Where are those black and yellow umbrellas? and this is probably the best, if we can get, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 inches of rain in the next minute and a half. This will be perfect for Anthony Pacelli. He could come away with the Touring 2 win.
Yeah, he may not be able to complete his cool down lap because it'll just be floating away, but if he can make that happen.
All right. And here we go in Touring 4. This is, especially when we had the retirement before with Aiden Rose, and this now, and we should be looking a little closely here. This is the battle now for second in Touring 4.
These two know each other.
Yeah, they do. And I even saw him at Sebring, where one hit the other one so hard in the back and knocked the bumper off the car. I don't remember if it was the 50
I thought you
or
were
the
talking
51.
about a physical hit, but actually just
Okay. No. They didn't take a hit. It was actually on-track violence instead of paddock violence, Larry. But it is Ray Blethen there, currently running second. It is Stephen Blethen running in third.
This will be interesting with 2 laps left, and that rain, you can see now, it's starting to be a little more steady, even here at the far, essentially down here at the southeast side of the track. So we're under some drops. This could start to change the surface with 2 laps to go. And that car between them, I think that's Mike Frost, who's currently running third in T2. He's not really in the fight for T4. He's willing to let the 2 Blethens play through. Going to be interesting, though, as this track doesn't seem to be changed yet, but it doesn't take long.
And so interesting as we were talking about the many national championships that John Heinersee has won. One of them came in Touring 4 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway back in 2021. The pole sitter for that race, as we watch the 2 Blethen brothers now come into the final corner, as they will likely see the white flag the next time they come around. It was, I believe, Stephen Blethen who was the pole sitter for that race, and that unfortunately didn't end very well for Stephen or for Ray in that race. There was a huge pileup on the very first lap. One of them survived, one of them didn't, and then when they went back to green flag racing after we got everything cleaned up and we were about 6 or 7 cars shorter, the other one got caught up in the next incident. So again, not a good year there, but Stephen has definitely had the pace, both Stephen and Ray pace in Touring 4, and this is a race, they're both down from New Hampshire, obviously NHIS, their home track, but they've got a lot of experience here at the Glen.
All right, well, we are white flag now as John Heinersee has taken the white flag and he's making his way up the S's, heading towards the bus stop. The Blethens are still doing their thing. They're going to get a whole nother lap around this place.
Yeah, and Cephalo's not that far ahead of them. We saw Cephalo exiting the bus stop just as they were heading into it.
They picked up about 7/10 on Cephalo the last time. It was still about 8 seconds or so from Cephalo back to the Blethens, but they were starting to gain some ground. If this rain starts to adjust this surface a little bit, each driver's got to figure out quickly how comfortable they are. With another full lap after this for this group, this could be interesting.
Yeah, and we saw there with Cephalo with the windshield wipers on, and quite a bit of rain now falling down at that end of the course, down at the toe of the boot.
Chris Pellegrino says Stephen's new car will be out soon. That'll be interesting.
Tension in the paddock. Tension in the paddock with Ken Lendrum, driver of the B-Spec car number 129. Please report to tech with your vehicle. Ken Lendrum, B-Spec racer number 129. Please report to tech with your race car.
All right, Heinersee with 3 corners to go in the Blackwing, leading T2, leading the field. And his pace has only dropped off about a second from where he was. So really no changes to that base on service condition. That's good for the field here with a lap to go for everybody.
And it looked a little slow there coming out of Larry, coming out of turn 9.
He is very slow.
Very, very slow. And he may have actually broken something here.
Well, he's got 2 corners to make it. And it's mostly sort of downhill.
There you go. See? We've got one driver who's just unlapped himself there.
That's Sisson, I think.
Yeah, I think that's Matt Sisson.
He's out of fuel.
Maybe out of fuel, Larry. If you remember, when we started the day off today, we had a driver who took a win. They were afraid he wouldn't have enough fuel for his entire victory lap, so he actually cut part of the course. But here we go.
Well, he's going to make it.
Picks up some speed, and John Heinersee takes the win for the second day in a row.
He just wanted Joe
T2.
Aquilante to have to think about it. That's all.
And crossing the line now, we've got some of our lap cars coming across the line. Finishing second there in Touring 2, Albert Noserine takes the checkered flag.
There goes Mass taking the win.
Marshall Mass taking the win in Touring 3.
Joe Aquilante mentioned that the top 4 running cars in the field, Heinersee, Mass, Noserine, and Pacelli, all prepared by Phoenix Performance, his shop. He's proud of that team, and they do work very hard for their success.
And Larry, people told us that we did a good job of marketing here early on.
Chat.
Oh my gosh, there we go. We got a couple more drivers coming across the line. That was Scotty B. White, I believe. And there is Anthony Pacelli. Pacelli looking to bring his car home second in Touring 3. The Mowertown, Pennsylvania driver.
The lesson here is if you want your team promoted, you got to hop on, you got to listen to the broadcast and get in the chat and engage with us.
Right.
Open to all.
And crossing the line, there's Anthony Pacelli. He'll finish second to Marshall Mast in Touring 3. And there we go. David Oram will now cross the start-finish line. He's your last podium finisher in the class in Touring 3. Mark Cephalo will take a win in Touring 4. And here's that battle for second in class with the Blethen brothers as the 2 RX-8s slide out side by side and coming across the line and finishing second. It's going to be Ray Blethen. Margin over Stephen Blethen, 98/1000.
Great photo opportunity there for the Blethen brothers. Very cool as they end up coming in second and third. It was a really good race for them.
All right, so taking the wins in the Harold Jacques Memorial Race here today in Touring 2, John Heinersee. In Touring 3, Marshall Mast. And in Touring 4, for the second year in a row, Mark Cephalo. So, Larry, that is going to wrap things up for us here. And we get in the chat getting Trish Pellegrino, that's the Blethen's mother, with a big yes. Let's go and wrap things up here from Watkins Glen International. We're going to take a look, and we got it there right at the bottom of the screen for you. The next round, the final round of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's going to be at the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Going to be 3 days of action, and I think we already have, Larry, over 500 entrants for what will be a tune-up for the National Championship runoffs this fall at Road America. Action begins Friday afternoon, June 21st, 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern Time with qualifying. It'll be myself. Probably have Brendan Kazmarek joining me for qualifying, and we'll have Brian Bolansky. We'll have the Brian guy help us out there and call races all weekend long.
B squared.
That's right. B squared, Brian Bolansky. All right, Larry, any last thoughts before we call it a day?
I had a ton of fun, and the crew here from the DriversEye are just awesome. The camera shots are great. It's been a ton of fun. I'm glad I got to be a part of it. I'll be missing you guys in a couple weeks when you're up at Road America for the June sprints, but we'll all get together and have a few spotted cows in October when we're back at Road America for the runoffs. It's been fun.
All right, there you go. All right, so want to thank some folks that helped us put on the broadcast here this weekend. Want to thank Josh Ashby. And, of course, make sure if you're in town here to check out the IMRRC, the International Motor Research Center. Want to thank, of course, Jordan Worth, our wonderful director. Want to thank Brendan Kazmarek as well. And Larry, I want to thank you for everything you've done. And I love you, man, so much. We're going to have to get together again tomorrow night.
Thanks,
anyway, thank you, everybody, so much for watching. We'll see you in just a couple of weeks at Road America for the June Sprints. Have a good one, everybody.